Well, this is more about appreciation than competition. Think of it this way.
I know.
What? Okay, Kristen, do you have a favorite deli?
All right, you want me to make a decision? I'll make a decision.
There you go. You got what I was thinking. Awesome.
You know what my decision is?
Not to vote?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that for you.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. We need nonconformists too. I appreciate that. I would probably not be responding if somebody was pressuring me to vote either, to be quite honest.
And we get like little stickers that say I voted.
Oh, that would be great. You guys could PTR I voted or use the GIF function.
We can do Clubhouse. God, you got me saying Clown House now. No, Clubhouse. You know how they used to remove your profile picture and used to put your own like the like everybody said if you voted, then you need to remove your profile picture and put Mojo's picture.
You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? When we vote, there's this little thing on our PTR that proves that we vote.
I know, but you're talking about stickers, and then put the sticker.
I'm gonna guess that Rowan is on club deck and can't vote. By the way, if anybody's wondering, what are they talking about? What poll? If you can't see the poll at the top of the room, you probably need to update the app because there's a new feature that you're missing out on, which is really fun. It's the thing we're all talking about right now. Right now we have 53 votes, and in first place, I won't even tell you who's in first place. You just go ahead and vote, and then you can see it yourself. You'll unlock the results for yourself by voting. Adams, I have a question for you.
As long as it's John Kitover unrelated, then I'd be happy to answer it.
I don't know anything about me. You know what it's relating to. You might want to go back to Kitover when I ask you this. What would you think about reinstating Rich to In the Muff?
I'm sorry, was that a question? Y'all can do what y'all want to do. I'm not going to tell y'all who to spend time with. I'm not even going to go down that road. To be honest with you, I have a lot of things going on, and I may just spend a little bit less time on this app as it is. So that's what y'all want to do. That's what y'all want to do. But I'm going to be very, 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 very clear that I'm going through something right now, and if he makes an effort to either bring that out onto this app or to pry into my personal business, I'm telling you right now, he's not going to have any money to send his kids to college. So I would caution him to be very, very careful reading out people's personal business or giving insight as to how he perceives people's personal business.
That's fair. That's fair. You're not the only one that has challenges with this person, but I went through this exercise where I was unblocking people, and his name comes up of like, hey, can he be allowed back in here? And what I had said was that three conditions have to be met. You might not care about these conditions, but I would like for him to issue an apology to you, an apology to another person that happens to be on the stage that I cannot mention the name, and then also agree to follow the rules. And by following the rules, I think he would meet the things that you're saying in regards to doxing, in regards to just general overall behavior. If we could get him to agree to these three conditions, apologize to you, apologize to another individual, and abide by the rule, would you have any objection to sharing space with him?
I'm just not going to share space with him. So, I mean, there's just certain things that, once the line is crossed, it's crossed. And unfortunately, he put himself in a situation, given the context of what I'm going through now, to really make himself look even dumber. So, apology or not, I really don't feel like there's any sort of value in continuing to interact with him, even and say hello, to be honest with you. I'm not going to be childish, but,
All right. No,
I'm just kind of,
Fair enough. Hold up real quick. Hey, it's very hard to rein certain people in. And so if we do bring him back, he will be on a very, very short leash in terms of behavior. And his disregard for people's humanity in general can be problematic. And so I would personally say bring him back if he follows the rules, but I think that's going to be a hard ask because he doesn't really like the rules. But go ahead.
That's definitely a plus for any candidate that I come across. Jay, are there any closing remarks that you want to make? Anything in closing to the community or?
Just thank you all for what you're doing, and for people that are thinking about getting involved. Thank you for thinking about it. I hope you find something that works for your schedule.
Picked up on so quickly. So, Rich's apology would mean very little to me. I actually think I would require from Rich $100 donation to John Kitover's financial campaign, or election campaign. I think that would go a long way to mitigate the harm and the emotional trauma and the assholery that he's inflicted, not only upon me, but the transgressions he's transgressed upon many, many people in Clubhouse. So, I'd like John Kitover to confirm the donation.
Well, I have a question for John. John, what is the fee that Anna pulls out?
I think after $505 in donations yesterday, it showed like 467 or something in the account.
What's that, like 3.5%, something like that? Let's figure out how much?
Maybe 6-7%. I'm not sure.
We need to figure out the percent, and because if I like where Two T's is going with this, I think that he should not only put $100 towards this campaign, but also pay the fee, so then it's a full $100 donation.
How about $169? That's a nice ring to it.
I don't know if he has that much money, but I think that's an interesting thing. But John cannot ask for that. That's a suggestion that I'll whisper into the ether, and because nobody that's connected to the campaign can make those kind of requests, because that would violate campaign finance laws. But so that is not officially happening. We'll see. We'll see if he'll make a donation. See if we can encourage him.
I don't have a problem. He's very respectful to me. I just want to say that. Just you asking how everyone feels personally, I've never had a problem with it.
But it's likely because he values and respects you, Abby. When he
always had good dialogue with him. I'm being honest.
I know.
Shit on for saying this, but I think it's been very normal.
Right. Well,
So Abby, let me just offer this up to you, Abby. And I admire and I respect you as well. But I will just say this: be very cautiously optimistic, because while they may not directly pick a fight with you, they may put words in your mouth to insinuate certain things, using the legitimacy behind the words that you say to win an argument and put you in a situation with somebody else. So I'm just saying, be very, very, very careful.
Thanks, I appreciate it. I'm pretty cautious, like with almost every sentence someone says, I usually try to hold them to it. But as I said, my experience has been a positive experience.
I've got a question for you, Abby.
Abby's kind. Dr. Adams, have you been really kind to people on this app? Do you think do you expect that sort of
I don't feel like I really owe your bullshit opinion with any sort of response, considering that you're not the authority or morality to even putting a litmus test to how you think I should be behaving. So I gave you your answer. So let's move on. Let's I owe you nothing.
Hold on, dude, come on. You're messing with the cheat. Let's see here, Abby. I have a question. Would you feel comfortable connecting John to talk to the right people in the state of Illinois within the Republican Party that might want to at least hear his pitch of why he's?
I don't know much about Illinois. I mean, what I'm involved with doesn't interact too much there. I don't think we have, my particular group has a chapter in that state. It's because the state is blue. But I would think he hopefully has been vetted through the local party and through
the local party is actually supporting a cuck that is a big government, inflationary economic interventionist. And so what we're looking for is more of like the Republican Liberty Caucus folks within the state of Illinois.
Can you tell me, John, I never asked you this. Can you tell me your district? What's the, is it D? I assume is it D there now? And what's it D?
No, it's a Republican congressman.
It's R plus what?
Darren LaHood. It's in the 16th district.
16th. And what's it? R plus what?
R plus what? I mean, it's the 16th congressional district.
No.
She's referring to like the likelihood of vote.
Oh, it's very high. It's very high. It's very high.
What is it? Do you know?
I don't know, maybe 85% up there.
No. John, do me a favor. What I just asked you, you need to know the answer to that when you get asked that. If you're running in that district.
I've seen it. I don't know
How
that
we
R
rate
plus
in
number.
the U.S. How we rate congressional districts.
John, you, me, and Marshall will have a chat maybe over the weekend, and we'll walk through some of this information that you're going to want to know, especially if you start, publicly speaking on this. These are small but important details, and I appreciate Abby for bringing it up, because there's going to be people that are going to want to know this, especially donors are going to ask these types of questions.
It's the 16th district in Illinois. Who'd you say is the sitting member now?
Darren LaHood.
Okay, give me a second.
Don't forget about the southern part of the state, because it's a lot more conservative down here than it is like in the northern or the bigger like Chicago area.
That sounds like a potential volunteer. Ashley, have you met John?
I don't think so, but I'm near the bottom, like the very tip of Illinois, so we get ignored down here a lot. In fact, our governor was announced before our voting polls had even closed, so we get ignored.
Awesome. Well, this has been a good room so far. I like that we're carrying on the money bomb last night, and the Kitover takeover night 2 is in full effect. Abby, we raised over $1,000 for John last night, and we're now setting our sight on $10,000 in donations. Every dollar goes a long way. He's spreading every dollar in important ways in terms of getting people in outdoors. The goal right now is ballot access. Getting John on the ballot will be a huge test because there are people within the state that don't want to see him on the ballot. Specifically, the party that he is part of doesn't want to see him on the ballot. And I can tell you that that's going to be the biggest challenge. But every dollar that we raise is going to mean that his opposition is going to want to raise about $20. So we can at least, at very least, make them waste a lot of their money. So I hope we come together and do this. I think the message is important enough, and the ask is pretty clear. We're not asking people to do anything that they're uncomfortable with. It's just simply pray, ask the Lord Almighty, whatever deity of choice, just ask the Lord prayerfully, just ask Him, what level of generosity should you have when giving money to the campaign? And the Lord will whisper to you. It's a whisper, so you have to listen carefully. The Lord will whisper to you, either don't give any of your money, maybe the Lord will say, well, what's the minimum? $1? Okay, what would that hurt? But the Lord may say, this is your calling. You should give big. This is the thing you've been waiting for. All the things that you believe, those are the things that John believes. And if the Lord whispers that into your heart, that's when you should give big.
I promise any campaign contributors will get total transparency into this campaign. Every single issue that you have, I will listen to. Now, I will put it in my list of the top 10 priorities, and if you have any priorities for the campaign, put it in the chat now.
If you have any,
I've written my first position paper. Let me put it in the pizza.
if you can make things better for the forgotten part of the state, I know you get a lot of voters down here because, we pretty much get the leftovers, and you don't even see a lot of campaigning down here, like when it comes to like the big elections.
Yeah, the biggest towns.
Sorry about that. I just want to bring attention to the poll. We're up to 56 votes, and Healthy Debates is pulled back into second place. Chillism has moved down to third, and Politically Correct is remaining in fourth place. It's a tight race for second place. I don't know who's going to win, but we'll find out once we get all of the votes counted.
Roger, could you do the Ken Copeland and say, God wanted me to have that private jet?
Wow.
So, Rich, I'm not sure.
He sounded like Ken Copeland was fucking amazing. God, why won't you keep one God?
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on, let me get back up. I didn't know he was allowed on stage without making a donation or considering.
Hold on. Why don't
Okay, that's like, that's somebody on blog text.
Hold on. Rich, you've got some atoning to do. Do you want to atone?
About what?
How about the fact that my friend mentioned you declare a truth, and that it was mutually agreed that we would ignore each other, and then 5 minutes later, you came into a room I was in to harass me. How about that?
That's not true. That's inaccurate. I apologize.
Oh, I'm sorry, it was 2 hours, not 5 minutes.
No, what actually happened is I came in the room and then I was allowed to be on stage and then you crashed out to Nathan and all the chillism that you didn't want me to be back on stage. Even though it wasn't your decision, it was King Solomon's, and him and I made amends. And I apologize for what I said to him, and then you crashed out and started kicking me.
No, I was agreeing to ignore you, and then you had comments in the chat. You forgot.
No, that was way after.
Poor memory.
Yeah, that's inaccurate. That was way after you had already jumped in on me.
Don't think so.
Hey, it's only self-defense if you get jumped, and then you can defend yourself.
Hold on. Rich, let me just
What's
ask
up?
you. I was just going to ask you a point. Did you miss being in the muff?
Well, I missed the drama.
The drama? What about the
Well, like the drama between you and Nathan and JB.
what about the rewarding experience that we've had of reading books together, of raising money
Oh, no.
for political campaigns? No.
I was like some Ken Copeland shit. But this is for me. It's like the telenovelas. Watching you and JB and Nathan crash out on each other is just fucking amazing.
I told you. When did I crash out on TV?
Well, no, I mean you guys don't like crack.
It's his audio code. I can hear that.
It's been a clubhouse glitch today.
I'm curious about what this crash out is, because I crashed out lots of time.
He likes the chaos. I told you. I was so grateful that you were like, you know what? Give him a chance. And I was like, yeah, we could do that. I really like this mojo. I was really doing some good things in my heart. Like, all right, we'll see. I'm telling you.
All right. I just want to warn you, I've got eyes on other women right now, so you're trying to compete for my affection, and the object of my desire might even be in this room, so this is becoming awkward. Anyways, okay, so Rich took care of himself there. That was interesting. John, I thought Rich was your friend. We're not going to get a campaign donation. What's going on here?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think so, and I don't think you're going to extract any atonement from him. So, I would say enforce your house rules at all times, but still see if people are willing to make amends or ask for forgiveness, because, you know, personally, Yom Kippur has been a monumental, psychological, revolutionary, religious way to essentially go clear and make peace, as opposed to living with a grudge or having conflict with people. Asking for forgiveness is a challenge for a lot of people, but I've done it a lot of times in my life. And, the back end of it is way more glorious than living with anger and hating her.
Hey, John, not to change the subject, but have you, how much work have you done reaching out to the, I'm assuming you're a Republican running against a Republican, is that right? So
That's correct.
Okay, so when are your primaries? Next year?
Mm-hmm. In March, yeah.
Okay, have you reached out to the other, Republican committees in your district to see, like,
I live in Chicago, and I've gone to many Chicago GOP, aka Illinois GOP events, you may call it, and my feedback is that they are a waste of time. It's like an exclusive little clique of individuals, and I don't want to go into great detail about it because this is politics, and when you run, as I know you've run, you figure out very rapidly that it's not about the party or about the country or about the well-being. It's about controlling a private little clique. And Clown House with the green beans and the rooms in the houses, it's all very similar. And a lot of people, it turns out they're kind of two-faced, three-faced, four-faced, five-faced. And so, I'm running as a Republican against a Republican who has created over $20 trillion in debt by voting on HR acts. And, I'm just bringing a very fiscal conservative message to the voters of the 16th District of Illinois, which the Chicago GOP never does. The Illinois GOP may do a little bit. But anyways, I'm just saying I am going to take a break from Clown House because being here for 18 hours a day is a little too much, and I need to take a power walk and go pick up some chicken for dinner. So I pray for you all that you can hang tight, but I will be back in 30 minutes.
Okay, I just realized you guys prosecutor on the counterterrorism. You fight pretty powerful in ways and means. I mean, this is also chair of College Subcommittee on China Relations. This is a very serious member of Congress since Lindsay.
So, Abby,
D plus 11 C. R plus 11, sorry, R plus 11.
So, Abby, we did the money bomb for John last night. We'll continue doing it. We're going to also do one for Mark Rice. Will you participate in the one that we do for Mark? I know you're familiar with Mark.
We didn't endorse it last time. I'm staying out of those, truthfully.
Okay,
Fair be honest.
fair enough.
We have Marshall on the stage. He can talk to you a little bit more about
I want Marshall. I want you to come with me to Chicago. We're gonna go and train the volunteers to knock doors. Can you make yourself available either at the end of this month or beginning of next month for a couple days in Chicago?
Probably not. It'd be busy for the next month and a half.
Okay.
So I'll find it.
Let's talk offline. I'll text you and we'll figure out coordination and maybe there's some things you can help do remotely. But I want to get your thoughts on looking at some of the voter data and putting together a plan, like a block by block plan of making sure we get the signatures to get them on the ballot. I appreciate you. Just an extra set of eyeballs on it.
Yeah, you have to.
I learned that potatoes are not like a native species. They were a mix of tomatoes and this other thing called pigeon Brussels. Did you guys know that?
What is happening, Dima? What that was not here, or even in the audience, anybody that was not here for the money bomb that we did for John yesterday? Anybody?
Me.
No.
I don't think I was.
Oh, okay, cool. So we did a fundraiser yesterday. We raised $1,000, a little over $1,000 total. And I'm just gonna throw this out there. You can find on John Kitover's bio the link to his anecdote, which will allow you to make campaign contributions. I would just ask. This is my ask. Without even asking you to make a donation, I would ask you, the pre-work is to pray about it. I want you to ask the deity of your choice, should you support the campaign? And if so, what number does the Lord whisper to you that you should donate? And then the other ask would be to listen to the Lord. If the Lord says nothing, then give nothing. If the Lord says give a lot, give a lot.
That's fair.
Christy has an interesting deity. Christy's deity whispered to save her money. Okay, that's a fair position, Christy. Not all deities are as generous as the others. And so, for those of you that have generous deities, have that conversation.
Poseidon says to donate. Odin says you don't have any money, so they're fighting right now.
Ashley, you will not buy.
It was a joke.
Oh,
I will. I will get one. I'm looking into one.
no, I was gonna say, do you know how easy it is to propagate a begonia? You could pick which one you want in my photo, and all I gotta do is pluck a leaf and stick it in dirt, and then in 90 days I can send you a baby of it for free. You see what I'm
Okay,
saying?
but you're gonna have to tell me how to take care of it because I don't want to kill it.
Marshall.
The best idea is to buy one now so that you can practice on it. So when people send you one of her babies, the chances of survival increase because there's a lot of guilt in killing one of Venus' babies.
Oh my gosh, you already know that. I cry. Not okay.
That's beautiful begonias. They're stunning, actually. I never appreciated them as.
Think of this as an interlude, Joe. We'll get back to still no breather, plant talk.
We do this in the night rooms over at Tourism. Like that's the part that nobody really gets to appreciate. Is like when the calmer people, like when all the crash outs are over and the calmer people kind of like come together and we can like talk about hobbies and stuff like that. And when it's chill, or even if it's a chill discussion.
So
You know, that's kind of fun.
so when the discussion about would you rather have sex with a man or a gorilla is over,
I hated that. I hated that whole debate. I was working at that time, but oh my lord, I wished it would just be over with because that's all I heard for the entire 8 hours I was at work one day. It was just people going back and forth, the man or the gorilla. I hated that debate.
I chose the gorilla, by the way.
of course she did.
Of course I did.
That shit literally makes me question if I'm in the Matrix or not. Like if this is real life or not. Those types of comments.
Yeah.
Same pockets.
It's
gotta be dreaming, dude. Yeah, I gotta be dreaming. I'll really smack myself just to make sure everything's good.
Can I just say, for those of you that have not voted in the poll yet, and again, I won't call you out by name, but I can see which ones of you have not voted. I don't know why you haven't, but that's a personal thing. If you don't want to vote, you don't need to vote. We have 63 votes so far, and it is tightening up for second place for which house on Clubhouse is the most entertaining. It is really a tight race right now. I don't know where this thing's going to land, but I'm going to keep the voting open until we get to at least 100 votes. We're at 64 right now. Just vote. If everybody just does their civic duty and votes, that would be great.
The reason I like Chosen, not gonna lie, is because it makes me feel more sane. It brings up my confidence and my intelligence and my choices in life and what I think about. So it really
inspired me to be like, you know what, I'm on the right track. No, I'm doing pretty well. So
I hear you. Like the day that I went in there and listened to two idiots argue for 45 minutes about Hegel, come to find out that neither of them had ever read Hegel, it made me appreciate the fact that even though I don't read quite as much as I used to read, at least I have read, and at least the conversations that I have about certain authors, I can at least say that I've actually read them. I think that that's one of the refreshing things. So if some of you think that you just don't do enough reading, go into chillism and you'll find out that there's people that don't do any reading. And they claim to be experts on topics. 45-minute arguments about Hegel, and neither person, that was Concrete and Ike, two of the biggest dum-dums on the entire app, they were arguing about Hegel for 45 minutes. Neither of them had ever read it. And then I thought, okay, well, that's just limited to them. Then there was an individual by the name of Nex. I don't know if you guys know him. He's newer to the app. He came in saying that his favorite part about the app is to tell Christians to call them out on their bullshit. So then when I asked him, oh, so you're familiar with the Christian Bible? Next response was, well, I've never read it. So, but he's going to sort you Christians out on your belief system about a Bible that he's never read. It's fucking amazing. But if you want to hear people argue about things that they've never taken any time to learn about, go to chillism.
Welcome to Clown House.
This is the time of night that I would like to introduce my friend Timok. Timok is a major movie star from the 1980s. He's an action star. I would argue the first positive black action star that we've ever had. You can go back to the 70s and find the Jim Browns, the Richard Rowntrees. But if you want positivity, Timok is the guy. He is the Bruce Lee of black actors. And if you have not seen The Last Dragon, I would recommend that you go see it. Timok, do you want to add anything?
What's the name?
Timok, go ahead, tell her. You got a potential fan.
Yeah, it's Timok. How you doing? I come here to police the room every once in a while and help Mojo from having a heart attack when he's in a certain headspace. Yeah, keeping the love in the room. And I got some good news, Mojo. They're expanding out to another 500 theaters, another company. So the film that I did years ago, it's already going to be re-released October 19th by AMC Theaters and Sony Distribution. But Iconic Entertainment, they'll be releasing it in an extra 500 theaters. So it's nationwide. If you want to have fun, you'll know, just go to AMC and you can click a little reminder. And then Iconic Entertainment. Yeah.
What's the movie called?
The Last Dragon.
The Last Dragon? Damn. Are you the main character?
Yeah, he's Bruce Leroy.
Get the fuck out of here.
Alright, I'm gonna get the fuck out of here.
He is. Is it real?
Yeah, go fucking look it up. Go.
Don't talk to me like that, Roger. God damn.
I can talk to you for so long. I feel like, yes, this is Last Dragon. Yes.
Hi, guys.
Yeah, it's a fun movie. If you
No, I got it.
enjoy Mojo, you'll definitely enjoy The Last Dragon.
I love it.
I like
The one from 1985.
Yes.
I want to see the one you played the detective in, Timok.
Well, on my Instagram, you'll see the scene that, it played a really horrible character. It's terrible. People don't like when they play characters.
I like those movies, and I want to see that one too.
Oh, thank you.
Let me know when we're ready to talk about the poll, because I really would like the second placers to justify their rationale for voting for the way they did.
That's a good one. This is why I picked the co-mods that I have. I found that in the muff, if you select women, you get the best curated conversation possible.
They
started to see it work your way up.
Exactly. I'm not gonna lie, y'all. I'll get this to you guys. God already knows. But during COVID, I used to steal feet pictures off of Google and sell them on OnlyFans. That shit got me by.
Wait. You better be careful admitting that. There was that woman during COVID she was selling bath water, and they came to find out that it wasn't actually bath water, and she ended up getting sued. So you better be careful.
Oh, this is all hypothetical.
Even better. But if you did make money from it, you might want to consider a donation to John Kitover.
Absolutely not. That's a hard no.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass too, dog.
Yeah, I'll pray for it. Prayers are worth more than $90.
I'll pass this down to my grandparents and all their friends because they're all more conservative.
Thank you, Ashley.
I don't even know what the fuck I am. Let's do this.
So, for the people that voted for chillism and healthy debates, and we can throw in the fourth place politically correct. Tell me why. I mean, we're here. So obviously in the muff doesn't mean nothing because you're here. And also, why do you think the room you selected is the most entertaining?
Monica, for those of us that have the old app, can you read?
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Which house on chillism is the most entertaining? Chillism. Which house on chillism? Which house on Clubhouse is the most? That's a Freudian slip. Which house on Clubhouse is the most entertaining? Chillism has 13%. Healthy debates has 16%. Politically correct has 10%. And we don't need to brag, but in the muff has a whopping, giant, almost embarrassing lead of 63%.
Yeah, I voted for you in the muff. I just got one complaint, Mojo. I'd like to hear some singing once in a while. Got comedy, got all kinds of.
Time out. Part of the problem. Yeah, hold on. Time out. Part of the problem is you're not here often enough. Last night we had
I'm here a lot.
Abdul showed up and he gave us a full concert last night.
Oh, okay.
Despite breaking Rule 10.
Right, yeah.
Have you ever loved someone so much you thought give so much of yourself and see on the way?
No one did a giant story.
That was so good.
Mojo can be a voice.
Oh, thank you guys. My apologize. Thank you.
Pockets. You think you might want to come visit the Lady Hawk and sing the national anthem at the kickoff party?
Well, maybe Pockets, you can sing a theme song for John Kitover's campaign. What would be an appropriate song for John Kitover's campaign?
John sucks. He really, really sucks. John sucks. Gatorade.
Well, I think.
Go ahead, Monica.
I was going to make a bad joke, so go ahead, Beaver.
Oh, I said, I'm sorry.
So,
I gotta do it now. You guys gotta tell me.
well, I don't think it was funny. I think it's bad. So it's probably lucky that you saved me.
We love that.
I was thinking joy to the world, joy to the fishes in the deep blue sea. Or John's Kitover.
Joy to you and me.
Right.
So I have a question. I'm reading this article right now. It's talking about sex reversal in birds. The 5 common Australian birds. There was just like this random study, and they were shocked. Kookaburras, rainbow lorikeets, some pigeon things, the magpies. They actually discovered sex reversal. I'm talking like a genetically male bird laying eggs. Now here's the question though. Do you think that this has something to do with something disruptors. How do you say it?
When you're finished with the submission, will you please go read the House rules, specifically rule number 3? But go ahead and finish.
What is that? Is that not eating and talking?
No. Just finish.
Which one is it? No, tell me.
Stay on topic.
Oh, I didn't think there was.
I thought we were talking about John Kitover for Congress.
I thought we were talking about the poll. Wait, hold on. So,
Hey, so you want to talk about the poll?
so we have to talk about whatever's in the title.
One in the Jumbotron.
But Bima, when we do talk about that, I have a comment on it, so we'll say that.
About the gender swapping birdies.
Yeah.
We can talk about it now, real quick.
Well, just quickly, I think I shared this, that I sat on the airplane next to a woman that treats birds, and she's a vet tech. So I actually asked her about sex in birds, and she told me now they do DNA, but prior they had to actually do surgery to figure out what the sex was of the bird, because everything comes out of just one place, and everything's up in that one place. So it's like a newer phenomenon when you get a bird to know if you have a female or a male by the DNA testing. But prior to that, they had to do like some kind of cut on your bird to figure it out. So that's the only thing I want to share.
That's interesting.
Well, also very disappointing because Bima has 2 young turkeys and she's trying to determine the gender of them, make it a little bit harder.
But they can do DNA on these because it's like evidently nothing shows. You don't know.
The junior might be out of luck.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. I'm looking through the goo, and the friends with the speakers. You got Ben, Lynn, and Mosh. None of them have completed the poll. In the next section, there's half a dozen of you at least that have not submitted to the poll. And then on the stage, we have people on the stage that have not even answered the poll. I don't know, do you not like the wording of the poll? Do you just not want to participate in the poll? What is going on? Why can't we get more people to participate in the poll?
I think it's because it shows up on your profile, and when they're going to go in the other houses, as they must eventually, because they have friends and conversations there they appreciate, it will show up and they'll have a scarlet letter because, they want to vote for us, Roger, and it's just not like.
Alert. Politically correct is in the single digits. So please ping your friends from politically correct. We want to make sure that they're look, I'm all about democracy, so we want to make sure that their people show up. So make sure you ping in the people from politically correct. They're down to single. We don't like this.
I think they're afraid of poll writing. I think they're afraid of just poll writing or polls in general.
Well, no, look, because MG, and I was just gonna say this, maybe people need to update their apps, and then MG updated the app, so maybe you guys down there need to update your apps, maybe.
Can I just say this? And I'll say this in front of a crowded room. MG is the most beautiful woman on the history of this app. I just want to say these words out loud. I know she's a married woman. This is not flirting. This is just an observation. If you walk outside and you see the sunrise, you could say, hey, the sun's rising. If you look at her photograph, you can see she's the most beautiful woman that's ever been on this app. Period. That's all.
A real simple.
And she scares me, which makes her hotter. It's crazy. If I change my vote right before I go back, will it show up on my profile, like if I voted for somebody else?
It will show up in your profile when the poll ends. And we still have 33 votes to get to 100. So, I'd like to share why I'm voting for Chillism. Yeah.
Scarlett, initially why the vote was
because I don't really go to these other rooms, so I didn't know much about them.
Well, I appreciate your voting now. And chillism is one of the most freest speech spaces we have.
Yeah, you can say the N-word. Go ahead.
Yes, you can.
And that's great. And you also can say.
Well, hold on. Scarlett, let me ask you this. Do you think that it's a value add to have a space where you get to say the N-word, or do you think it's a value add to forbid people from saying the N-word?
I think that if someone is going to be stupid enough to be racist, that I will let them be that stupid. And if they're going to use racial epithets to demean, dehumanize, devalue people, I'd rather know sooner than later. You're going to stab me. I'd rather you stab me in the front so that I know that you're unpleasant and I can avoid you accordingly.
But Scarlett, what if somebody thought that it'd be fun to stab you in the back?
She better run.
That's happened a couple of times. It's not been the most pleasant experience to be stabbed in the back by people who are nice to you to your face and then talk about you in rooms when you're not there. But, they get to. And if
Scarlett,
you give you information.
Scarlett, I was just floating a little innuendo. It went over your head, but that's okay.
Did I choose to take it
Oh
at face
my
value?
gosh, I just got it.
I'd like to debate on the name chillism, because I feel like in the past year that actual name of the house should be switched to narcissism. Because every time I come in, I feel like you're debating about who the best debater is all the time, instead of talking about what the debate is you're debating about.
That's what makes it so chill.
Oh wait, that or whose turn it is to speak next? That's
Yeah.
Chillism, though, has really taught me about self-control, self-worth, and learning when to just not engage. So I feel like when people want to say shit to you, it's shock factor. They want you to react. The people who react are not victims to me. If you get called a name and you get upset and come off your mic, you've lost already because you allowed them to have control over your emotions and react. So to me, I feel like it really teaches you self-control, that type of room. Because I used to go off, Mojo, you know that I used to go off, but now I'm just like, you can talk to yourself. So it teaches you that worth of you can't even touch me.
Pockets is pretty fierce.
Pockets, we've got.
All right, Sean, I'll go after you.
Yeah, please, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, and I don't mean to interrupt you. You are a bot, and I did violate a rule. I apologize for that. No, but I'll say that Pockets, I agree with you. That is a good point. And Pockets, I know you from back in the day. Pockets used to be the master of ad-libs. Right, Pocket?
100%.
Okay, I got muted. She was a master of the ad-lib on the, like, in all of Clubhouse.
Pockets, I agree with you there. Like, I think I've grown a little bit. Like, when I first joined chillism, yesterday would have broken me down, and I would have been going off and yelling and screaming and having my own little fit. I had several people hit me up, make sure I was okay, and that's the people that keep me there. But yeah, I agree with you there 100%. It desensitizes you almost, and even if you think you have thick skin, it'll give you thicker skin.
100%. I just play Call of Duty and pretend all the people in jail are people children.
I'm playing hard. I'm building my head.
For real, I'll kill somebody and be like, fuck you, mate.
Nate, do you use it?
Ooh, that's a good idea. That might make me better at Call of Duty. I'm just gonna
Yeah,
for real.
It's like a 12-year-old. Yeah, it's great.
So, had this poll been done last year, well, before in the muff, I would have voted for healthy debates too. But then I would have really been voting for Mojo, Callie, Rohan. I never get it right. Rohan is one of the hardest
it's the
Well,
extreme
you're
thing.
never gonna get it right. You know this fucking asshole, and he's my good friend, but I called him Rohan for over a year, and he never corrected me. And then somebody told me, hey, his name's Rowan. And I argued. I said, no, he's my friend. His name is Rohan. So then I asked Rohan, hey, how do I pronounce your name? And he goes, it's Rowan. So this motherfucker let me call him by the wrong name for over a year.
And you know, back in the pinnacle of healthy debates, when it was the place to be on the app, we would have a very different poll, I think. It would definitely be blue all the way, a blue poll. But yeah, times have changed.
Roger seems to have
Leadership.
I don't know, Roger seems to have a blue poll right now.
I always liked the Roger Brand team, by the way. Let me just say, I always thought Roger and Brand were like unstoppable as a team.
I had no good experiences in healthy debates. I think I'm a little traumatized by it, to be honest with you. That was one of my first rooms that I found when I came to Clubhouse, and just everything that happened, you know, thank God I was able to find chillism. But healthy debates, no way.
Nobody ever.
Politically correct. Oh no, and there was a guy named Roger in there, and he wasn't that bad at the time. There was like a very specific time in history that he like went a little. It was just crazy. And then there was these other people that were like admittedly just constantly rude, and it's not fun because, you know, if I'm gonna be stupid, let me just show you that I'm stupid. You don't have to like pre-game for me and tell everybody how stupid I am, right? And that's just not fun. When you come into a room and before you even say anything or after you say something, people don't engage with what you said. They just say, oh, you're so stupid. Oh, this person is so stupid. This person's so stupid. And I have a dedicated hater in healthy debates, and it's refreshing. Anyway, the point is, healthy debates, no way. Worse, no. Chillism, that was able to take my heart when I was abandoned in the streets alone, sad, and they picked me up, they took me in, and I was able to talk about what I wanted to talk about.
I think you're a prisoner.
Well, I kind of was. And my body set a lot of
When you actually writing a book about this,
and
it's gonna be a magic book. It's gonna be fucking epic.
but then in the love happened, and I'm gonna say that I am almost conflicted because I'm very loyal to knowledge and chillism. But in the love, there's this new guy named Mojo, and then this really incredible team of amazing women. And I don't know, I can't seem to get enough. And the movement, the progress, I mean, like, it's just
Safe in the month, Lima? Do you feel safe in the month?
Do you know? I honestly do, yeah. I mean, well, the best, yeah, no, I definitely do. I know, yeah.
Can we have it in the
Look
month?
at Rohan coming off of the my view.
Please, thank you. Yeah, Rohan, good to see you. Good to hear your voice.
I have a story about Rohan. I don't know if I'm gonna get in trouble saying it or not. I was doing one of my morning rooms, and I had a title.
How'd you say his name?
You know my titles. I was deliberately saying it wrong. Rohan,
Mojo,
and Rohan.
how do you pronounce my name? Mojo.
Rose.
Let's try it. Well done.
Why did you never tell Mojo you were saying it wrong? It just didn't matter to you?
It was just fun.
Then you said it wrong.
Now the fun part
Yes.
when you talk
What about 3 words out loud? Sorry, starting to be. Can you just try that again? You got stuck in the mouth for a second.
Yeah, sorry, I'm driving. Don't stop me.
Stuck in the mouth.
Maybe.
Stuck in the mouth. Stuck in the mouth.
Stuck in the mouth.
The fun Do you know, Mojo, there was a similar story, like the Rowan story that you had. There is a person in this room that I am calling Serenity, and somebody else, some other wonderful human being, had to message me and was just like, I just want you to know that it's not Serenity, it's Serenity. Yeah, it happens all the time. And she never corrected me. What is she read?
You gonna do book on tape? Book on CD? Oh, okay.
What was that, MG? No, I get called MJ. Oh, do you really? Yes.
Okay, that's crazy. The hell? By the way, if we ask nicely enough, then she is conscious. Yeah.
She has?
Yeah.
I just
MG.
I've never heard MG sing.
Oh, we're all talking at the same time. I'm sorry. MG, I just wanted you to know when they were talking earlier about how beautiful you were. I just want everybody to know she's just as beautiful on the inside as she is on the outside. Oh, see, that's a sweet comment. See, that's a good friend. That's so sweet. Thank you, love. You're welcome, love.
That's why they call my room title that. That's why they call her Serenity. Sorry, Kristen, go ahead. No, that's okay, I'm sorry.
There are two people on the stage that have still not responded to the poll. No pressure.
Maybe they haven't updated their app though.
Well, it might be a little bit.
Updating your apps.
It'd be a little sticky for Rowan, I would think. Divided loyalties at all. I would just counsel today.
It's not about divided loyalties. The question is which house on Clubhouse is the most entertaining? I'm actually contemplating changing my vote to politically correct, and not just simply because it's got the lowest amount of balance out. It's really because if I think about it, it is pretty entertaining, especially like when there's a good news day where like Trump does something that's controversial. Watching people crash out in that room, there's a lot of joy to be had in that. So I think I might change my vote, and I've moderated in the months and healthy debates, and I've been kicked out of politically correct, but for whatever reason, it is entertaining. There's nothing better than watching progressives cry.
Well, we haven't got to vote. We might not make it. I would think that
What do you mean we might not make it? Well, listen, when I'm in the muscle, I'm in it for the long haul. I hope so. Give me one.
You haven't voted, you're like you moistures.
dry. Don't be dry.
I don't think so.
Moisture.
Becky, why did you vote the way that you voted? Yeah, I just want to hear an explanation of why you voted the way you voted. No, I'm not arguing that, but I'm wondering because I'm considering changing my vote. But give me your take on why you find it so entertaining. they giving you any pushback for your participation in these rooms?
I think there was a comment about not wanting me to play both sides, to which I told them I do my own rooms here, and I've pretty much always done my own rooms. Alan will tell you one of the rooms that got clipped when I lost my original count was, what's your favorite dessert and tell me why it's brownies. So, I don't respond well to captivity. Mom is a rolling stone. I go where I want. Exactly who I want. Say what I want.
Polyamorous. You're polyamorous, right, Scarlett?
No, not polyamorous. I am Clubhouse fluid.
Okay, you're in an open relationship.
I'm Clubhouse fluid.
Open Clubhouse relationship.
Yeah, but actually, that's not even it. I'm Clubhouse fluid. Like I have my own rooms. I do my own spaces, and some of them are well attended, and some of them are just me. And both rooms I'm happy with. So,
And there's always a replay.
Oh, it's an inside joke, though. It's an inside joke from all the Black Monica Dixon television stuff.
Sometimes you feel like you're not. Sometimes you don't. Cackles, welcome to the stage. I see you haven't voted yet. No pressure. But we're talking about fun houses. Do you want to tell them about when you built a bot that would read people's profiles and then make fun of them? You remember that?
Yeah.
Is that bot still working?
Yeah, but that's an update.
that's fine. Because
It was great.
to read mine.
Well, what it would do is it would read it and then it would sarcastically tell you a little bit about like what it can learn about you based on your bio.
All we can do with ChatGPT and Grok, I bet.
Well, and listen, Cackles is a little advanced, more advanced than these basic LLMs, and he was ahead of the curve when it came to building these. Cackles, if you ever do decide to get it up and running again, you would have an open invitation to bring it into this room.
Is this for your vote or what?
No, look, I might change my vote to politically correct, and I think that most of the people in there are stupid, but which house is the most entertaining? You have, look, there's 12% that voted for chillism, and it's the stupidest people on the fucking planet.
Easy. I would submit, Mojo, that you haven't put the belt on there. You haven't put the trenches. You haven't put Kim Judge to a vote. Easy, if you don't mind.
She's not gonna get it.
Well, hold on, Scarlett, is this our first fight?
Yes.
Affirmative.
Okay, so I was thinking about it today, how would concrete explain the dilemma that I'm in? And so my idea was, when you're coming from a community that doesn't have a lot of resources, aka you're poor, and then suddenly you move into the suburbs and might not have to worry about your bike getting stolen, and you don't have to worry about your car not being where you left it, and there's no need to sleep in the bathtub because you're not getting shot at in the middle of the night. But you still love where you grew up. You had family and friends there. Not everybody was trying to kill you. So,
course I do not care for. And that person didn't know, they do not like me.
What's their name?
Nathan. But
Nathan?
me.
Did you know Nathan?
Oh, yesterday. Well, I guess he didn't know I was listening, but I went on a whole diatribe about it, right? But there was
Ashley,
that girl.
Ashley,
That it's worth it.
Ashley,
Yeah.
let me just say this. So Nathan, when he found out that Monica was, I won't even finish what I was going to say. Let's just say that Nathan, for whatever reason, got jealous of Monica's proximity to Mojo.
She's an insight, too. She's an insight, like, in-house, too.
He stole my photo. And flattery is the most sincere, imitation is the most sincere form of flattery. But I have to tell you, it all came from the fact that he became very insecure when he realized that he was not the alpha. When he realized and he accepted his position as the beta, he stole the photograph.
Interesting. Well, I enjoy knowledge. I enjoy mine and his, back and forth. We talk about, Universal Studios and Disney because, I'm a Disney adult. I'll be the first to admit it. Eric, at first, Eric kind of rubbed me the wrong way, but the more I got to know him, the more, he became, one of my favorite people in there. And I know a lot of people hate lying, but, when you learn to look past the exterior, he, deep down, he's a good guy. How did he end up with Lady if he's not a good guy? Let's be honest.
So let me tell you a story about Eric. Hold on. Let me tell you a story about Eric. So I was sitting there one day, and somebody, it was on topic. He made a statement, somebody challenged him, and they said, well, let's debate it. And then Eric said, okay, we'll schedule a debate. It's like, why not have the debate right now? Eric is very intellectually dishonest. He is not up for a debate. He's not up for a conversation. He was challenged directly on a topic that he brought up, and he was not willing to debate his position. I would say that he's the biggest coward in that room.
I don't think so. I've heard him debate. It's not in there quite a bit. I might not speak up all the time in there because there's a lot of huge voices in that room. Really loud voices. I can be loud because of my headphones, because I get passionate, but there's also that too, but there are some good people, like Ema when she comes in, and I got to know, she's a great person. Concrete girl. I never thought it happened, but he did. But yeah, concrete girl on me, okay? It's fun.
Shut your fucking mouth. Concrete is one of the guys that was debating for 45 minutes about a book that he's never, an author he's never read. He's read nothing. And for 45 minutes, he claimed to be an expert about Hegel. 45 minutes, and the moderators just let him go on and on and on. Finally, Tally loosed me up, and I asked the question, Concrete, if you ever read Hegel? And he acknowledged, the one piece of credit I'll give to him is he acknowledged no. And his argument was with Ike, who was also arguing his expertise on Hegel. And I said, Ike, you've read Hegel, right? And then Ike said, no, I've never read it either. So these two fucking buffoons argued for 45 minutes about an author that they've never fucking read.
But that's one of the things that I really appreciate about Concrete, right? Because
He's a fucking idiot.
No, it's because he can argue stuff that that he doesn't personally believe in, but he can make the best arguments for it. Hold on. That's what I appreciate about him.
Hold on. He didn't make a good argument, which is why from the goo, I was like, this guy's never read this. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. The only people that think that he's making a good argument are people that are you're stupider than he is.
It's more stupid, but yeah.
Or people that haven't read it and were ignorant, so just go along.
But see, once you kind of learn, like I learned this first step. Like I hated concrete when I first started. Okay, me and concrete, we had some vicious back and forths. But like over the last year, he grew on me, like he did. And it's like the people that when I first started in the room, I thought I wouldn't be able to stand. Those people grow on you after a time, right? And the people you think you're gonna like, you know, you might not like them as much. And I think that's one of the things I really do enjoy about that space. You know, like, yeah, you know what, you go in there and there are, I mean, there's a lot of goofy conversations, but, you know, it is a 24/7 room. And it's not always going to be the, like, best intellectual conversations when you have a 24-hour room because you're going to run out of things to talk about.
Yeah, but no, this is a good point. This is a good point because right after the conversation between two people for 45 minutes that argued about Hegel that never read Hegel, immediately after I shut down that conversation, exposing that neither of them had read it, immediately following that, they were debating whether you would rather have sex with a man or a gorilla.
No, that wasn't.
It was immediately following. Yes.
The premise was, what would you rather? And both choices are obnoxious. Deliberately so. So.
Specific kind of gorilla.
Well, we had to see this. Mojo's gonna read.
Hold on.
He's gonna let me set the premise.
You can, but I just want to welcome Pepe back into the fold. We read the down teaching, and so I made the decision to unblock everybody, which includes Pepe. Welcome back to the space, Pepe.
Hi, Pepe. Amazing. Oh. You know what I like about you, Pepe?
Fine. You're not 25. You're
I mean, it's the truth.
All right, Mother, let's go back to Scarlet. Scarlet, go ahead and say what you were going to say about this premise about gorillas.
So it's both untenable. So then you have to pick the best of the worst. So the scenario is, do you like to be sodomized by a man or have sexual relations with a female gorilla?
I think it was the other, not sodomized.
Bro, you don't think I would know? Bro, I was in there for 4 weeks talking about this.
Hold on. I was there. Yeah, I was on stage. And it was sodomized by hold on. The premise was, would you rather be fucked by a man or fucked by a gorilla? And Team Gorilla would say that they would choose the gorilla because the gorilla had a smaller penis.
No.
Yeah, that's what the
Female gorilla, there's female gorilla.
That was not the premise of the fucking
I don't understand.
Yeah, hold on. That was the premise. Would you rather be fucked by a man or would you rather fuck a female gorilla? Because these guys were saying, hold on. These guys were saying, I don't want to be gay. I'd rather fuck animals than be seen as gay. And that's what the whole retardedness of the answers came about. That these guys would rather fuck animals than be gay.
You guys only have in your community, like, you don't experience this bestiality in the black community.
This is a mostly black room with black
Yeah,
I'm just gonna listen because this is a white folks thing.
Okay, so
No, it's not.
So I think we're talking
it's a mostly black room. Okay.
about children, right?
When I was in there and they were talking about it, at the time it was all black moms. But go ahead.
Okay, so that room runs, I agree with the previous speaker, that room runs 24/7. It's actually one of the only free speech rooms in this house. You can think whatever you want in chillism, and nobody, you're going to get your turn. Doesn't matter how egregious your statement is. You know, you can be anti-Israel, tell the Jews to go fuck themselves, and you will get a voice in that room, compared to a lot of other spaces I saw about. So we can say what we want about chillism, you will get to say what you don't want to say, and that's in that space.
So, Mother, I'm going to agree with you. And so the way that I like to think of if you're looking at the main
point where it's just black people say it. It has nothing. White people never rarely say it. So you're misrepresenting the actual conversation, and it doesn't happen frequently. It doesn't be regular situation. And these rooms they say the N word all the time. Like it's not on that level. It's usually black people.
Yeah, I think only the one person that said it was that thing.
But they say that upper really fucked up like derogatory things towards Jewish people too. It's like they laugh it off. It's just like, wow, you really just say that.
I mean, someone last person called me a bleach demon in my room, so I asked them how much they cost. So it's just, it's people that, if someone's gonna come at you, man, it's game on. Racism aside, it's game on. No kids though. No kids
But
though.
to be fair, like I haven't been in Rogers' rooms much, at least in the month. Do you guys allow like outright anti-Semitism and just like whatever? We'll say black too. I mean, would you guys allow people like God, there's somebody in there, like Lion, he'll go on and on and on and on about Jews. Like I feel like he'd probably get kicked from this room for doing that.
Yeah, probably. We're not really looking to platform people that hate people because of their identity. It's just a different thought process on what kind of conversation that you want to foster.
Well, they hate white people over there too. So like it's an equal opportunity hate fest. And you either
The only one that was gonna say that. What did they say? Only fucked up thing I've ever heard. It wasn't from someone that's from Chile. It was like all they said was, "You're not an original white person. You're not a real Anglo-Saxon. You're not a real descendant from the Mayflower. Like you're
Like even
I got called and eating my cereal. I had to look it up.
like Concrete, when he chips out, he'll call Jews the K word, he'll call us crackers, all kinds of shit. Like, he's actually a really funny sport to listen to sometimes, but he's mostly annoying.
I don't know what it is, man. I think racist shit is so fucking funny. Like, just the fact that people have to stoop that low is hilarious to me. Like, I really take this as comedy. I rarely take discussions seriously. So it's gonna change your mindset on how you navigate.
Let me ask you this, Pockets. Give me an example of using the N-word that's going to help a conversation to be productive in some way.
Even people, it's not about if you allow it to be unproductive, if you allow it to like a conversation that's your problem, that's for day to day. People are going to say whatever they want. If you allow it,
The example outside of literature, outside of news, outside of movies, outside of art in general. Give me an example of how the word add value.
I never said it is. It doesn't.
Okay, so if we can identify that it doesn't add value, and it can add chaos, it has no value, can add chaos. Why would people advocate for people being able to use it?
The same reason people advocate for firearms and gun rights.
Well, black people, the thing is, though,
Hold on, I want to stress that. What you just said was the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. So first of all, owning a firearm allows you to defend yourself. Using the N-word allows you to create the kind of conditions where violence takes place. Like honestly, Pockets, I like you, but that literally is the dumbest thing I've ever heard, ever.
My point is that people fight for things that cause chaos daily, whether it's a word, whether it's a gun. People fight for that right to be able to do that, whether it causes chaos or not. It's the problem that people allow it to get to them. This is a fucking act. You can leave quietly, you can get off this act, and you can go do the things that make you happy. If someone is talking shit to you and saying all these things, and you're letting it affect your day-to-day life, I don't know, man. Like, it's to me, I believe, yes.
So Pockets, this is cool. So Roger, I don't know what issues.
Yeah, I'm like, that wasn't a good one.
Roger, I do think there's a usefulness for it. And if you're in primarily black rooms, when somebody uses that word, there's an image that will pop up in our minds. It's generally going to be somebody low class, uneducated, irresponsible, criminal, just not a good person. And black people will intentionally use the hard R to refer to each other when they think somebody's just like their behavior is atrocious.
In a negative context.
Yes.
I do think
that's fucked up. I think if somebody's acting like that image in your mind, hold on.
Your piece of human, I think it is thought out. I'm gonna ask him to hand the mic straight to you, okay? I promise.
And I would say that, like, when you have black people, that image that we can all think in our head, we all are able to do that. When somebody's acting like that, it kind of does drive the point home. Like, hey, you know what? This is what you are. And that's fine. I don't really see a big deal. I think it actually hits home and it makes it a really succinct point.
We already are.
All I was gonna say is that I think the question should have been asked my pieces. I mean, okay, how do you feel about here's the hard R? It's fine. Sometimes you have to make it a little bit more closer to home and relate. How do you feel when you're in a room and you hear some people say cracker or pickle or trailer park trash?
I was confused by what it said. How does it say cracker?
She definitely
I was saying that should have been the question, but that way you say, you know what, nah, that didn't feel good. Like how y'all said something like, oh, when you hear these words, how does it feel? I can tell you how it makes me feel, but it doesn't like fuck with me like that. I get what you're saying. He's like, hell, I can log off. I can remove myself quietly. I have done it before because it's not that serious to me. It just lets me know who the fuck you really are and how the fuck I can interact with you. Because I know you're really a racist pussy freak.
Go ahead, Roger. So we all know that other governments, especially in our has a really rich history. Everybody knows that. So when you use those other words, that doesn't have that. They don't weigh the same for some people. So if you're using that word, if you use that word, you're definitely trying to create something that isn't valuable. You're trying to devalue another person based on your judgment of people, putting them in a broad sweep package of just it's just ugly thing to do because I know plenty of people that are of the tent that's my color or darker that are not the broad sweep that you're using when you use that word. So I would like to say that
I said individuals. I didn't say all black people.
I didn't say all. You just call me looking at me.
Oh my God, it's next time.
I think that's
Don't want to get to you, please.
I'm just asking what your example.
I think that's what you heard.
Just fucking answer.
We don't have specifically, we're trying to draft the language around. We're trying to figure out the right language about personal attacks. And sometimes it's entertaining to, but only if it's mutually desired. Like so,
about that monkey, nothing off.
Yes, that is a violation. So yes, he violated rule number 5. So if he can remain muted, he can finish. Go ahead, Tom.
So I find you very small-minded and a small person. I mean, because you have to resort to this name calling because that's how you think about yourself. Whenever somebody does that, it's more about them than it is the person they treat.
That's one thing. But I did say black people with very specific negative characteristics. You know, when you go to a store, or excuse me, a little fast food restaurant says, no shoes, no service. We all know who that sign is for. Whiskey Tango, white trash. Why? Who goes into a store being belligerent with their hairy ass clothes and no shoes? White trash. Yeah, that is white. Okay? We all know what white trash is. What is white trash behavior? Going into a place with no shoes and no shirt. You know, white. There are people that are white trash. It fits. It is perfectly reasonable to call them white trash. I do it all the time. And if you're one of those, you know, bad black people that hit all of the stereotypes, yeah, you can call them the N-word. I think that's absolutely fits. I didn't say just because you're black. So
No, that doesn't say.
you're trying to say that like I know black people that don't fit any of those stereotypes. No shit, I didn't refer to them. I explicitly pointed out the black people with the negative characteristics. So you're arguing, you're making a fucking straw man argument, and you're saying, oh, you must feel little when you do that. Like, obviously you feel touched, sweetheart, because that's why you're the one who got enough in your DPs to even feel like you had to say something about it. And then tried to attack me because I called you a quote-unquote fucking idiot. Because that's what you were doing, and I did not listen to what I said. And you had to retort what I said, and then try to give a narrative as if though I'm some small-minded person or a person that feels small. You're a very sensitive person, and you know you're light-skinned, and it fits. You're very sensitive.
So there's another one you take all the time to speak. So when you say something like I do it all the time, that's what small-minded love you. You understand? Because you're looking to, because your personality is your reality, and that's how you're looking to the near of like okay, category N-word, category white trash, rather than looking at people as human beings. Okay, if you look at a person as a human being, they all have different nuances in their character, some worse than others. Right? But let's just hope one day that you're given the compassion that you don't get love and care.
We don't have to divide things along black and white lines. I mean, we could be referring to a person who's out of touch with reality. We could be referring to a person who's very sophisticated. I mean, you know, if we really drew upon our actual perception of a given individual, we would say, man, how could that person be so out of it, so useless to society? And how could that person be such a contributing member of society?
Yeah. So you want to lean towards your best nature rather than your trash nature, right? And then you look at society and you want it to be a reflection of the herd of the masses. Here on Clubhouse, as you can see, that is a reflection of their.
So how do you raise up the herd without pointing out the problematic ones that are weighing the whole herd down?
And you have it as a victim, right? That they're doing that to you, they're weighing it down.
Oh, people don't blame on society, is that what you're saying? You're a victim if you go to your speeches,
You just blame people for weighing Clubhouse down.
I didn't do that. I said the herd. In other words, the population of people. In your community, you have people who don't want to work, people who like to, I don't know, burglarize, do whatever stupid shit that causes harm to the community. They're obviously bringing the value of the community down.
Right.
That's why we have courts and law enforcement and all of that stuff, because we have to deal with these people.
Right. So that's what happens. They get dealt with it. So, and what's your point?
No, my point is, those people, you can accurately describe them with words like white trash.
Yeah, but I just explained something to you. That what makes
Sure, it may be harsh, but I think it's oftentimes you have to be harsh. What would you tell like one of the members of the black community, like within the black community? I mean, who cares?
You didn't say it's your own, you don't hold no thing.
It doesn't hold anything.
No,
Because you don't know, you haven't walked in this.
as we discussed,
Now, someone's committing if someone is committing a crime, right, they need to be locked up, they need to be arrested. But outside of that, right, you haven't walked their shoes. You don't know where they are in life. So what gives you the authority to categorize people in accordance with like that?
It's not an ability, it's a freedom to basically make judgments of my own. Everybody has that right. I definitely have the freedom to pass that kind of judgment on somebody. It's
funny to me is the power of words. You know what's weak? You know what feels weak to me is the power of the words that impact you versus the respect you receive. I hate the fact when people take words and get so impacted by the words versus the respect. Isn't it about respect? What happened to the respect game? Okay, if you're 40 plus, I'm 47 years old, okay, I was born in 77. It's a respect game. But it's really insane how people go crazy over a word being used. When you should go crazy, when someone lays hands on you. When someone lays hands on you, it disrespects you. But you get so hurt. You get so hurt based on the word. I don't use the word. I don't choose to because guess what? That's disrespect.
Yeah, hold on.
Disrespect.
Yeah, hold on.
yeah, they're gonna
Hey, can you guys not hear my fucking voice?
No.
Like that the Matrix or something?
You
Like it's I'm the Matrix.
No, we can hear you now.
Okay, got it. Listen, here's the truth. Some people, they have no personality, they have no intelligence, they have nothing to offer a conversation. And so all they have, the only tool in their toolbox is to be provocative. And they know that there's little cheat codes in being provocative. They know that the N-word is something that they can say that's going to cause a stir. They know that. And because they don't have the vocabulary, they don't have the knowledge, they don't have anything to contribute, they add this one word to try to create drama. You can tell the low level of intelligence when people start using that word. And here's the other thing. If you go and look at the people in chillism or anywhere else on this app that use that word, that think that they're getting a reaction, I will promise you this. There's not a single one of them that would come with me to go to Fitchburg, a neighborhood in Oakland that I grew up in, and use that word. And this is how you know that they're not authentic about the conversations that they're having. Why would they not want to use that word in a face-to-face communication? I can have the kind of conversations that I have anywhere on the fucking planet, save for the Muslim world, because they say things like it's a pedophile death cult. But I'm backing that up with facts. If anybody wants to have these conversations, I'm just gonna say this. For those that love the N-word, those of you that love chillism and love to be allowed to say it, hit me in the back check. Let's go to Fitchburg together. Let's go pull up in a bar. And it won't be an all-black bar, it'll be a predominantly black bar, probably 75-80% black. And I want you to come, and I want you to sit down at the bar, and I want you to start a conversation and start talking about the shit that you would talk in chillism. I want you to drop the N-word in a bar in Fitchburg. That's what I would love to see. And the fact that you wouldn't do it, is all the reason of why you shouldn't do it on this app. You're a candy ass. If you really are about that life, then come with me. Let's go to Fitchburg together.
of like the Banditos, Hells Angels, the Mongols. They are white trash, degenerate criminals. Now, I do know that if I told them that to their face at one of their bars that they hang out, my face would probably look a lot different after that encounter. Now, that does not disprove what I said, my judgment about them. If anything, it kind of, reaffirms, what I have to say about them. So, having to say it to their face, not really. I mean, I'm not challenging people to a fist fight. I'm giving them my opinion. And yes, I do agree that there are temperamental African Americans that are violent and would assault me as a result of me using that word. Never would deny that.
Interesting. Well, I'm glad that we've acknowledged that even heaven would be not willing to say the word individual.
Yeah, I still think we are looking at this wrong, but I want to.
You want to come to Pittsburgh and say it?
It's not the fact that I want to say it. It's never been my desire to say a word that has historical roots in oppression of a people. It's the fact that I see it has so much power over people, and people are getting hurt physically because of the trigger of the word, the power of the word. And then the people that are doing the hurting are going to jail.
But that Darwinism for those white people, I wouldn't try to take a banana from like, I don't know, chimpanzees and probably rip my arm off or bite my face off. I do think that if you're going to call a black person, and let's be real, calling someone the N-word is a challenge. It's really disrespectful. Just like if I was to walk up to anybody and say pussy, like while looking at them in the eyes, there's a good subsection of men that are going to take that as a threat and a challenge, and it's going to become physical. Same thing if I insult your mother or your wife or girlfriend. There's things you can definitely say to people. The N-word's one of them, where you're basically testing them. And I don't think any smart person is going to go around just calling people names. I don't go out of my way to. And I look at guys and maybe they have an ugly girlfriend. I would feel zero compulsion to tell that guy his girlfriend's ugly. I mean, just because I think it doesn't mean I'm not about it. Why do I need to tell them that? It's not my place.
You said you do it all the time.
What kind of person is going to walk by a fat person and say, probably what a fat ass you are, what possession, if you do that, you're a fucking low life son of a fucking bitch or whatever the fuck you are. No one's going to just go and do that. It's just, again, it's about respect. Who's going to be disrespectful if you're disrespectful?
Would never disrespect me in real life. Like, people go out of their way to disrespect me. But not in real life.
We should say those things, Sean, behind your back. Because you said, don't say that shit to their face. That's what
Well, you don't know him. You don't know him. You have a right to say it to him. Now, if you know him and you call him a fat ass or whatever, or you want to call him something that you know him, that's just being truthful. But you don't know him. Where you coming from? You don't know if they got a thyroid issue. You don't know what their issue is. But then when we talk about color, like you're just gonna talk to, just go spout out someone they're ugly as fuck. Like you think so, you're ugly as fuck. Hold on, what is that shit?
Well, I'll explain. So, you can absolutely get away with calling people fat. In fact, it happens all the time. There's a big difference. We didn't enslave fat people. Now, you might make an argument that that would have been a wiser thing. We would have done them in better shape. We wouldn't have the fat epidemic that we have. There's a big difference between talking to fat people. In fact, I'm a big fan of bringing back fat shaming. I think that's okay. I'm a fan of fat shaming. I like it, and I say this as somebody with total dad bod. I've got probably about 17 pounds that would be optimal for me to lose, and I still think that it's totally fair game for people that are fitter than I am to tell me, hey, fatty, you should lose some fucking weight. I think that there's a value to that. I struggle to find the value. In saying the N word. Again, if it's in literature and it makes a point, okay. If it's in music, if it's in television, movies, in art, it works. Nobody has told me a legitimate reason of how it would elevate a conversation, how it would bring a positive outcome by utilizing the N word in a conversation. Nobody's brought that. All they've said is that we should retain the right to say it. That's all you got.
People backing me and alone cash app open for Adobe.
You did actually, you want to repeat that because I stepped on it.
Yeah, I was just gonna say if people fat shame me, I say my cash app is open. I will go get on Adobe and I'll gladly take it and lose all the weight that I can.
Sorry. No, hold on. Let me get this thought out. Please don't. Thanks, honey. Thanks, Dawn. So when Kanye West came out with his most recent song, to have Hitler, people looked at him and said that's hate speech. And when he was interviewed in his leather clan robe, which looked really uncomfortable and ridiculous, but okay, Kanye, he said, "Tell me what hurts you, and I'll do more of it." And what he's saying is, you give me the buttons to press to make you go crazy, and I will press them. And I'll press them happily. And then you get to decide whether you go crazy or you learn not to have those buttons pushed.
So your point is what?
But where are the days that sticks and stones may break my bones, but words should never hurt me? Where are the days that we're resilient in the face of real ugly? Okay?
That was the basis for somebody else. I was cutting you off. You can finish something.
I'll say it better than all of us. You know what? Any one of you on stage, if you were dying, how many people on the stage would actually come to your fucking deathbed or call you when you're on your deathbed? How many people are going to reach out to you when you're not here for a week? No one. So how much does it fucking matter what people say to you? Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So we're living in a time where there's always there's wars. So we Ukraine, Russia, Gaza, and these are the kind of small conversations we need. I'm not saying that the discussion is important, but the people that are wanting to hold on to this word, that so many people are hurt by it, right? It says a lot about you, right? I personally don't put any of these words about me at all. Just doesn't say anything about me. You don't know me. But to think that the way you wake up is, your mind is really twisted. Just think about just your judgment of other human beings and putting them in a box all the time. Rather than what contribution can you do for the day to make this place, this country, a better country. It says a lot about you. You're very small if you're doing that, especially if you're doing it every day.
Well, I'd say this. I agree with you. In fact, I want black people to continue to gatekeep the word and to get really mad and insist that under no circumstances should it ever come out of a white man's mouth, because you literally continue to give me the power to say the word that makes you guys stand out. So that's lovely for me. Now, if you guys were just like, oh, no, it's called Sam, no, really, it's like move on. It's just kind of like I feel like the small, insignificant dumbass. Now I feel like the tryhard who said this little naughty word and it failed to get a rise out of anybody. I feel like a retard. I'm going to stop using that word because I just made an guys just glossed over it like it was insignificant, like it didn't matter. That is actual power. Getting mad is actually gives somebody like me a lot more power over you than if you were to just not care. That is the ultimate power. That means I can say nothing to you to make you lose your fucking shit. You don't even care. That's the ultimate form of stripping somebody like me, using that word, of all their power, not caring. Like, I'm just a fart in the wind of nothing. The word means nothing. It came out of my mouth and it means nothing. You just took my power for me.
Alright, hold on. Everyone get up. So, nothing. Are you saying that when you use the N-word, what you're doing is trying to accelerate a post-racial society where the N-word has no power? Is that what your goal is when you use the N-word?
No. It's for entertainment.
May I interrupt really quickly to get that?
I have further questions, Your Honor.
Nevada Christie has arrived on stage.
No, honestly, like, I'm not gonna be long, but it feels gross to hear people, like, you're defending same words that were said right before Black Americans were killed. It's really sick. I'm not trying to, like, room or make it personal in the room, so it feels, I feel ill hearing this, that's all. Like, you guys can do what you want. I would never argue or fight or lash out at people, but it just feels so sick to hear people fighting for this. It's really gross. I guess it's because, again, like, I grew up hearing about my grandparents looking at Jim Crow. I heard about the history. I heard the treatment that they went through during that time. Again, just, you can do what you want, but it's just crazy to hear this. It really is.
Can I just jump in really quick? This is Nelly. So listen, I don't mean to be an a-hole here, but so my mother and I the other day we were talking about the N-word. I've been waiting for the opportunity to drop this in this perfect space. And I've been waiting for this moment. So I was talking to my mother the other day about the N-word. And she's like, I know black folks have made this word internationally famous in their art and music. And to Christy's point, that was a word used against black people, used to describe black people during slavery. She said that's the white man's word. My mother said that we owe the white man reparations for stealing his word. We have profited off his word. We made the word popular. We have made the globe treat the N-word like it's a term of endearment. I lived in LA for 20 years. Everyone said the N-word to everybody, right? Black people, Hispanics calling each other the N-word. And it was cool, it was brotherly, it was love. My mother said we profited, we made trillions of dollars using the N-word in our arts, music, TV, etc., etc. And because of that, we owe the white man money because we stole the word from him. I'm done.
Brilliant.
Can I just say something?
Please do.
So I find it very fascinating that interchangeably hear the argument of why it's okay and why it's not okay to be using this word, and especially in the context of disenfranchisement of, one group of people over another. It's very, very, very strange to me that a lot of people during a workday spend time about, talking about who's able to use the N-word, who's not. I mean, during a whole workday, like it's very fascinating to me that they're not more productive things to talk about than who can or cannot use the N-word.
I remember during the pandemic when I first joined Clubhouse 5 years ago. There were so many rooms, and people were dealing with mental health issues and this and that, and you might think that they had their special room. And I think about the people that are really going through serious mental issues, right? And this is the kind of room that you have in continuously, daily, your contribution to society. I'm into freedom of speech completely, but just think about having people out there doing this, and especially at that time.
was the most important time to do it because that's where we had this BLM frenzy, and you had, you know, a degenerate who, I'm not going to get to the date of whether he was killed or he, I don't really give a shit, quite frankly, but one unfortunate incident, all of a sudden, is a patron saint. All of this crazy rhetoric, like, you know, if a lot of this movement was obviously a lot of far left agitators were taking part in these protests and saying like, oh, this is a stolen land built by stolen people. They're basically delegitimizing us as a country, our history. They're saying like tear it down to the, you know, tear it all down to the core because it's evil to the core since its inception. I'm hearing all of this stuff like, we hear black women speak. And it's just like, excuse me? What? No, that's not how this, like, no, I'm not playing your fucking game. And we're hearing, you know, basically, like, a lot of what I would say is, like, blatantly anti-white rhetoric. And no, I actually think that it was very good that some people like me were speaking up the way I did. And one of the things, it kind of was,
is what you're saying.
Yes, but I would say one of the reasons, you know, starting 2 years ago after the changes on Clubhouse, I go on to places like X, I go on to other platforms, like the shit I was doing. Okay, can you shut the fuck up? I didn't interrupt you. Amazing. I didn't interrupt you with your retarded fucking, just do stuff.
Hey, this is a legend you're talking to, an icon.
Okay, then just shut the fuck up and I'm wrapping it up. I'm wrapping it up. Just shut the fuck up. I don't care. Do you want me to ask you if there's a time limit over and over again while you're speaking? Like, please. Now, with that being said, you see the Overton window is obviously shifted. Now, being like overtly racist, trolling using the N-word, all of this shit is like mainstream now. Like, I'm actually somebody, if anything, I think people have gone, like, I used a lot of comedy and humor, but now there's like, I would say, I'm not even what you would consider provocative now. Like, you could say I'm somewhat of a one-trick pony because of my beliefs, but I'm far from being the most offensive. And,
I could say you're a liar.
So maybe just let him finish. Maybe are you finished?
Yeah, I'm finished, but you're not just mumbling.
No. What you're not going to do is you're not going to disrespect people that aren't disrespecting you. Otherwise, you're just being an asshole.
No, he's disrespecting me.
No, he's not disrespecting you.
Yes, he is. He interrupted me a bunch of times. He asked, is there a time limit? 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 He's the first one who made a judgment about my character.
Timac, I think he's finished. Go ahead, Timac.
All you need is get to have the room all nice in the audience, okay? So my question to him would be, so when people go low, you go low with them. That's your frame of thinking, right? That when things are tough for people doing the thing they do, and you see Black Lives Matter, you can criticize.
Is there a time limit? Is there a time limit? Is there a time limit? Is there a time limit?
Just for this quick housekeeping detail, if Mojo moves someone down, Mojo should be the one to bring them up, nobody else.
Well, and hold on. Additional housekeeping. I didn't move anybody down, and I didn't move anybody up. I do trust the mods to do the right thing. If somebody's violating the rules egregiously, we do move them down, we can mute them. But the first thing we should do is we should just, as moderators, remind them of the rules. That would be the best thing, so then they can self-regulate, and we don't have to moderate too heavily.
You have a maximum time somebody can speak. If I'm given the green bean, I always like to be respectful of the house.
We like to keep, there's no specific time limit, but we say that you should keep your share short. That's rule number 4. We also, rule number 5, you shouldn't interrupt somebody while they're speaking. Rule number 5 gets violated less if you abide by rule number 4. And so, as a general rule of thumb, make 1 point, maybe 2, and then mute the fuck up, let somebody else talk.
Yeah, so your friends speculated that when things are tough, right? And there's a group of people that are protesting for rights and all these things, and you can criticize. There's a lot to criticize them, right?
What do you think the best thing to do is go low? Right? Just go low. So that's your frame of thinking.
My frame of thinking was they were scapegoating and being hateful, so I was going to delegitimize and make fun of and trash their whole ideology. That was my goal.
Oh, okay, so you're that noted.
But I'm just curious, Adams, you wanted to like mute me and put me down in the goo, but you are modded up in my rooms all the time with overtly anti-black hatred. No, you are. You light skin. No, I barely
I'm
passed.
not even on it, so I don't know if you're drunk or coked out tonight. I'm sitting here right on the stage with you. So again, don't try, bro. Don't try, bro. Don't try, bro. Because you're screaming into my fucking ear. That's exactly why.
No, you're screaming in my ear though, Adams. You are. Not Pepe.
Like you weren't even in here.
Is there a mindful mojo?
I don't know who the person was who moved me down, but obviously it wasn't who I was.
Because Adams is viral school.
What about
No, it's just
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Listen, little order here. Let's try to tap into a little bit more respectability. We're gonna be shutting the poll down pretty soon. Once we get to 100 votes, we need 9 more votes to do that. And then we're gonna talk about the Kitover takeover. We're gonna do a little fundraiser. So let's get them votes in. If we get 9 more votes, we'll close this down. We'll get the link up so we can support John Kitover for Congress. So let's get back to the conversation. Everyone try to be a little bit more respectful. And I know that's tough when you have people that are advocating for, well, I get to say the N-word, right? Yes, you do. I'm not fighting for Clubhouse to ban the term everywhere. I'm just saying that in a space that I curate, I would prefer, because the word brings no value, for us to just avoid saying it. And again, if you want to open a room where you get to say it freely, go ahead and do that. I don't care. I'm certainly not going to report you. I don't have an interest in that. But what I will say is, in this space, if you want to defend your right to do it, I don't know who you're defending it against. You're not going to change my mind about the rules in this house, and I'm not trying to change your mind about the rules in your house. Go ahead and do what you want to do. I am for free speech, but I'm also for freedom of association, and I don't like associating with bigots.
You don't think that there's bigotry? And it's not about the words. You don't think that, to some extent, the bigotry or grievances held towards any and every group, including white people, for sure.
Of course. But who argues against that?
Okay, but why would you, even if their beliefs are considered extreme, like they seem kind of far out. But I mean, depending on like what their experiences have been, that's going to largely form their extreme views, at least some of the time. I feel like it's that kind of discourse that's always been, I guess, not allowed for the last, I don't know, decade or so. And so a lot of people like to have these conversations or debate and talk about shit that we never really get to talk about. And, we were basically, the boundaries were always set for us on like social media, for example, of what is acceptable discourse. Now, those lines have kind of been removed. And I actually think that it may not look like it now, but I think it's kind of a healthy thing.
So let me ask you this, Kevin, and I'm asking this honestly. Do you think that when you choose the things that you're going to advocate for to try to make the world a better place, or whatever it is you're doing, maybe you're just entertaining yourself, I think that's what you claim you want, why you want to preserve using that word. What about just spending our time thinking about and talking about things that matter, like the fact that we have $37 trillion worth of national debt, we have $100 trillion worth of unfunded liabilities, and we have neither political party in this country that wants to do anything about it. And here we are talking about, but I should be able to say the N-word. Like, don't you think that's a pretty small thought?
I do, but I would say that, people are rather entertained by, bread and circus. I don't think that the whole thing with the debt, until Americans really start to feel it, that is going to be something that they really talk about. And unfortunately, people are very short-sighted on average. And people largely are entertained by really contentious shit. I'm just, if you look at the largest rooms, what they've always been on this app, except for maybe after the first few months, it's going to be the people feuding, the people saying offensive shit. I mean, that is, I think, like with the attention economy and social media being what it is kind of, it is toxic, no doubt about it, and it's not really productive, especially in the short term or even the long term, but I do think it does, in a way, kind of force people to look at things a lot differently. I mean, just look at, I think that even the Overton window shifted on the left as well as the right in the last, 4 years. I don't know, I don't know that we've had like relative stability in the world compared to most of our existence, our ancestors' existence on this planet. Now we have all of these technologies that are like smartphones and all of this shit and social media that really is very disruptive. And I don't know how like we're gonna work through it, but I don't know that. This is just a personal opinion. It's a value judgment. Like I personally am somebody who's much more willing to have debates and conversations with people that are overtly hateful and offensive, and I actually like talking to people with opinions that are much different than mine. It kind of helps me understand things, and especially from their point of view.
Well, Pepe, what's the last book you read?
Because you talked about, so you were talking about, you said a lot there.
He's moving the Overton window.
Tommy, can I help on this, baby?
I'll be done.
When you're done.
All the things
He's moving the Overton window.
You're not making money, right? And if you spend hours on it, all the things that you can do to contribute to humanity, to society, don't you think there's a better thing we can? Because it doesn't seem like that's a happy life to just point out the low end of people. It just doesn't seem like I'm not judging you. I'm just saying.
Right. I think the differences between people is what I'm most fascinated by. I generally, when people think a lot differently from me, it's like I want to know why. I don't get it, but I don't understand why they're saying this, and I like to listen to them. And it can take them a long time to kind of understand how they formed their opinions. And there were I was very overtly
fascinating
I still have very strong feelings about them. But a lot of these people I would curse at, I would say horrible shit to. I kind of like when we don't talk about political or religious stuff, I actually find that they're very decent people. But they have very different there's so much different that I don't want to get into it. The reasons why they have this, and a lot of it is religious, but there's a lot of other stuff too. It's just it's not just like with them. I mean, just even when it comes to racial or depending on what part of the world you come from or what class you are, somebody is genuinely fascinated by that stuff.
But aren't they influenced by the leaders of the country? A lot of these countries are before, right? And they
No, not always. No, as far as not
The richest countries in the world are among
Yes,
they're the richest countries in the world, okay? And no, when you go to the Emirates, it's not full of poverty. And nor is it Saudi.
There's a lot of countries.
Yeah, but those aren't. And they're the richest countries in the world. And so is Qatar and Kuwait and Bahrain.
So you're fighting for...
No, but I wanted to make a comment about Pepe, because I'm going to come from a place you're going to be a little shocked. Because okay, so I'm just going to tell you, I speak to him
I'm a minority, and I'm actually in the business of tracking. I track hate. I deal with hate. I fight hate, and I get. I mean, it's.
She's a hate tracker.
My life's work now. It's what I do, and I talk to him. I'm in rooms with him often. I know when there's people that really hate and really act on their hate, and they do things in the real world that perpetuates hate and to hurt a group or to hurt people because they're of a certain minority or background. And I do believe him. He talks to different groups on here. He comes in the Jewish spaces. He talks with us. We talk about our issues. We talk about our political issues, our issues in the United States, our issues abroad. I can just tell you my experience. There's when someone really has hate in their heart towards you. You can hear what they say. You go in Amir's room. You can listen to what we have to listen to real hate when we're in there. So I'm just gonna say that.
Because
Okay, but no, I know why it started. I'm just telling my own anecdotal experience. And I have a lot of conversations with people, and I try to see what's really behind them. And I talk to people that I never would believe I'd be talking to. And I gauge it. No, I'm Jewish. I'm a minority that's being attacked incredibly right now. I'm 2% of America. 2%, and a 900% increase in hate crimes. And I'm dealing with hate in my community, like at leaps and bounds. It's just astronomical. People being burnt alive, being shot, murdered. People waking up to swastikas, waking up to death to Jews, waking up to kidnapping. I can go on and on. Okay, Tevin, I don't want that's not what this room's about. I'm just telling you, I can tell when someone really has hate. And that's not the dialogue. I'm not gonna. You can talk over me if you'd like. You can challenge it. I'm telling you, go in Amir's room if you want to hear hate. Okay? But Tevin comes to Jewish spaces and talks with us. Okay, never mind. Because you're not.
Why were almost all of my boss and my mom?
I can't. You're cutting me off. Number one, which is rude.
Everyone hold on for a second. Listen, Abby, let me ask you this. If you can go into a room that bans the N-word and the K-word, do you think that would be an improvement over a room that allows you to use those words?
Of course it is. That's not what I was talking about.
Right. I understand that. But the part that you're missing, hold on. The part that you're missing about this conversation is that the whole reason we got on this topic is because Pepe and a few others are advocating that it's a good thing if we have this space to be able to have their free speech, to be able to say the N-word and the K-word. And they reject the rules because their preference, and you can see it in the people that chose in the chat, or not the chat, the poll. If you look up above, chillism is a room where they allow you to use the N-word, the K-word, whatever word you want. And then in the muff, we don't allow it. Pepe is pro N-word, pro K-word. He wants to defend the right to use that, and that's what this conversation is. We're not talking about the hate groups. We're not talking about all those things. The fact that people are coming to Pepe's rescue to say, well, he's a benevolent racist. I think that's problematic in my mind because benevolent racists become malevolent racists.
But that's not true. I'm speaking up for chillism. They allow, they can call white people whatever they want, Jews, blacks, it doesn't matter, Arabs. They're very harsh on Muslims in there. You can say whatever you want. It is a lot of people, like Douglas, Goats again, as he referred to it as a zoo, which is kind of accurate. He allows people to say whatever the fuck they want. There's now when that happens though, there's like strong pushback from every side, and so I don't think it's like a hateful thing when you have. You can say it's very offensive and you have hateful people in there, but I think that I actually, one of the things I do like about chillism, which I rarely go into, and I do think yes, they give these people with odd views that are hateful and offensive the ability to speak. And I understand, like, not every platform should be that way. Most people would probably prefer not to be in an environment where people can just say those kinds of offensive things and use those slurs. I completely understand, but I absolutely support the right of people to be able to have the platform to do it. I don't even see much harm in it, and it's not an echo chamber, and you know that, I think, Roger. Everybody fights with each other on there. There's no like leading ideology in there.
My point is there's different actors on this app, and there's some that are there's different levels of dangerous or different levels of need, and that's my point. If there are some that you really, really have to be concerned with that come in the app, they come in rooms, and what they do in real life is very concerning and very dangerous. And that was the point I was trying to make. That some of them, since 2021, I think.
Just being clear, don't take this personally, but he had the room. You know, it was every day during the pandemic. Just meeting black folks, just, you know, rallying them up and making get it back, get it back, let me be able to. You know that's what he was doing over the phone, right? I mean, there wasn't quite accurate, so
To be fair, I'm not creative enough to come up with like the great titles I had. A lot of them, I won't name them on here, some of them are in the audience, but he had a large back channel that was like all of the people, it was basically mods, and we would come up with different titles throughout the day. What we would do is like, and I'm sure some of you will remember this, like we would have like one title that would be kind of like maybe targeted women or black women, then immediately reversed, and it's just like, well, why, you know, we would troll a lot, especially at night, and it was, you can say it was like not conducive to like good outcomes. You can say that, you know, I'm not Mother Teresa. I'm not out here trying to make the world a better place. Like, I don't have a movement. I don't have a particular.
why not?
But like,
Let me just intervene here real quick. Abby, if you're there, let me ask you this. Have they used the K word at the same frequency that you use the N word? Would you offer the same defense that you offer to him?
How many times have I yelled at you when I've heard you say it?
I've only used the term once.
How many times? When you've used it and I've been in the room, have I like gone at you? Do you recall?
I don't remember.
I have gone at him when he has said it.
Oh yeah, you actually heard.
That wasn't my question. My question was,
I absolutely say something.
I remember you were saying.
hold on. Hold on. I'm going to ask my question. Ask if he used the K word at the same frequency that he uses the N word, would you have the same defense for him that you just did earlier about the way that he uses the N word?
I specifically, let me back up and say that when I'm in spaces with him, I have heard him use it. I've heard him use both words, and I've said stuff to him. I don't like hearing either. It's not something I'm comfortable with. I usually, if he's in hearing it. I'm not comfortable with it. I'm answering the question. I leave the space when I hear it. I don't like it, or I'll call him out, which I've done. So to answer, I'm not comfortable with it, and I've said stuff when I hear it. I've said stuff to him. All I was pointing out is there's people that really are a danger that are on the app, and I think
Nobody's doubting that. Nobody's doubting that.
that needs to be called out when that happens, and they come in our room.
Well, there's no doubt there's a fucking room on this app where they sex traffic and they plan for terrorism, and there's even a person that's in this room that agrees with all those people. I agree. There are levels to this, and I agree that there's people that are far worse than that. But something tells me, Abby, that if the ratio in which Pepe uses the N-word was used with the K-word, because he probably uses the N-word, I would guess, like a multiplier of 100 times that which he uses the K-word. If he was to say the K-word, I would imagine, because of the work you do, because of your community, my guess is that he would bubble up as a bigger concern than what he is. And I'm just curious, like, why can't we hold a standard where, when people are utilizing it, and again, if they want to use it in their room, I'm for free speech. Like, I don't want the government to shut it down. I wouldn't even want Clubhouse to shut it down. But we have a space and we have a preference of who we want to hang out with and the kind of language that we want to use. You would agree that coming into this space where if somebody uses the K word, they're automatically going to get removed from the room. That's a preferable position than to be in a room like chillism where it's freely allowed. That's all I'm saying. And it was weird to me to hear you defend him because he's not out there with the noose and hanging people.
I will repeat, when I've heard him say it, I've gone on the attack. I've also left the spaces when he uses those words. I don't want to hear them, and he'll tell you that I've gone at him for both words. But I'll usually, at this point, I just leave. I push the leave quietly. I don't want to be in the space, but I don't know how else to say this to you. I've called him out on it. He knows I've called him out on it, and I'm not comfortable with it. All I was saying is, when I'm looking at someone who really has deep hatred and acts on his deep hatred, there are people on the app that are of great concern to me. Great concern. And I think they should really not go unnoticed. That's what I was trying to say.
Roger, I think what you saw, okay, so I think you understand that, like, when I'm in your room, when I'm in like Gary's room, the guy who, I forget the name, the name lounge, I forget. There's a bunch of different spaces. People they're often like perplexed because, like, when I started like venturing out and like doing my own rooms, when I wasn't expecting, because a lot of the large black content creators, they bring me on their stage with the expectation that I would be Pepe, and I would basically rile up their audience and all of that. But then, it's obviously been kind of dying out. And, people to see me like having normal conversations. I don't do my like little troll. I'm not in character. And largely, Abby and I have been in spaces I'm not running. She's been in my spaces for sure. I generally really have and it's very hard because I have to tone down my language with. There's people like her. There are people like Norm. Yeah, Norm. But then who is that black guy? He's like a communist. Malcolm Speaks. Like, I would have to make sure that no black person said the N-word. He just did not tolerate it. And of course, I really have to correct my tone. And so, it was a balancing act. But I would say this: why have I called one person the K-word on this app? And he was a guy that I liked for the most part. I just got really heated too. But Jews are not attacking white Gentiles on this app, calling them a bunch of fucking names, saying how they're they're horrible, they're parasites, they're cockroaches, they are they stole our inventions, they did all of this shit. They're not Jews are not attacking us. Like there's not really a reason for somebody like me to really use strong language with them. I don't have to be put on the fucking defensive with them.
I mean, I would encourage you. I don't judge you at all. And just to make it, not judging. I would encourage you to refrain from using these kind of words because you may find something much more powerful within yourself than your contribution to society. Right now, you're comparing what one race is doing more than the other, and this and that. It's all sour. It's all sour. And there's nothing life to be sour about, right? So I wish you my very best, just as I wish every human being my very best. The only way you become your very best is by looking in the mirror and looking at yourself, not looking at others. So I wish you my very best.
I appreciate the kind words, and I do agree that ultimately my life's outcomes are up to me, not other people. And I think we kind of disagree, at least when it comes to. I do think that people like me somewhat serve a purpose. Definitely not a savior or anything like that. I do think you can even say I'm somewhat of a net. It might be net negative, like the way I would entertain myself and other people and troll. But I do think at the end of the day, like there is a lot of like there's been so much like unfair rhetoric that's been coming from the left, like anti-American, attacking our culture, the racial majority, our religion, our sexuality.
So would you argue that saying the N-word is defending your culture?
No, I never made that argument.
Well, then what's your point? Because the whole time it's like your defense of saying the word. Like, why is that so important to you? Out of all the things that it's not important. Some people want to help animals. Some people want to go and fucking plant trees. Everybody's got like something that they care about. My curiosity is why does somebody care about defending the right to say the N-word?
So, sure. On a scale of importance, out of 1 to 100, it's like a 1. You ask an opinion, saying the N-word. I think it can be an accurate descriptor of certain black people, just like white trash is an accurate, depiction of certain white people. I personally, I don't really give a shit. Do I think that in certain spaces you should be allowed to say it? Absolutely. But what I never told you, Roger, is that you should allow it in your space. Chillism allows it. That's fine. But I never said you should allow it. And so, at the end of the day, do I think it's at least important enough that, and you even agreed with this, Roger, that other spaces should be allowed to say it. You said yes, that the government should not stop them, and ideally Clubhouse. We are on the same fucking side. I don't go into your rooms dropping the fucking N-bomb. I didn't go into Nelson's spaces. I don't go into other spaces dropping the fucking N-bomb. Like, I know this isn't Pepe's stage. They have rules. There's a certain amount of decorum that is required in their room. It's not the Pepe show, so I need to keep my thoughts to myself. If they're like out of bounds, at least when it comes to their rules, and I'm fine with that.
So I just want to say real quick. So this whole N-word charade thing we've been doing for a couple of years, sadly, I made this point in the past with regards to like Pepe and Pepe's value, right? So Pepe is one of those people that serves as like a breath of relief for us brown people because he is so open and explicitly racist that we don't no longer have to sugarcoat around the fact that people like Pepe and people like Pepe doors, and if we have to go out of our way to prove that people like Pepe still exist in this country, and a whole significant amount of sway, right? And so I encourage Pepe to keep saying the N-word, to keep hosting his rooms, to keep throwing credit to black people, because we need people like Pepe. It makes life so much easier instead of the passive-aggressive white people who will just casually talk shit about people of color in their little passive fucking tones. And people like Pepe are important. We need honesty.
¿Por qué no te calles, marico?
If we can get 2 more votes, we can
Sorry.
get this poll down. Hold on. I want, John, just hold on one second. We want to get 2 more votes. So we can get to 100 votes, and then that will be the official result. Oh, we need 1 more vote. We're at 99.
Oh, I forgot. Can I say something else right here? I forgot my last point. Is it okay if I say it?
Oh, right.
At first I was like, this may actually racist. And then part of me was like, maybe he's just an emotional manipulator. He enjoys the satisfaction of playing with people's emotions and toying with them and seeing if he can get a response from them. And then I was thinking, why would someone do that? And then I realized Pepe probably doesn't get a lot of attention in his real life. That's all I have to say.
Oh my god, just because I said what I said when I said the same
No, I like you, Pepe, but that's just my honest opinion.
Oh, hold on, guys. Hold on. We still need 1 more vote. I just want to say that both of you have violated rule number 10, which is English only, please. So,
One of the effects of Clubhouse is it's not a good representation of black folks in America. It's actually a bad representation. There's a lot of ghetto ass folks on this app vis-a-vis the real world. So I just want you to know that.
No, I agree. I've never, I went to school with black people, trained with black kids. I'm gonna admit, I don't have any black friends.
shocker.
Well, a lot of them were, I would say I'm actually more Hispanic. Most of my friends have been Hispanic in comparison to white people. Not to say that they're interchangeable with black people, but but with that being said, the black people I would encounter in real life, there are some, I've noticed some things in the black community where it's like, oh, I have some fucking problems, but my coworkers and the people I would go to school with, my neighbors, they were not a problem. I didn't really, most of us don't really think about this shit, I think, in the real world. Now, when I say, when I started working from home during the pandemic, and then I was bored, and I could, waste hours when I should have been working and doing a lot of stuff, online. And of course, I started doing this social media shit 5 years ago. And I did see insane rhetoric I did not have to deal with in real life. And I would say my experience with black people online has not been my experience with black people in real life. Now, I'm sure a lot of the black people would probably say, you guys don't have white people going up to you, calling you names, denigrating you for being black. Just I don't have experience with black people just coming up to me and starting shit with me for being white. But then on this app, you're definitely you're going to get that, and I don't think anyone can deny that.
Have you traveled outside of America?
Yeah.
What countries?
This is how lame I am, just Mexico and Canada.
Okay.
All right, hold on. Before you go down this line of thinking, John, I'm going to go ahead and mod you if you can post a link where people can donate. We're gonna do a little. We're gonna get people to donate here in a minute. Hold on a second. Time, go ahead and finish, and then we're gonna ask the future congressman some questions, and then we'll get the donations going.
Yeah, I got a question. Tell me, in your heart of hearts, what is the most? If you lived in a perfect world, what would be your main goal in life for people
racial, even like it's just imaginable that everybody's the same race like this, we all know that shit. People have different abilities. I do think that, I have no problem with people earning more. I don't have a problem with necessarily even income inequality in and of itself, but I guess the one thing where before the neocons or the new right, something that was kind of treasured was just like the American dream. People doing the right things. Did they go to work every day? They do what they're supposed to. Can they buy a home? Can they have a family? Can they at least just like get by and have a peaceful life? I honestly just kind of I want the best for everybody in general. Like I don't have
Inspiration, these kind of things.
I don't want. Yeah, I mean, obviously, the less fighting, the better the outcomes for everybody. And I want to see. I don't want to see people struggling, especially if they're doing everything right. Like it's really to me sad. Just like looking at the price of like home, to buy a new home as a young person, the bar is so high now. And I see like the rift that you see between men and women in America, and just like how marriages aren't really lasting. Men and women are tearing each other apart on social media, and it is actually like heartbreaking. I did not have to deal with this shit when I was growing up, and I don't really like take a side when it comes to men and women. I try to look at people like if you were my brother or sister and you had to make an accurate judgment about what kind of person are they and who should they be with. Nobody wants their sister or brother to get hurt, but they realize like if you had to shoot.
And everybody else. That's all. That's all.
Well, I think to a degree. I mean, the problem is that you have people on the left and the right that definitely want to. I would say have like much different views of what would be utopian.
Of course.
And it's just like I for a good decade or so, the far left was given like a much larger megaphone than the far right in particular. And I just saw like what was just amounted to just like hateful, horrible shit. And I guess like me, I did feel like an underdog. It's just like, oh, they can censor us and they can. It was almost like blatant. I don't know, like communist, racist propaganda, and they would shut you down for speaking out against it. It's like, well, fuck these people. In fact, I'm going to start insulting them. And I'm going to start using every goddamn slur and I'm just going to, like, literally try to fucking make fun of them as much as I can.
Alright, hey guys, we're going to segue into the purpose of this room. The Congressman, John Kitover, he's campaigning to help us. And so we talked about some small ideas for the last hour or so. We're talking about some big ideas. John, do you want to tell people why they might want to consider to help you with your campaign?
Yeah, thanks, Roger. Thanks, Pepe, for that fascinating lecture and that incredible academic experience of listening to you discuss that important topic.
Shut up, retard.
Many years.
You're stretching your underwear again on
Rule number 5. Go ahead, John.
So, many of you know me. I've recorded many of you. Pepe is in many, many, many of my recordings. An unbelievable number of recordings because he has so much to say and he has so much fun here on this app. And I have enjoyed filming him and recording him for so many years. All I want to say is basically this country is borrowing and spending us into oblivion. $2 trillion a year is absolutely ridiculous, obnoxious, terrible, and just as stupid as many of the things you've just heard debated on this stage for the past 30 to 40 minutes. It's children. These are incompetent fools who keep getting into office because the voters are incompetent, brainwashed, and completely propagandized to vote themselves into an economic oblivion. So I'm running here as a clown house user just like you. I'm fully transparent. I record myself, as Pepe said, in my underwear doing yoga while listening to you waste your time, have heated conversations in a road rage fashion just for entertainment purposes. But you can click the link above if you enjoyed me or maybe some of the things I've had to say or some of the interesting conversations we've had or some of the videos I've recorded of some of the Clown House funniest and worst comedians who don't even know they're comedians and jokers. They actually take themselves seriously. But click that link above right now. 10, not 11, 10, not $9 to contribute to the campaign to elect John Kitover in the 16th District of Illinois. We are fighting a dragon known as Darren LaHood. As Abby stated, he's a very powerful congressman who's been there for 10 years. And over those 10 years, each year, through HR Acts, he has caused over $2 trillion in debt. So 2 trillion times 10 years, that's $20 trillion in debt. $20 trillion. That's a lot of money. So if you want to drive this annual deficit up to $50 trillion by 2050 or 2035 and have nothing to show for it, keep voting for these frauds in Congress and in the Senate. But again, I'm fully transparent. I'm running as a Republican. I've run as a committeeman before in Illinois, and I had to fight the Illinois GOP and Chicago GOP. It's not pleasant. They're not an inclusive group of Republicans. They're not MAGA. They don't show any support for Trump whatsoever. When Trump was running, they didn't hold one Trump event. I never saw a Trump flag, poster, sign, or even a kind word for Donald Trump. So if that tells you the type of Republicans I'm running against here in Chicago, that's the type I'm running against. Thanks, Mojo, for putting this together. I'm complete. And if I can answer any questions, or if you want to hear more interesting debates and conversations, I'm down for that too.
Yeah, so he's going to stick around and answer questions, but before he does, I just want to, make this appeal. For those of you that are believers in a deity of choice, I don't make any, I don't discriminate here. I'm just going to ask you to prayerfully consider, before you click on that link up above, just say, Father God, can you please give me the wisdom and whisper into my heart how much money I should donate to John Kitover for Congress. And I want you to listen to that whisper, little whisper that whispers to your heart that tells you how much money you should give. Your deity may say give $0. Your deity may say give $1. Your deity may say $10. And if you're prosperous and your deity believes in this cause and believes that this is your calling in life, he may tell you to give a little bit more. But I want you to listen to that voice. Say that prayer, listen to the voice, click the link, and do the right thing. God bless.
Jesus gave me the sharp. I did your prayer, and Jesus gave me the sharpest pain my butthole ever felt. And I'm just guessing. That means no.
I'm telling you, if it doesn't work out in Chicago, consider coming on down to Southern Illinois. You will see a whole different side of the state, because down here it is like a sea of Trump signs. Yeah, it's bad, but I mean, there's a lot of Republican support down here.
I mean, it is the economic disparities between the north and the south of Illinois are drastic. Like the south is basically Kentucky. It's really bad down there. I would just keep driving till you get to Tennessee. Yeah, I mean, I told last night saying that if it wasn't for Chicago, Illinois would be deep red.
Yeah, it's the truth.
That's almost every state.
I got a question for Necro. Hold on. I got a question for Necro. Necro, if you were to stack $100 bills, one on top of the other, how high would it be if you stacked it $37 trillion high? Any idea?
so given that like a dollar bill is like 0.00001 like centimeter. So
$100 bills stacked one on top of the other, 37 trillion. How high is that stack of $100 bills? Because that's the debt. Can you go ahead and tell me how high it would be?
It would probably go above Legos.
Yeah, you know how high it would be? It would be 25,000 miles high. 25,000 miles high. That's the circumference of the Earth. That's how much debt we have. And there's only one person that's committed. You give him on the ballot. He's going to do something about that. If you think that that's a crazy number, by the way, that's just the debt. Imagine the unfunded liabilities. I haven't even done the math on how tall it would be if we count the $100 trillion of unfunded liabilities. We've got a spending problem. We've got a borrowing problem. John wants to fix that.
How much is that in pennies? How far will that go?
There's not enough copper in the world.
Yeah, I don't think there'd be enough copper.
They don't make pennies out of copper anymore. Well, I do want to thank the people that gave yesterday. We raised over $1,000 yesterday for the campaign. Day one. Here's day two. We're hoping to double that today. So for those of you that didn't have an opportunity to participate, the link is up above. Hopefully you said your prayers. Hopefully the Lord has spoken to you. And, we'll accept whatever the Lord told you to do. So hopefully you can click that link. Go ahead and do the Lord's work.
I mean, I did give you, John, $5 since you promised to pardon Edward Snowden.
That's right. We can't campaign finance laws. I can't actually promise to pardon anybody as I'm just a running for Congress. I don't even have the power. I can write a letter. But listen, if you want to watch the YouTube live part of this experience, this is a special Clubhouse experience because so many of you are so special. But if you want to watch the YouTube live version, I'm wearing a Jesus Christ t-shirt that I bought on eBay that came from China. I'm wearing a Donald Trump hat made in China. These cell phones that I'm talking to you on, all made in China, and we're $37 trillion in debt. With $100 trillion in unfunded liabilities, we don't even manufacture anything in this country.
Yeah, that's like every time like on my jeans it said made in China, it may as well just say made with genuine Asian labor.
The fucking baby boomers ruin the country.
The amount of over consumption we have in this country, like the amount of shit that people have, like I literally see online people having like 80 to 100 per week, bro. Like just that. Like I'm just like, it amazes me how much shit people are buying. That's just so cool.
Yeah, it's just like, like boomers is just like, they just want to go back to the good old days, where,
Yeah, but they can't go back to the good old days because they're too old and they can't surf and do the cool shit they did because they were in like wheelchairs and not very mobile. But I do want to ask you a question, Mr. John. What will you do about the Epstein files? How are you going to release those? What are you going to do?
That's what I asked him last night. I didn't get a clear answer to that.
I don't have a clear answer, fuckface. Otherwise, I'm going to tell people not to donate money to you.
Well, Pepe, you've just violated one of the in the muff rules. I'd like you to click on the house, read the rules, and tell us which rule you just broke. Okay, then the next question I'll ask you, Pepe, is what is 232 times 1,000? 232
times 1,000. 232
$32,000.
Listen, ladies and gentlemen, Pepe is a boxer. He's had his head bashed in multiple times, and he's got very bad TBI. Just wanted to confirm
Judge.
I just wanted to confirm.
What are you going to do? What are you going to do to release the Epstein files?
Can I ask you? I want to ask a question.
No, I want him to answer. What is he going to do to release the
No, I
Epstein
can answer his question very
You
quickly.
are hyped up.
Beat him up. Let me just answer his question.
He
You
has
can go
to
to.
be put under pressure because he's somebody running for office. He needs these questions to be asked to him.
Listen, Pepe, I've retweeted Thomas Massey's posts on X where he's bringing victims of Jeffrey Epstein. I think 6 or 9 of them. So getting justice for these victims is extremely important. And if you want to focus on the espionage aspect of Jeffrey Epstein, the United States.
I don't know if there's espionage because it's not released. I asked.
Well, look to Bill Clinton, look to Bill Gates, who's giggling on television about how he's dead now in prison. So I guess he can't answer any questions. Don't ask a guy running for Congress in a district in Illinois when your country's $37 trillion in debt. You need to stay focused and know that, there's very little I can do other than encourage.
$37 billion or trillion, excuse me. That was 2 word parts in a row. Billion, trillion dollars in debt. What are you going to do to lower that debt?
Sorry, I wanted to see if Hakima was here because I promised I wouldn't say the word axe. So I just wanted to confirm it.
Yeah, okay, but I asked you, what are you going to do to lower our $37 trillion deficit? How are you going to, do that?
Yeah, no problem. So we spend $7 trillion a year plus, okay? 7 trillion a year plus. We take in $5 trillion through the IRS and the Treasury annually. So that's a $2 trillion deficit. I would propose that the smart thing to do would be to immediately cut Medicare, Medicaid by about $1 trillion, Social Security by about 250 trillion or 250 billion. 250 billion. Anyways, I'm just suggesting that we cut the national deficit 100% and bring us back to $5 trillion.
Amazing. So you want to cut the geezers that have had these, when was it the 1940s when this was? I forget when it was. I think it was Roosevelt who ended up.
Also, don't forget the NDAA, Pepe. We got to cut that $1 trillion annual budget down to $750 billion.
Into Social Security, and they were going to get these benefits.
I hear you, Pepe. We've been 25 years at war. You think after 25 years at war and a massive pandemic scandemic, the American people are going to have to tighten up their belts and say, you know what, we've been through a lot. I guess maybe we should try to start saving some money.
They can't tighten up their belts because they're about to, die.
Pepe, the point is, stop borrowing, stop spending. Stop borrowing. I talk to you all the time, Pepe. I'll keep talking over you. Stop borrowing, stop spending. Repeat it after me, Pepe. Stop borrowing. Say it with me. Stop borrowing. Say it with me now, Pepe. Stop borrowing. Say it with me, Pepe. Stop borrowing. Stop spending. Stop borrowing. Stop spending. Stop borrowing. Stop spending. Stop borrowing. Stop. It's the mantra, everybody. Say it with me. Stop borrowing. Stop spending. Stop borrowing. Stop spending. Stop borrowing. Stop spending. Stop borrowing. Stop spending. Stop borrowing, stop spending. Stop borrowing, stop spending. Stop. Say it with me, everybody. Stop borrowing. Okay. I guess nobody likes to do mantras. I like mantras for relaxation purposes. My mantra as a congressman candidate is stop borrowing, stop spending. Stop borrowing, stop spending. Stop borrowing, stop spending. Stop borrowing, stop spending. Okay, everybody, I'm just going to say it one more time. And I talk to Pepe all the time. This is why I've lowered my volume, and I'm just going to continue to talk. Stop borrowing, stop spending. I am complete.
No spend. I go ahead and shoot you in the back of the head. My fat is making problem solved.
So every time you say that, John, I'm less likely to vote for you because it's a valid question. Okay.
That's okay, Mother. That's all right, Mother. Go ahead, Necro.
I just want to say it really makes me be your gratitude giving you the money plus.
I asked him a legitimate question.
Which this is not a good response. You should work on this.
Okay. I guess stop borrowing, stop spending is not a popular mantra with you. But I don't know. It's still popular for me.
Your
It's my not. Listen, this clip has been put on YouTube. I bet you this will be my number one clip. You guys, stop borrowing, stop spending.
It's really embarrassing, to be honest. I just had to say that, bro.
Your mantra literally makes people like Pol Pot come into existence. Like holy shit.
Pepe, you do.
Talking about the old geezers who were saying.
Pepe, you were just complaining about the. No, you hold on. You were just complaining that you can't get into a house, that it's too expensive to buy a house.
You paid into it their whole lives.
Well, hold on. But you have to understand what the federal government has done with this. The Supreme Court's already ruled. The Supreme Court in a landmark case has said that it's not a guarantee, it's not an individual contract, and that Congress at any time can reduce or eliminate the benefits.
Yeah, but it's political suicide for Republicans.
Hold on. Before you say it's political suicide, what's political suicide is in 2035, the trust fund is going to be dead, right? And then you can only fund 71% of the liabilities. We have a problem that's 10 years away, and when that problem comes up, you just have to understand that if push comes to shove, and I agree that there's going to be politicians that are going to work their magic to either raise the age or raise taxes or maybe lower the benefit. I agree. They're going to make these modifications because it would be politically unpopular. However, as we continue to borrow and spend, and as the interest on the debt becomes a bigger line item, the problem that you're going to have is there's not going to be any money to pay for anything. And that's why you have to get debt under control. And so either we're going to have a debt jubilee, a major world war where debt will be forgiven, or we're going to have a situation where we can intelligently begin reducing the debt, which, by the way, at this point, with $37 trillion worth of debt and the interest on it, it would take you 75 fucking years to pay it off, even if you had $1 trillion surplus on an annual basis. We have a fucking major problem, and nobody wants to talk about the largest line items. They don't want to talk about Social Security. They don't want to talk about Medicare. But just understand, the Supreme Court has already made it very clear that you are not guaranteed Social Security. Anybody that's ever told you that it's a guarantee, they've lied to you. It's not a guarantee when the law was passed, and it's not been interpreted by the Supreme Court to be a guarantee now. And so, knowing that you're not guaranteed that, why wouldn't we have a conversation about what would be a more sustainable plan?
Well, I guess to be sustainable, I would say, well, these people they keep on kicking. These old people that get these benefits, they're going to vote a very certain way, and so. And old people, obviously, it's very slanted in terms of the percentage of them that vote. I don't, just personally, I don't see how this is a winning issue.
I mean, we could just speed up euthanasia on the over 70 population.
Okay, listen, you guys can stop insulting senior citizens in this room. If you continue to insult senior citizens, I'm going to kick you down to the goose. So let me ask you two brain giants a quick question here. If you were the president of the United States, what would your top 3 priorities be for your people? Go ahead, Pepe first, then Mother. Thank you.
Sure. So immigration's already kind of getting under control, so that's fine. I would say it would be to lower the deficit, but it would be to stimulate the economy in a way that it benefited the average American, where there was economic mobility, where those that do things well and they do things right, I guess you can say, they can be as prosperous as they're capable of, and so long as they're doing the right things. Like, I mean, I do believe in the American dream. That is something I actually. If you were to ask me what at least in my country what I care about the most, aside from race, aside from anything else, it's actually that Americans that grow up here, if they play by the rules, if they do what they're supposed to, they can at least have a good standard of living.
You got 30 more seconds, Pepe.
Yeah, sure. So there's obviously some people that are far more brilliant and innovative, and they're going to bring a lot more value and money, and they're going to hire a lot more people because of the companies they start, which is a net positive. I'm all for that. At the end of the day, I want what is best for America.
Okay, great. Go ahead, Mother. It's your turn.
Okay, so the number one thing that I think is a big threat to this country is our reliance on China for basically everything in this country. Would reshore most of our, at least high priority supply chains back to the U.S. or countries who are favorable. Second thing I would do is America's infrastructure is going to shit very, very quietly, right? Like some states are, like a lot of these bridges are over the lifespan in both significant portions of the country. Just shitty infrastructure in the U.S. has been built since the 1950s and has not been addressed by either party. It just keeps pushing the can down the road. We need trillions of dollars in domestic investment in our own current infrastructure. And then the third thing I would focus on, actually, U.S. healthcare, I think is a disaster. I know Obama tried to do some patching with Obamacare, but that didn't really work out super well. So there's got to be a revisiting of how healthcare is done in this country, or maybe shifting more towards a preventative model. But that's going to be difficult to push politically. But those would be my three priorities if I was president.
Okay.
What about you?
I'd like to. Okay, hold on a second, Mother. Go on mute, Mother. I'd like to point out to everyone on stage as well as the audience that neither Pepe nor Mother said that the government should stop borrowing or spending money. Never heard it come out of their mouths. And in fact, if we were to do a compression of what they just said, or even repeat back what they just said, I don't think anybody on stage could even give me 3 things that they just told us. Maybe one.
Fuck you, asshole. I think we should borrow less money, and we should lower the deficit, even with Nazi. We should.
So last I checked, Pepe and I weren't running for office, so one should be answering this fucking question is you.
Listen, gentlemen, I will refer you back to the rules. If you use profanity one more time, this is your final warning. You will be put. Okay, gentlemen, you're going in the goo. With the audience.
I would like to say
Pepe, any final insults before I put you in the goo where you belong? Go ahead, Pepe.
Yeah, fuck you, suck my dick.
Okay, moving to the audience. There you go. Go back to mommy. I just want to quote Donald Trump. Go back to mommy. Go to the goo where you belong. Okay, who's the next speaker? Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to ask questions. When we are accounting for the deficit, the debt that we're in, are we making sure we're accounting for the fraudulent spending that's also being done, the fraudulent part of our spending in this country? We're accounting for that, right?
Yeah, Doge. You can go to Doge on X right now and view almost $750 billion of fraud, waste, and abuse. Bullshit contracting through SAP for contracts for DEI and climate change studies and training, ballerina monkeys in the Guinea forests of Africa. I don't know. There's 100,000 contracts. You can go to Doge on X and look right now. Let me get the link for you. I'm going to put it in the chat.
No, I wasn't, John. Relax. I'm just asking for you. Relax. I got you. I'm just saying that when it comes to, because I work in Medicare, and Medicare is obviously very complicated. The entire healthcare system is very complicated in the U.S. But Medicare is much, much needed for these seniors, man. I don't care what anyone says. I believe there needs to be more regulation on fraud in Medicare because the DOJ just arrested over 300 people for $14 billion in intended loss. And I mean, primary care is charging for procedures that never happened. People getting access charges for things they never got, medications, referrals. And so to me, when I think of the cut in Medicare and Medicaid, it makes me nervous because we need these things. I feel like we need to spend more money on the regulation aspect of how these funds are being distributed. Because we still got dead people getting Social Security and Medicare. Dead people still getting Medicaid. It's a lot of waste and loss. And I feel like cutting funding, I feel like more like allocating the funds to more regulation rather than cutting the funding.
Pockets, can I say something to you? You have to really, people don't understand the difference between what Medicare is and Medicaid, and they're completely different, and people conflate them often. And the cuts that we were talking about that just got passed, we're really dealing with Medicaid. And I think you make a really important point. And I think that I know doctors that have been locked up for Medicare fraud. And I absolutely agree with you. And I have a friend whose mom just passed away. They have a huge malpractice lawsuit now. But one of the reasons is the doctor performed additional procedures in terms of upping the billing on the on Medicare, exactly what you're talking about. But now it's backfired on him because she died as a result of it, and he'll now lose his license. But separate from that, I think, and you're in the business, maybe you can make it clear that they're two very different programs. It's a shame they share the word meta because they get conflated often. But this new bill was cutting the recipients of Medicaid that were on the program that shouldn't be on the program. Different than removing seniors from Medicare, which it wasn't doing.
Well, seniors are that's what's interesting. The seniors are both on Medicaid and Medicare. If a senior does not make enough money and Social Security is like robbing them, right? They get Medicaid and Medicare. It's called a dual plan. So there's seniors on those dual plans where it's access and Medicare. So
that's why he was getting attacked. I mean, the bill was trying to stop it from like young people sitting in their base.
I agree. I agree with that. That doing their 40 hours a week, or their 20 hours a week, I agree with that. With parents, while your kids are at school, you could be doing something. I agree with that.
But maybe you can, again, that was just the point, that they just get conflated all the time and they're really different.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take about a 5-minute speaking break, and I'm just going to copy and paste from Doge on X in the chat. Stay alert to the chat because you're about to see a whole lot of scam, fraud, waste, and abuse, and borrowing and spending. I'll let you guys talk it out while I post the receipts in the chat. Gotcha. Go ahead. If anybody on stage wants to read what I'm posting in the chat, please feel free to read, because I don't think people read anything anymore. I think people just chirp, chirp like birds. Never talk about borrowing or spending. Just keep spending $4 trillion a year on Medicare, Medicaid. They're separate programs, but keep borrowing, keep spending. Got to keep paying all those doctors, all those health groups, all those health insurance corporations and middlemen. Every single year, got to keep that same consistent $4 trillion. They got to get it. They got to have it. Let's not talk about borrowing and spending. So look in the chat. Somebody want to read it?
John, I was just going to ask you, have you done all your filings? Have you filed under the Federal Election Commission since you're raising money? I assume you've done all the federal filings, and you have a committee, a finance committee, etc., all under the federal law?
Yeah, Google my name, John Kitover, and you can see the FEC website.
I don't need to Google it. I just asked if you've done all your filings.
Yep, did all the filings, Abby. Do you want to read one of the chat copy and pastes from the Doge X account? Abby, would you be kind enough to do that for the campaign right now?
No, I let someone else who has better speaking voice.
Oh, that is such
I just want to, if you could put in the chat your filings or notice of them.
Well, I'd be happy to,
People
if
write
you want.
checks or
Yeah.
put any money.
Yeah, Abby, I will just tell you, if you click the link above, which is Antidote, they do not create an account for you unless you have an EID and you have an FEC filing, a bank letter. It's not an easy process. This has taken me 30 to 60 to 90 days to get here. So I'd be happy to copy and paste anything you want in the chat for you.
John, oh, Lou, I see you on mic. Go ahead.
Oh, that's all right. I was just gonna say, John, what numbers did you say you were gonna cut each program by, and how did you get to those numbers, and how will they materially affect your constituents?
Sure. So 4 trillion is Medicare and Medicaid. I would cut that by $1 trillion at least if I could. I mean, again, you guys gotta understand, this is all hypothetical. I am one person with one voice. You know, your $1 will help me transmit that message further into the ether if you think it's a good idea. You know, it's 4 trillion for Medicare, Medicaid, $1 trillion for Social Security, $1 trillion for the NDAA. So, I mean, pick and choose, or, you know, do a balanced approach, or raise revenue and increase taxation. If you want to eat the rich and you think billionaires should pay more in income, either way, as Mojo said, over 37 years, even if we were to have $1 trillion surplus, that still takes 37 years to pay back $37 trillion, plus the $100 trillion in unfunded liabilities. So I hope you take this with a grain of salt, as do I. I mean, I like to pick and, you know, make jokes and try to be funny about it, but it really is a serious financial problem. I don't live my life like this. I had chicken for dinner. It was less than $20. You know, I don't spend a lot of money. I try to save money. I don't take out huge loans. I don't own fancy cars. I don't fly jets. I don't gamble in the stock market. I literally sit here on Clown House recording Clubhouse rooms. You know, and a lot of people here like to waste your time, but they've never run for office. This is the second time I've run for office, and a lot of people are just talkers. But I film everything, so if you want to enjoy the experience of watching someone either win or lose, or to get on the primary ballot or not get into the election in March, I mean, this is your experience. You will be contributing to this campaign. I hope you'll stick with me. And, you know, maybe I can convince you that freedom, liberty, and less regulation and less taxation and less borrowing and less spending is in your best interest as an American or a Canadian or wherever you are. You know, but look at the rules and disclosures for giving $1 or $100 or $1,000, because if you don't live in the country and you're not an American citizen, we can't take your money unless you have a resident ID card. So look at the rules at the bottom of the campaign form.
I think the other thing to keep in mind is that with the FEC, you're not actually required to register with the FEC until you've either raised or spent $5,000 on a congressional campaign. So with the $1,000 that's collected, you can actually do that without completing all the FEC filing.
Yeah, I didn't have to file the last one, but I did have to do a personal financial disclosure. That one took a bit of time. Their website is old. It sucks. It's completely outdated. It's very difficult to use. And I can just say that if we are $37 trillion in debt in the greatest country in the world, but our own congressional election website looks like it was built in 1994. I mean, we've got bigger IT problems than we even know about. Everything sucks in the government. It's outdated. It's broken. Nothing communicates. It's not seamless. There's a lot of friction between all the federal agencies and how they all interact. And I've worked in the GSA side in federal leasing and facilities management. There's a lot of conflict. What's amazing is my experience at the Treasury is a lot like my experience on Clown House. There's a lot of road ragers. There's a lot of angry people. There's a lot of liars. There's a lot of politics in the government, within the agencies. People are vying for positions. People are retiring. People are scheming. There's a lot of just inner fighting within the government, but nobody gives a fuck about the $37 trillion in debt because all those employees in the federal government are getting a healthy paycheck, and they feel like they're first in line to continue getting the paychecks in case of a bankruptcy. So, it's better to be on this side of the fence or that side of the fence. If the federal government goes broke, the cities go broke. If the cities go broke, your local municipal pensions are finished. So the whole system is one interconnected financial system. And the biggest problem is the federal government's borrowing and spending. There is no bigger problem. $37 trillion fucking dollars is a lot of money to owe on the ledger. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. I mean, the reason why is not necessarily to be a dick, but of course, if one of your main things is going to be, the budget and spending, I mean, that there's like, to me, I think about this problem a lot too, but there's a lot of things that run so inefficiently within the government. Like, you look at defense rate prioritization or procurement IT modernization, similar to like what Estonia did, right? There's a lot of things, right? There's a lot of things that you could do, but I think that what people don't want to hear is that their lives are going to be negatively, materially affected when we talk about, figuring out the debt problem, right? So I guess I just asked that because I'm sure you're going to get asked that, right, by some of your constituents, and I think it's just, good to think about that.
No, I think it's a very scary topic to hypothesize about, but I do think that Franklin Delano Roosevelt's quote of the only thing you have to fear is fear itself. This is a word game. This is an accounting game. This is a ledger game. It's in the material world. America is incredibly abundant and prosperous and wealthy. We have remarkable assets, remarkable cities. We are a huge, massive nation that is basically impenetrable to foreign invasion to a certain extent. We don't have a lot to worry about in terms of security. So why are we still spending $1 trillion a year on the world's largest military police force? $1 trillion. Lockheed Martin, Boeing, Northrop Grumman. Let us, if we're going to spend $300 billion a year on weapons and defense and salaries for soldiers or contractors working with defense corporations, let's get the biggest bang for our buck and start paying down the debt. That's a pretty good place to start. But instead, we have this world police, security attitude that we can't let go of because there's so much money involved. It's that much money. And, the deep state and everything wants, the quote from the movie Dune, the spice must flow. And that's what $2 trillion a year is every year. The spice must flow. There's a huge pressure to get that $2 trillion plus a year, past the taxpayers.
So focusing on the biggest problem also means coming up with a solution, right? It seems like the solution that's underway right now that you're talking about seems to support in some way, if I'm getting right, is to cut back on operations that actually affect people in the actual society, whether you call it marketplace government, whatever it is, services. These are just part of society. And there's no place where austerity, especially because you pointed out the most important reality, which is that America is the richest country on earth by the real economy, not the monetary economy, which is fucked up, and I absolutely agree with you on the problem. But how about some solutions? Right? Like, I'm proposing to you, everybody listening, that there is a feasible way to pay down that debt. And what would happen then, right? If it did happen to be like some crazy ass idea of thousands that people might have that we vet and make sure and we go figure out, we find a solution to this that doesn't involve cutting back on people, because you're right, the country is rich enough to afford it. And guess what? Until that changes, and it could, America is the reserve currency of planet Earth. And it can print it endlessly, which means that its feasibility is how much the economy can actually absorb. That's not about monetary policy at that point. And that's why you can clean up the debt in the way that I proposed to you last time you heard me mention this to you. Because there's a whole part of the global monetary economy that has no tax on it and would easily pay for all this shit. And everybody else's taxes in the real economy would
have to come down in order to accommodate it. And the arguments after that, I'll let my plan here. The arguments after that would not be about what we can afford to do, but what's in an investment interest in you. Because you quoted FDR, and I'll just say he proved, as did the GI Bill, as the rebuilding after World War II, and a few other examples. When you invest money directly into people, even when you do it by debt, you could do it other ways that are healthier in the future, but even when you do it by debt, it's a fucking ROI every time. I'll end my plan on that.
Daniel, where would be the oversight for, your solution? First of all, I appreciate, it's good to hear from you, Daniel. I appreciate the commentary and the offering of the solution. I'm definitely not a professional. I don't know much of anything, so I'm just asking questions. The solution, it seems to me, though, that you're proposing is that we just start taxing in other areas. Is that pretty much to pay off the programs and the things that we currently have? Did I just get that part right first?
Well, the part that John and I agree on is that debt is a problem that needs to be addressed, right? The way I'm saying to address it is that we think simply, and I think every ordinary person should consider this, not just economists to understand this. I'm actually proposing that people talk about it at Thanksgiving and over dinners and whatever it is, just ordinary people, about the fact that there's two economies. There's a monetary economy, and there's the real economy that we measure and where we get taxed, where we measure GDP and labor statistics and all that stuff, where, America's the richest country on earth, as probably many of us could agree. But there's this monetary economy that makes the whole global economy that America is the king of work. And most of those financial transactions actually run through America, and it has a unique opportunity to go, hey, guess what? There's this bucket over there, and we're not touching it at all. It's using all of our infrastructure. It's people getting rich off of it, but not the American people. And it's using America's entire society in order to do it. Why wouldn't you want to tax that something? And it turns out that it's so much larger than the economy where all the taxes is happening that you only have to tax it a tiny, tiny little bit in order to pay for everything and clean up the debt reasonably in about 8 years.
Who do you think most of that financial burden would fall on? Like the taxpayers? Who would be the taxpayers? Are you talking who are they? So I'm assuming that my question was correct. Like you want to keep the programs as they said, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, the biggest military defense, and instead of cutting them, reviewing them, figuring out what's good and what's not good, we just start taxing more. And so this is the reason I bring it up is because my concern is if we just start taxing more without ever looking at these programs and the efficiency of these programs, it doesn't seem like a good business model. In fact, it's a little bit terrifying to me because now all I hear is now there's completely no accountability. Nobody's going to be looking at the inefficiencies of these programs, and we're just going to nobody's going to have any type of responsibility for when this stuff ends up just
I said nothing about what to do with all the money you're going to save, or what programs to keep or not keep, or any of that stuff. Like, you can do two problems at the same time. And I think it's a great problem to have, to go, do you really need all of those services? If you're going to, save all this money, you no longer have to put money over here, and you can do administration with how you do, things like universal income that cost you less than all the programs you have right now. But I'll let other people worry about that on another day. I'm not advocating at all about that. What I am saying is there's a false idea that there's a fixed amount of money in the world. It's a false idea. There's not a fixed amount of money in the world. So when money is issued or printed, and now ordinary human beings have created trillions of dollars of non-nation wealth in the form of crypto, and there'll be others in the future, but all of that has no limit except what we agree to use it for, okay? And one of the things we can do is not be wasting away money to pay debt, interest, which is now, correct me if I'm wrong, if anybody thinks I'm wrong, is now greater than the military budget, is the amount that, America spends on that, and then has like vital things, there are services and vital things for the nation that are being cut back on now that we probably couldn't argue about too much. Some of us on the extreme would argue any dollar that the government spends is a waste and all that. But I'm thinking even judiciously, there is a cutback happening right now in the form of that's what's going to get us out of the debt problem when there's this huge bucket of potential revenue for the government that will lower your taxes, not increase them. That's the key thing that I would be jumping on first. If it turns out that that can be substantiated, then you can have the argument about what to do, what programs to keep, and all that. So that's a whole other conversation as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, I think you got to walk and chew gum at the same time, to be quite honest. Like, I mean, the funding is one portion to talk about, and I feel like the left talks about the funding, the right talks about the cutting, but there's kind of an in-between, to be quite honest there, because there's, like I said, or the way procurement works publicly, supply chain is my thing, right? That's what I've always studied, and that's what I do professionally, and public procurement is mind-bogglingly inefficient. So there's so many ways to increase efficiencies. Another thing is negotiation for drug costs for Medicare, right? Like that would save, I think, an estimated around $98 billion from 2025 to I think it was like 2033. So yeah, there's a lot of ways to kind of do this, but I think what we don't want to do is negatively, materially affect the weakest part of our society, because that really leads to instability of a nation.
Yeah, and I agree with you. And walking through at the same time, also when it comes to problem solving, as a project manager, you probably are in your field, it helps to know which problem you're solving. If you're talking about the debt, and there's a way to solve that debt problem, why not do that? That's the key, right? If you take out the annual cost of the interest on the debt, that opens up a lot of budget conversations. And even if you cut back everything on top of that, folks, if you end up with a surplus, which you once had, right around 2000, well, that changes the conversation quite a bit.
And I definitely hear stop spending. And I think that's a big theme of this room. That stop spending is a blanket statement that doesn't really mean much, to be quite honest, until you get into the devil's in the details, right? And stop spending at this macro of a level doesn't actually mean anything. It's not prescribing anything.
Some money is investment and some money is waste. There's no question. Those are two buckets you can't change. What goes in one and what goes in another, we can argue about. But you're going to have some useful investment and some waste.
Can I ask a stupid question? Personally, not competing, but a really stupid question. Who do we owe the debt to? I mean, who are our bankers in this case?
So you can go to US Tech Park and actually see who we owe it to. Primary lender is the Federal Reserve.
No, you don't know it's the Federal Reserve, sorry.
There's also China, there's Japan, there's Germany, there's the UK. Go to usdebtclock.org, and Thomas Massey doesn't actually pull his data out of US Debt Clock. He gets it straight from the Treasury.gov API.
He has a little pin or a watch or something, right? Something like that.
Yeah, Daniel, why don't you, I told Mojo, I asked Mojo, have you ever spoken to that guy, Daniel, in the red jacket? I said, you got to ask him about his scheme to give people as much money as they ask for, and then it's set to an expiration clock timer. If they don't spend it, it disappears. And whoever receives it, there's no expiration clock on that currency, and they get to keep it for as long as they live or past that. Daniel, do you want to eliminate Mojo with your awesome economic idea in order to reduce the debt by, I think you said 100%, 50%? Tell us your scheme.
Okay, the last time you asked me this, I told you there are two separate things. They are not connected to each other. What I just was talking about in this room up to now, before you just introduced this,
want to make sure everyone understands these are two different things that you conflated. One has to do with ending the debt in 8 years. There's a plan to do that. And part of a group of people that are planning to popularize that idea. We intend to find congressional candidates, John, who scrutinize that idea. Look at the numbers. See if our numbers are correct and supportable. And if they come to that conclusion,
Your scheme.
they're going to benefit from a super PAC that is actually going to raise that issue about that end of debt. That's one thing all by itself. That's nothing to do with the income thing you talked about whatsoever. Do you understand that?
Yeah, got it. Please proceed.
Now, if we shift to another project, which is a pilot test project that will be done probably around 2030, nothing before that, and it's a client project, and that client is actually paying for that project. Now, what they are attempting to set up is to prove a model by which you can privately, not through government or taxes, create an economic system where you can issue income, universal income, not universal basic income, that people will have money that is largely just buying power, because that money disintegrates, the buying power that they're issued disintegrates within 90 days of them receiving it. When they go spend that money, rent, food, education, start a business, whatever they would choose to use that for, whoever they're buying goods and services from are adding value to the economic system. And so when they receive that currency, it gets at that point of transaction converted into hard money. If you really examine what the Federal Reserve does, is they issue money that gets hardened into a debt. The debt is not owned by governments. That is not true what was said there. And you don't even need debt to be issued there, but they require it in order to have a keystroke become something real. We make something real, and this model turns out to work, and it's one of thousands of experiments going on around the world of people, crazy people like me, who think that it's possible to build something like universal income. And you need lots of crazy people like me if you want to have a future that has some innovation to it, John, before you ridicule it. But if we're able to set up such a system like that, it means at the point of the
I'm glad you
transaction,
know.
we'll
Fucking
got there
ridiculous. I
some
really like
fancy
one
monetary hall of the Federal Reserve is when money is printed. You know how in blockchain you have proof of work, proof of stake, proof of this, proof of that. The proof is in the transaction, and the people who provide those goods and services have added value to the economy, and they have money for life. The people who have received the money to spend have 90 days to spend it. What you wanted to, make an extreme out of, I can get $1 million a day if I have no limit. Obviously, we're not going to set up something of that nature, but largely, people are going to be able to set their own income because they can't take more than what they have the capacity to spend in their lifestyle. The only limitation we would have on that is what the economy, the real economy of real people, real goods and services can also work up. That is the limit that Mr. Supply Chain knows that you're alluding to as well. That's where the real flow of the economy comes from. When you have inflation, it's not because of too much money, it's because of not enough goods. It's when the supply chain is screwed up, is when you really have the inflation. So that is an experiment, John, and it won't happen for a few years, but I have people that have vested interest and want to see if they can figure out that experiment. Does that clarify it for you?
Yeah, it clarifies it, but I'm wondering if you could give us like a compression. Like, how would you restate all of that in like 3 to 5 sentences?
That project is an attempt to make universal income by private means, not through government or taxes. Did that answer?
Yeah, thank you, Daniel. Okay, anybody else have any comments or questions? Anybody, Medicare, Medicaid, $4 trillion a year, NDAA, National Defense Authorization Act, security for the country at $1 trillion a year, $1 trillion for Social Security. That's only $6 trillion. Where's the other trillion? Anybody else know where the $7 trillion budget really is? Where's that other missing $1 trillion that we're talking about?
What was the ones that you listed?
Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, and the NDAA. Where is that other trillion? That $7 trillion.
Oh, 7? About 7.
Sorry, Sean, I couldn't really quite understand your question. What was it?
I'm sorry, I'm dealing with the hiccups right now, but what if we went back to a wartime mindset and we started supplying labor and victory gardens? You know how people used to make their garden in their front yard or their backyard, wherever it was. People supplied their own food, animal like geese. So, I don't know how that would affect the economy. I don't know. I mean, I guess people are free to do that. Right? I mean, now. Do they know how to do it, Lou? Do they know how to plant seed? I mean, we live in an age where you can literally figure anything out at any time that you please to know. So, I mean, maybe they don't, but if they want to learn it, they definitely can. Okay.
Sean.
In that case, let's assume that they figure it out. But how does that affect our nation? How does that affect the nation's debt? I don't know.
Sean, I go to the grocery store and I pick through the produce. I'm like, you know what? All this produce always sucks. Growing food is a very difficult thing to do. I have a large vegetable garden on my property that puts out about 800, 900 pounds a year. I don't have time to work that thing and run that thing. It's a local church that volunteers, and they've been at it for 20 years. And even then, the rodents, the bunnies, the possums, the bugs, the birds, everything gets destroyed. A lot of their crop goes to waste. But it's so difficult to grow. I mean, the fact of the matter is, it's not a grow garden that people need. People need lower property taxes, lower income taxes, so they can go to the grocery store and buy more vegetables, more fruit. I mean, the global supply chain is a good thing. The fact that all these vegetables come from Honduras, Guatemala, Panama, wherever they're coming from. I mean, it's fantastic that all these things can get shipped into the United States of America. So, I mean, lower property taxes, lower income taxes, let people keep 70, 80% of their income. Why even more than 10%? I mean, if the rule is you give to your church 10%, why is the government taking more than 10%? So,
the profit they're making would lower everybody's taxes to 1/2 of 1%, just to make clear of what you
Daniel.
See if you do investigate.
Daniel, do you know the story of Nebuchadnezzar and the prophet Daniel?
Vaguely.
I think it's all about Daniel's dreams, and Nebuchadnezzar saw it written on the wall. I'd have to pull up the story to remember it, but it's a great mystical vision.
Yeah, I think I'm a pretty good strategist. I got a pretty good track record there of making things happen. So I'm not a dreamer. I'm a doer. I mean, that's pretty objectively evident.
I mean, dreams are important because your imagination is important. I mean, your brain's a computer simulator.
Oh yeah. I'm just saying it doesn't
stop at the dream though. Like you can Google me if you want. I get things done.
Okay, so does anybody else have any priorities they would like to put on the campaign to elect John Kitover? 10 priorities. I'm looking for a 10-point bullet list of what you would want done by your federal government or your local or state government.
Shut down Guantanamo Bay.
Okay, let me write that down. Shut down Guantanamo Bay. Okay, number 1. What's number 2?
The grant of self-autonomy.
Number 2, the grant of self-autonomy. Can you elaborate, Sean?
Yeah, I would just like for people, all of you, to be able to live your lives, and as long as still struggling with it goes. Yeah, for all of you to be able to live in a self-deterministic world. I hope that makes sense.
Okay, number 3.
And philosophy.
Number 3, I would put have campaign finance reform, cap the amount anyone can donate to any candidate at $10,000.
Okay, campaign finance reform. Number 4. Anyone? Number 4.
And mandatory minimums for non-violent drug offenses.
Okay, mandatory minimum non-drug violent. Okay, number 5.
Reduce our prison population by 40%. It's embarrassing that our incarceration rate is higher than China's.
Okay, what's number 6? I see it in the chat. Don't cancel Sesame Street. But Sesame Street makes a profit. Why would we fund a business that makes a profit? What's number 6?
How dare PBS, have shows that tell children to be nice to each other.
Okay, what's number 7?
Wait, we didn't do number 6 though.
Okay, what's number 6?
Just have to think. Eliminate capital punishment.
Eliminate capital punishment. Okay, number 7. Anyone? Serendipity, Pockets, Bema. What is it in society you'd like to see your government change for you? That you have to technically borrow and pay for. But go ahead.
Establish healthcare as a human right.
Okay, healthcare as a human right. Any other human rights, Necro?
How about kimchi for all? I think we should all be eating more kimchi. Yeah. Gut health is really important for the brain, so I would go with kimchi.
Okay, any other final ideas on how your government can borrow on your behalf, spend on your behalf to change what you don't like?
Yeah, ban people from rich people from being able to leave their money in stocks and offshore bank accounts.
Okay. I'd like to invite Pepe back up. Maybe he'd like to come back up and tell us what he'd like the government to borrow and spend on his behalf to change his reality. What's a Pepe complaint?
Oh, you want me to dance for you like I would make you dance for me, like on my stages?
Who's the vaudeville manager now, Pepe? Dance, little Pepe. Dance.
Dance monkey.
Dance, little Pepe. Okay, go ahead, Pepe. This is your big chance to get some input into your government. What would you like?
How would we lower the deficit? I mean, I'm just going to be very honest and say that is a bit above my pay grade. I am not an economist. I'm not. When it comes to such expenditures, I don't know. So many things would have to be taken into consideration. Like, well, if we lower the percentage of money that we send to just like defense spending, I don't know. Like, how does this end up panning out overall? I don't know. Like, this is not my area of expertise, so I can't give a good
Okay,
answer.
got it. Just repeat it
I'm
for me.
also not running for Congress,
Just
so like, I don't really have to.
Pepe,
give a good
just say
answer.
you don't know, and just say it's the economy stupid.
That's exactly what I'm saying. I don't know, and that's why I'm not running for Congress because I don't know.
You know, the mantra is it's the economy stupid, meaning that should be the number one priority of everybody, but it's not. Most people on this app just do racial identity politics. Dr.
Are you an
Adams,
economist?
I took economics. Dr. Adams, welcome back to the room.
But are you an economist?
Pepe, let me ask you a question. Have you ever eaten?
Ask me, nigga. What
Hey.
is the question?
No, don't go that way. No N words here. I will have to enforce the rule.
So, if I can interject, John, do you want to rehash the points or the top priorities for Mojo?
Let me just give you the basics of economics, ladies and gentlemen. It's run like a business. It's run like a pizza shop. You gotta have a baker. You gotta have a sales lady. You gotta have a point of sale. Everybody's been in a pizza shop. That shop has to run profitably. Otherwise, it will go out of business. That's the way you run a government. If you don't, look at Norway. They have a $2 trillion sovereign wealth fund. That means every citizen in Norway has like a $500,000, $600,000 credit with their government, okay? We have a negative $110,000, $120,000 per citizen for funded liabilities. And it's literally like $440,000 every American owes the government in unfunded liabilities. I'm not making this up. You can go to usdebtclock.org and study the table. So until you absolutely understand that, like, if you're working to pay off government debt. That's not an easy pill to swallow. So that's my point.
Yeah, I would disagree with the idea. I don't think that governments and companies are in any way the same. There are some similarities, but there are functions which make them very different. Is that the government's goal is to protect humans, while a company's goal is to maximize profits. So
let me ask you this, Necro. What do you think is more important, or what do you think is a better thing, a profit or a loss?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
What do you think is better, a profit or a loss?
It depends on what the profit is for, I'd say. But in general, I'd say that.
Can you give me an example of where a loss is better than a profit?
Yeah, so for example, if you have, like, for example, when we cut off the pipeline with Russia, I think that was something that, where we lost, ability to get profits, but it also.
Do you want to take a couple minutes and think about what you're going to say before you say it?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, that's fair. I didn't want you to say something that was going to get me to do my normal thing. I don't want to argue with you, so yeah, think about it. And if you come back, I'd love to hear your well thought out video. I have a question. Has everybody gone to John's website? Everyone knows. I know Adam's had some reservations. And Matt Cole, have you donated to John Kitover's campaign yet?
I mean, I personally would like to hear a lot more about John's platform and specific issues that I actually care about.
How about you give him 3 of the issues you care most about?
Got it. So, what are you doing about criminality as far as, how the United States Congress supports certain efforts towards giving a second chance to criminality and, in the tenure that you are poised to ascend into? I mean, what do you feel like should be the answer for the aging population in your district in aging in place?
Okay, so let me just repeat back to you what I think you said, which was, how would I respond to recidivists in prison and the Department of Justice, as well as how should senior citizens respond to crime in their areas in America?
No. So, what are you going to directly do to support the aging population in your jurisdiction?
Well, first off, I would look at it from their perspective and what bills they have to deal with, which are the same bills that I have to deal with, which is property taxes, mortgage, interest expenses, electric, gas, water, sewer, other municipal taxes, sales taxes, anything they have saved for retirement, they have to maximize it so they can, experience the abundance of their fruits of labor, from working for 20, 30, 40, 50 years. So, let the American people keep what they got. Let them pay less into the system. Stop spending so much in the system and stop getting so much out of the substance of the American people's pocketbook. Nobody wants to work 3 out of 5 days a week to pay the government. And if we just keep spending, everybody will be working 4 or 5 days a week to pay for the government spending and borrowing.
I'm sorry, was that your short answer?
That was my response to what I felt that you asked, Dr. Adams.
Got it. So, you understand that, looking at the aging population of the populace that you seek to represent, you understand that the average cost of senior care can range anywhere from $5,138 to about $5,143 per month. And the average person in your said jurisdiction is earning about $54,710 per month per year. So, what is your plan to bridge that financial obligation that otherwise is necessary for our aging population, and trying to bridge that gap in your specific district between that gap of that aging population and, selfish children of those people that paid into banking system.
There's a lot of ways to help senior citizens, at least in the district that I live. A lot of these people live in farmland areas. Majority live in 2 big cities, Rockford and Peoria, and they got to deal with their local municipal problems, their school boards, their elected officials who are incompetent and wasting their property taxes. So, unless the federal government,
we're talking about the aging population.
I know.
So again, discussing school boards, how is that germane?
It's all property taxes. All of these parasites survive off of property taxes. 65% of their operating revenue comes from your home that you have to pay, annually your property taxes twice a year, or however your municipality breaks it down. I'm just saying, Adams, what is the point of your question?
What do you mean? When you look at the aging demographic of people that otherwise would represent your district, numbers speak for itself. Like, have you ever done like correlated data to actually try to resonate with people that you're actually running to represent? Like, what age?
Yeah, I have. Okay, let me tell you. Since you asked, let me tell you how. No, hold on. You asked the question. I'm going to tell you how I've correlated data for the people in the district of 16. I have gone and I've used Grok on X, and this is what I asked Grok. I said, "Dear Grok, tell me how Darren LaHood in the 16th district, that's Congressman Darren LaHood who I'm running against, tell me how his HR acts and voting correlates with open secrets data and lobbyist contributions to his campaign in his office." So out of the $20 trillion in debt that he has created over 10 years, because every year we add $2 trillion to the debt, he has accumulated over $10 million in Fortune 500 donations to his campaign, to his office, to his bank accounts. Plus, he probably has lots of other business interests, being a well-connected lawyer. And his father, Ray LaHood, who was found with $50,000 in cash by a Nigerian scammer. And Ray LaHood was Obama's Department of Transportation Secretary. So this is a very powerful, politically connected family that I'm running against. He sits on the Means and Oversights Committee and he rails about China and how AI is going to get ahead of us in the race. We got to fund trillions of more dollars for more research and development and investment. Borrow and spend. Borrow and spend. That's who I'm running against. You have to understand, Dr. Adams, what I'm going up against. I am a 42-year-old Army veteran and former advertising marketing consultant and facilities treasury consultant. I'm not a federal prosecutor with $10 million in the bank, creating $2 trillion in debt a year, Dr. Adams. So you have to understand what I'm up against, who I am, and who my opponent is, and why we're doing this. Because this little butterfly effect and complaining and crying, as Brad liked to say that I do, all you do is complain and cry about the debt. All right, well, you know what? Let's keep talking about it then. Because $2 trillion a year is too much to spend. We only collect $5 trillion, and we're $37 trillion in debt, with $100 trillion in unfunded liabilities, ladies and gentlemen. Say it with me: $100 trillion of unfunded liabilities.
So, Edmund, 14% of your population is going to age in place over the next 10 years. What is your plan?
I'm going to show up at the park. I'm ready to lead yoga classes. Okay, I can lead yoga classes at 8 a.m., 10 a.m., 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 5. I can help people stretch, breathe, and become flexible again. Because guess what? Austerity is near. Austerity is here.
So what is your tax plan as far as reducing the liabilities from people that otherwise would be of the same ilk that would be of a certain fixed income? I mean, what is your plan to address that?
Okay, before I answer that question, Dr. Adams, can you tell me what the word austerity means?
Are you prepared to answer that question?
I just want to ask a qualifying question. What does the word austerity mean?
Set policies implemented by governments to reduce budget deficits.
So again, are you going to answer the question?
Let me ask you one more qualifying question. What is 699,000 times 1,000? No, I'm sorry. What is 699 times 1,000?
So John, let me just stop you full stop. This is where I have issues. You know what I mean? Like, this is where I have issues.
Let me ask you the qualifying question again in a different way. What is 373 times 1,000, Dr. Adams? Actually, a better question would be, what is 37 times 1,000?
Got it. So let me ask you a question, John. Are you guys going to hold some sort of debate?
Yeah, we're holding evening town halls like this one right now, every day of the week up until the March primary.
As far as like your candidate and the person that you're running against, I mean, are you guys actually going to hold some debate?
Well, we have to get on the primary. We have to get into the voting box in March and win this primary. The point is, Dr. Adams, we may or may not get a debate with him. We don't know. It's usually organized by a local newspaper, by But I am going to try to debate the
So
Democrats.
again, in the questions that I'm asking you, don't you think that the trolling that you're doing in the very infancy of your campaign?
Well, Dr. Adams, I mean, to cast stones about trolling, I am. Dr. Adams, I'm just.
Hey, Edmund, you got it all figured out. It is what it is. You got it all figured out. Hey, you don't need my help.
Thanks, bro. You got this.
Were you here to listen to Daniel's submission? I guess not.
Okay, does Well want to say anything? Because that is a beautiful coin PTR, by the way. Is that Julius Caesar, or where's that magnificent nomadic photograph?
I got no idea. It's fun on the internet.
Oh, God. Because I have a couple nice old Roman coins that are beautiful.
I'm just an idiot.
Hey, me too.
Well, that's okay. You know, every couple generations, people get suckered out of $37 trillion. It's not your fault. You know, you didn't know it was really happening, did you? Nobody really knew it was happening. But boom, here you are in 2025 with $37 trillion in funded debt and $100 trillion in unfunded debt liabilities for a total of $137 trillion, putting you individually in debt over $500,000 to your government liabilities. Congratulations, everyone. Welcome to 2025.
John, got a question. Do you have
Shoot, Matt.
Okay, John. Do you have a platform on your actual website, or
I do. You have to click to the blog section, and you can see my news release announcing the campaign and why I'm running against Darren Hood. You can read all about the platform there. It's johnforcongress.com.
I'm gonna look right now.
Let me put it in the chat for you, just so you know. Go to other John for Congress, some other guy running for Congress. Some other guy. Sorry, Dr. Adams, for cutting you off, but I have a feeling that you may be enjoying your evening happy hour, and I just wanted to, maybe cut you off so you can enjoy that last happy hour before the bar closes.
Well, I mean, I'm talking to work because again, you're peddling, political contributions when you otherwise have been unemployed, and you've been trolling people on this app. So again, I'm coming home from work, and at the end of the day, if I wanted to actually run for Congress tomorrow, I would actually probably be using my own money as opposed to.
I am using my own money. I matched yesterday's raise.
You can always do better, right?
I'm trying to do better. That's a good brand name, actually. I think Trump's brand slogan at Trump Tower is never accept or.
Right, but at the same time, he did not panhandle,
Or never settle. That's what it is, Adams.
Right?
Never settle.
No,
Never settle.
Never panhandled.
Never settle.
Panhandled. Right. So again, cutting me off on never panhandled is again not, the same ilk as Donald Trump that was able to finance his own campaign. So I mean, outside of Elon Musk, I mean, it is what it is. So good luck, John. I do wish.
Thanks, Dr. Adams.
I'm not going to, I'm not going to be mean, or any of that kind.
Listen,
but
save all that rage for Rich, okay? Save it for Rich.
And this is what I'm talking about. And
I'm serious.
John, I like the website, so I don't know anything about Darren Hood yet. But what has he done against the Second Amendment that you're calling him a traitor for? Just out of curiosity.
He's a gun grabber.
Looked at his electoral record.
He wants to raise the minimum age to buy a rifle, a handgun. He does not want people in their 18, 19, 20, 20. He wants to raise it probably 27. Who knows how high he wants to go? But do you agree with that? That changing our constitution is a good idea.
So he wants to raise it to 27 years of age. Is that what you said?
I don't know the exact age that he wants to raise it to. But I can get you the articles. You can also Google Darren the Hood Second Amendment or Darren the Hood guns. There's a lot of articles about him and his beliefs about, weapons.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know anything about the dude, so I'm coming in pretty
not biased that way. So I'm the guy that you want to convince on things right now, 'cause I don't know anything about the other two.
I'm just like, man, I hope that you're giving the same energy if I were to ever decide to run for the 47th district of California, or my district, where we just got rid of Adam Schiff. So I hope that you guys are keeping the same energy.
I would encourage you to run, Adams. I think you would win.
Yeah. He's honorable.
Yeah, Chip really did lose most recent election. Is he no longer a member of Congress? I live in his district.
Yes, sir.
Yes, censored or censored.
They're calling for his arrest. Like the FBI released private cable, basically, or a lot of information coming out about it.
First of all, he's in Senate, so yes, he's no longer a part of our congressional party in the state of California. Like, hello?
Hello?
So, hello?
Yeah, I think just a lot of Democrats, I just lost a lot of respect for us with the fact that they were going after Tulsi Force of it.
There's a lot of bad actors still in office and still creating social media posts. I see Chelsea Clinton posting today about the truth about vaccines and going on about that shooter at that facility in Georgia, and she's saying what a criminal, and these MAGA people are criminals, all these vax conspiracy people are criminals. I'm thinking this is a criminal shitting on a criminal who shot on criminals. Like, the whole Clinton crime family is just a bunch of charlatans, and Chelsea Clinton is the product of all that fucking bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think the thing that Joe Biden, I think, was probably the greatest issue I have with him was when he decided to make all these quote-unquote preemptive pardons. Like the idea that people, before they leave it, that they should be able to have some immunity for whatever it is, whatever crime they could have potentially committed, because, why do they need that sort of immunity if they're innocent?
Okay, so, Necro, most of my to-dos right now that I've received from this room come from you. So, I think most of your anxieties and complaints are going to get solved because you're very high on the campaign to elect John Kitover priority list. So you got that going for you, Necro.
Well, I'd say that essentially if there's no other candidate who is willing to do things like wanting to drop the charges, get sentenced, that to me automatically, disqualifies them in comparison to you. That being said, I wish that you would also demand Trump release the Epstein files as well.
So let me ask you, Necro, describe to me what it would be like if Donald Trump was sitting in the Oval Office and he was like, you know what? I think because a Necro told me to release those Epstein files, I'm going to do it. So describe to me what Trump would actually do. Yeah, describe to me, how would Trump go about releasing the information?
You think it's just me and my person?
No, but the point of this question, Necro, is to think through what it's like for Donald Trump to actually do what you want him to do.
Well, it's not just what I want to do, it's what the overwhelming majority of Americans want him to do. It's to release the files, including his own magnet. His greatest negativity he's got from his Epstein files. So why have you invited? What has he got to hide?
Is it just him? Is it Bill Gates? Is it Bill Clinton? Is it a dozen other people? I mean, it's a lot of people, right?
Yeah, Russell is decent. Us Americans, we deserve to know who is harmed and who hurt these people, like who hurt these innocent children.
Yeah, justice for all these victims. Let me ask you this final question, Necro. What's more important, stopping the borrowing and stopping the spending, or releasing the Epstein files? You tell us, Necro.
Well, I mean, you're not the only person to have magically promised to reduce the spending. You're not the only Republican, definitely.
I mean, you do realize I just get one vote out of hundreds of people. It's not that I can individually stop anything. It's a voting system. You understand this, Necro, right?
Yes.
So if it's me and 4 other guys in Congress complaining about the borrowing and the spending, that's better than having 3, right?
Yes.
So I'm just trying to temper, what you think running for Congress can actually even do if I win, let alone I'm going up against a guy who has $10 million already in the bank. We've got less than $500 in this checking account, Necro. Can you dig deeper in your necrotic pocket to find another $10 right now to get your list of priorities put before other congressional representatives? You've got another $10. You're a patriot, right, Necro?
Yeah, I think the most patriotic thing that you can do right now is to do what the American people want, which is to release the damn Epstein files.
The redacted ones or the unredacted ones?
The ones that keep on being, like, refused to be released.
All right, well,
it's like, do you know how many people are satisfied with the disclosure of the Epstein files?
okay, I'm going to have to interrupt you, Necro, and we are going to jump into my email right now to see how much the campaign to elect John Kitover has generated in campaign donations this evening. We will give you the grand total finale. We are at almost 3 hours of this Americans for Austerity room hosted by the great super positive Mojo Operation. Most of those other echo chambers here on this app, they are negative, low frequency vibration rooms. The Mojo room gives you the ultimate positive, feel good vibrations that you've been looking for. And I'm so thankful that you come to help support the campaign to elect John Kitover. It's my clubhouse netizen friends that can help us with the power of a feather flip over a congressional seat from a guy who's created $20 trillion in debt and has over $10 million in Fortune 500 campaign donations. So thank you. Go to johnforcongress.com or click that secure.antidote link above right now to get $10.11, $10.9, or $1,000. Dig deep. Mojo encourages you to pray in the center of your heart. And in the center of your heart, you may find it that your power, your will is telling you to give $1,000 to the campaign to elect John Kitover. So click that antidote link above if you've enjoyed this comedic routine. It's not comedy, ladies and gentlemen. It's your $137 trillion in debt that you have to deal with. I'm just trying to help you come to the rationalization and realization that the United States of America is completely and utterly bankrupt. But that's okay. We'll just keep borrowing and spending because it's not real. It's all just a game. But give $10 or $1,000 right now to the campaign to elect John Kitover. Thanks.
Yeah, so also, Mojo, yeah, so you're right. Yeah, it's by definition, the loss can never be greater than the profit. Because the loss is always negative. So,
Necro, have you ever taken an accounting class?
do I sound like an accountant?
Okay, so give me the definition for what an asset is, or a liability, or an equity.
I believe an asset is just anything that you inherit.
So give me an example of 3 assets.
Would be like property.
Okay, so real estate is an asset. What's the second asset, bro?
I think also I believe your stock would also be considered an asset.
Okay, so stocks. What else, bro?
It would be whatever business,
Okay, so what business? What about your cell phone, Necro? What about the shirt on your back? What about your brain? Are those assets?
well, my brain's not something that is like it's priceless. So, I mean, but it's interesting though. It's like one of the things that of course, it's never mind actually. In general.
Wait, Necro, I hate to interrupt your economic listener, but I am sad to report that the campaign to elect John Kitover has not raised a single dollar through Antidote today. Now, it's not necessarily your fault. It could be my fault. Maybe it's my demeanor. Maybe it's my tone. Maybe it's the message that people don't like, that the country's $137 trillion in debt. But if you haven't figured it out yet, Mike Moon did give us $25. I'm not doxing Mike, but he goes by Mike Moon. So, Mike Moon, thank you. He is the knight of the day of the round table, the true patriot of Clown House, a Marine Corps veteran, a photographer, a great debater, and someone who has had a lot of fun with this app. Mike Moon, big shout out. Your light is reflecting from your moon, Mike.
Hey, John. I have a question. When Daniel was talking before, could you explain what he was actually proposing as the solution?
He stated it. He believes in the universal income or a minimum basic income. He believes that the fiat currency system can be manipulated, expanded, or contracted and controlled with the snap of a finger. That's his economic science. I hate to break it to you, but that's not how things work. It is an extremely complicated system, and we have gamed it out to the max. Daniel is a monetary, delusional, dreams of grandeur type of person.
What was he talking about when he said that there was an untapped part of the global monetary system? What was he talking about?
He's looking. I think he's talking about the forex. He's talking about the forex exchange or something. The reason why I wanted him to speak was so Mojo could hear his profound plan, which he thinks he's going to fund congressional candidates with some super PAC that it's going to raise a lot of money. I don't know about you, Bima, but online, if your lips are moving, it's a lie, and if you can say it, it is not true. So, to me, you have to try to kill a couple birds with one stone, and that's why I'm recording a lot of this, because there's a good chance that I don't win, but at least I have some type of asset to prove that the activities that I took in 2025 were patriotic and Americans for austerity.
Well, did you take anything from his? I mean, I thought that there were some good things from what he was talking about.
Well, you heard me ask for the compression for the Cliff Notes. Well, you tell me, what did he give us in the Cliff Notes at the very end? I said, summarize it again, Daniel. Give it to us in 3 to 5 sentences. What did he say? Do you even remember?
Oh, it was like, it was a sentence. Hold on. He said, give me a second. I can think about it. Yeah, and he said,
Well, don't let me rain on this parade. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a reason why I record a lot of this, because maybe somebody has a good idea, but we just missed it. But in this case, you might keep wondering what the hell he was even talking about.
what was the sentence that he gave? What was that sentence? Help me jog my memory. It was one sentence.
I'm sorry. I gotta let go of these things. I listen to people on this app where I wonder, are they in a psych ward in Bellevue? Who the hell are these people, and where do they come up with these crackpot ideas? I guess I won't win campaign contributions with those kinds of insults, but.
When you said, can you condense it, in a couple, you said 3 to 5 sentences, and then he responded, you don't remember the answer?
No, I was probably stepping in and out of my office with those questions. And I've spoken to him before at length, and I just wanted people to experience the Daniel experience. Let me just leave it at that for you.
Email, what were you looking for exactly? And what his words, what he said?
Well, I was trying to figure out what he was talking about when he kept saying that you could tap into this, that instead of, so what I got from what he was talking about, he was saying that, because it was kind of concerning, it was, we don't, I heard, we don't have to worry about cutting down, we can afford to pay off our debt, right? And that it's not that it's a money problem, it's the productive capacity of the economy. So as long as inflation doesn't rise, then money creation isn't going to kill us. And then what I thought was interesting was instead of talking about, like the spending and clearly we can't afford this, he focused it, he said, listen, we can do two things at once. We can keep these things because if we just cut the spending and cut Medicaid and all these other things right away, it's going to destabilize the market. So he said that there's two different types of economies, and he said that if you could tap into the global monetary system, and that's how we can pay. And I'm like, what the hell is he talking about? Is he talking about derivatives markets? Is he talking about shadow banking? I have no fucking idea what he's talking about. And then he's saying that then he referenced, he was talking about the GI Bill and the New Deal, and he was talking about, I'm guessing, instead of investing in like consumption-based.
He has a dream. He has a vision, Bima. Are there any other speakers? Anything else? Can anyone else tell us your priorities? How to reduce spending, how to reduce borrowing, how to pay down $37 trillion in fund liabilities.
Cut military spending.
Cut military spending. Great idea. Tell us, what in the military budget should we cut? What programs, what projects, what employees will that impact?
Yeah, we don't need a military size that exists today. We already have, the top. We have the most powerful military with the, 7 what's behind us combined. So we don't need a military the size that we do, especially if we weren't pissing everybody off. We would have so many enemies.
Okay, anybody else know any projects, programs, or people who we should cut off funding to?
I think Trump does have a point about us, sending military aid to other countries, mostly because of the fact that one, if, what are these countries going to have when you have Donald Trump who gets the power, who is going to, relieve military funding if you're not in Israel. So, any other I think that there is a point that he's made there that, countries, just really can't rely on the U.S. to be able to have their own military, to have protection. So, I think that's one of the things I think Trump has a point on.
Okay, again, that's $1 trillion a year we're spending on the National Defense Authorization Act. Northrop Grumman, Boeing, Lockheed Martin, 100 other major defense industrial contractors. And it's not just in the United States. This is a global military industrial complex with players in France and Germany and the UK. And if you've ever seen the sheet of who the Department of Defense and the Pentagon sends all that $1 trillion to, it's a lot of foreign corporations doing business with the United States government.
And I just want to say also, it's like, regardless, you can be against Social Security, but it's completely fiscally irresponsible to say that we should cut Social Security. And, you know, again, when we
What do you think austerity's all about, Necro? It's called austerity for a reason.
I'm saying that essentially it's completely fiscally irresponsible to say that we should, you know, cut Social Security when we have more military spending than we can ever afford.
It's not security and it's not social. It's called austerity. $25 years of war, spent $37 trillion we didn't have another $100 trillion in liabilities that we don't have to pay. Where are we going to get the money? It's ridiculous. You're just going to keep printing it? You want you can have mass inflation, but there's the chance that these connected or disconnected events are not in your favor. I'm just saying that, you know, cutting $300 billion from the NDAA, $1 trillion from Medicare, Medicaid, $200 billion from Social Security, maybe $100 billion from the executive and all the administrative services, and 585 other federal agencies. Necro, you gotta stop borrowing. You gotta stop spending, Necro. You're turning into a necrotic skeleton. It doesn't have any body mass anymore. You've lost it. You're going bankrupt.
I'm already a corpse. Thank you.
John, what are your thoughts on the proposed strategic Bitcoin reserve?
Yeah, I don't know. It's so hard to say. Like, I'm very conspiratorial when it comes to Bitcoin and whether the CIA created it, you know, and it's some type of technological cryptocurrency, you know, that the government funded. I saw this weird video once of the software developer saying, "Hey, InQtel just called us, and the CIA wants us to build them a cryptocurrency called Bitcoin." So, you know, I'm making a joke, but maybe it's not a joke. The point is it a good idea or a bad idea? I don't know. It's just more inflation. It's more spending, borrowing and spending to transfer those dollars into digital assets. I don't know. Do you like collectibles?
Just meeting babies, primarily.
Well, I love collectibles. I got a lot of collectibles. But, you know, Bitcoin is a collectible. I don't have enough money to buy any Bitcoin collectibles. So I'm out of the Bitcoin market right now.
Are a lot of your constituents concerned about Bitcoin and cryptocurrency?
Concerned? I'm not so sure. I know a lot of young people have been buying shitcoin because I look at a lot of rental applications, and when I look at their credit report and I see they're buying shitcoin on credit cards. I'm like, what?
And they're claiming them as assets or something.
I don't know. People are so stupid. People get scammed all the time. They get suckered into buying this and that, and they're just terrified. They don't know what to do, so they're buying shitcoin.
Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin is a pretty much gold. So.
If you're not buying shit coins, then you're the fool. You just haven't figured out the fucking free money printing system. I feel sorry for you.
I really hope that's facetious.
If I went to invest in things.
No, it's not facetious at all.
Really? Okay. Well, I hate to tell you this, but Bima, go on eBay.
How do you think I do what I do? How do you think I fucking do what I do? Sit on my ass all day.
Wow, you're a shitcoin day trader, Bima? I didn't know that.
No, I LP. I have some moon bags. I learned how to make a moon bag. And then it's literally a fucking money printer. You guys have no idea. If you tapped into that shit.
Bima, stop eating the begonias. What are you drinking, begonia tea over there? You eating begonia for breakfast, begonia for lunch, begonia for dinner. You got begonias on your mind.
Yeah. It's called a moon bag. Wendy Crypto coined it, and basically he
take your initial investment. Let's say you take only what you can afford to lose, right? Maybe $2,000, $5,000. You invest it in the market. You invest in the crypto market. You find what works, right? Make sure that you can track the cycles, understand the crypto cycles. Once you make double that, okay, once you turn 2,000 to 4,000, you take out your original investment, and now you're just working with free money, and then you just keep growing that. So you grow it to an income.
You might be in violation. Let me check the rules again. You might be in one of the violations of one of the rules in this room. Stay on topic. Sorry. You're in violation of stay on topic.
That's what we're talking about. We're talking about crypto.
Spin up some crypto rules. Like if you've got the gold ticket.
You know what? You know what's interesting? I thought that first of all, nobody wants to listen to me. Nobody cares. And once you're going to the top and you try to convince people, everybody thinks it's a scam.
Bima, if you want to prove it.
Wait a second. Hold on. Let me finish. Hold on. I lost family members telling me that I'm scamming them because I was getting airdrops. I'm talking like $3,500 airdrops, and it was what was it?
Wait a minute, people. We've got a new room title. It's The Hood's Reign of Terror is Over. Vote John Kitover.
We're talking about finances, and I'm hoping that you protect DeFi, John, and protect us.
Make a campaign contribution now with your Bitcoin Moon Super Coins, Bima.
Right. It's interesting. It's funny that you joke about this, but I'll tell you what. In the past couple weeks, okay, there's a bull runs right now happening in crypto, and you tell me where you could turn 100% return off of something. I mean, when was the last time you watched a bank account or any type in days go from 60,000 to 120,000?
I've done it. I've experienced the Bima in the stock market. I used to day trade. I bought Yahoo at 18. I sold it at 35 2 days later. I made $120,000.
John, stop. But this is the difference. When you're talking about day trading, you're talking about all those pattern day trading rules, all that shit. You have to have $20,000 to just begin. The difference with DeFi and crypto, if you don't
You got 30 more seconds, Bima. 30 more seconds.
You're such a fool, John.
It's okay. You got 30 more seconds. Go ahead, Bima. 30 more seconds. Go ahead.
You keep interrupting me. That's fine. I don't give a shit. I'm living my best fucking life off of fucking whatever the hell you guys think that doesn't exist.
No, that's cool. Go ahead. You got 30 more seconds. Finish up your investment advice.
Got it. Can I ask a question?
Of course, Dr. Adams. Please proceed.
Got it. So, as far as your experience in the real estate industry, what do you feel like you could give back as a congressional candidate to actually resonate with people that are struggling with affordable housing today? And we're not talking about the low punch down, black man. We're talking about, a lot of people in the white America that are looking at it for a market exit.
So let me repeat back the question to you. As a congressperson, what can I do to help low-income resident housing?
I mean, what are you going to do for your constituents to actually develop and cultivate policies to speak to their needs and their grievances of unaffordability in the housing community?
Okay, so the rent is too high, the mortgage is too high, the property taxes are too high, everything's too expensive. Well, a lot of that has to do with inflation because we're $37 trillion in debt. Where do you think all that money went? It went into the cost of your housing now. It's everywhere in the economy. I can show you a list of the CPI and show you the top 20 grocery store items. Things are up 50%, 100% over the course of 5 years. So everything has gotten more expensive because we're $37 trillion in debt.
Got it. So, do you know the average cost of a single-family home in your neighborhood?
In Chicago, yeah. In the district, let's say it's $285,000 on average.
No, but I mean, do you know the actual number?
No, let me Google it for you. Please hold.
Got it. So, do you feel like you're gonna parlay your way through this campaign just cool stealing information.
Who's not gonna know that shit?
This is crazy.
How many counties are in your district, John?
Go to johnforcongress.com to see all the top towns in the 16th district.
This is so crazy.
It's on my website, and I plan on adding more and doing more research. I do a lot of lookups on Grok, doing a lot of research. Are you a forensic accountant?
So, let me
Oh,
just
but
ask
you
you.
know your fucking constituents where you're Adam poses a good
It's
question.
a tough audience, okay? You know, I'll see you guys after the show. Be sure to tip your bartender.
What show? What show? Like, John, if you could just like put this cartoon voice aside, like people with that case, you seriously? Like, this is crazy.
Listen, La Hood's reign of terror is over. Look at the title, everybody. Focus here. La Hood's reign of terror is over. Vote John Kitover.
This man is not actually seriously running for Congress.
Oh, I am seriously running.
This is crazy.
I am seriously running.
You're gonna lose.
Listen, you two are an eclectic mix. I need you here. I love you here. The point is, you haven't given $5 to this campaign yet, and you're complaining nonstop. You got a lot of complaints, and I ain't seen $5 or $10. I should be getting $1 a complaint, $1 a question over here. Go sell begonias and get me $10 by Friday, Bima. Go sell some begonias on the roadside and get me $10 for the campaign, Bima. Where's the $10 for the begonias you promised?
So let me ask you a question.
You're trying to be a begonia. I'll go there.
Got it. Bima. So again, why throw good money after bad? This man is not going to win this fucking election.
Well, do you
What
know
are y'all doing?
because this is the thing, though, because I do really vibe with his message, okay? And
Based on what? Do you live there? Do you live in his district?
if he's running for Congress,
district.
We're all in the same boat, Dr. Adams. We are Americans, Dr. Adams. Americans. We are all in the same boat. We all share that $37 billion debt.
if he's in Congress and he can, co-author bills.
Who is in Congress?
He's running for Congress. He's running for. Is it
Dr. Adams.
Right. And yes. Right.
Look at the polls. Look at the polls. Look at the polls.
But this isn't there.
Again, look at the person that he's running against. Right?
Yeah,
So that man actually brought
what?
votes. That man actually brought more votes than anybody who's ever fucking existed.
Hey, Dr. Adams, you don't know anything about Darren. Stop it. Dr. Adams, you're not running for Congress in your district in California, and you should be running for Senate against Shifty Schiff. You got a great voice, Adams, but you don't understand the constituents in the 16th district.
Senate against Shifty Schiff. Shifty Schiff does not represent my district. That's a
Well,
Senate
neither does
race.
Darren LaHood in the 16th district. He doesn't represent his constituents. He does not represent them. He doesn't have town halls. He's not transparent. He doesn't take constituent phone calls. This guy, everybody complains against him. Look at his responses on X. Let me tell you something. LaHood's reign of terror is over. Vote John Kitover. LaHood's reign of terror is over. Vote John Kitover. And fork it over. Click that link above. $10 right now. It'll go into it. Okay, Adams, you got this, Adams.
You're not winning. Are you winning?
You got this, Adams. We are winning this campaign. We have strength. We've got victory. We've got prosperity. We've got joy on our side. We are attacking the machine, the Darren LaHood machine, every single day. We've got $460 in our checking account. He's got $10 million. We're just $9.9 million away to catching up with him, Dr. Adams, and we need your $5 right now.
Got it. So he had how many 300,000 people that voted for him?
No, I don't think that's the real number. Where are you pulling that number
No,
from?
I don't think that's a real number. Why don't you look at the archives, bro?
Go ahead, post the link, Dr. Adams. This is a decentralized campaign. Stop attacking the campaign and start supporting the campaign. If you don't support the campaign and give us data and you want to sit here and play gotcha games, I'll kick you to the goo. I'll show you what the power of this green bean has.
Yeah, okay. anything else, please don't pick Adam.
I'm just making empty threats. We're all modded up here. It's
Yeah,
just an
exactly.
expression.
So campaign dollars I'm not going to give you. Why? Because of the simple fact that, again, Edmund, I'm going to be real.
You're a difficult Clown House constituent to deal with, Dr.
I'm
Adams.
going to be very real with you. You sat here and trolled people on the app when you otherwise could have been activating your real estate license.
Well, that's okay. I've got enough videos of you to sell to Netflix for the next 100 years. You're one of the funniest people on this app.
You want to do this whole Clown House shit. I want to look at how you've actually invested in community. Right? Right. So again,
You want to hop on my live stream? I'll show you the community. You want to see my lawn? You want to see all the landscaping I have to do around here? You want to see all the charity work I do for the church next door, with the church taking out their garbage, cleaning up the streets? I do a lot for the community over here. It's a never-ending job cleaning up garbage in the streets, recording garbage on Clown House. I do a lot of social services here on Clown House, Dr. Adams.
Take your tool aside to actually run for Congress.
Oh, I'm running, baby. We are running. This room is testament to the fact that Darren LaHood's reign of terror is over. Vote John Kitover.
And you're not going to win. Because again, this trolling shit, it's horrible.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's now midnight, and we have approached. It's Thursday, August 14th, 2025. If you haven't given $1 to $10 to the campaign to elect John Kitover, we need your support right now. It's a new day, and unfortunately, I had to take a break because Adams is on that Mojito 10, number 10. I will bring him back up in a second, but all the criticism aside, we need your support in this campaign. Darren LaHood has a war chest of $10 million from Blue Cross Blue Shield, Aetna, Cardinal Health, Big Pharma, Pfizer, Moderna, J&J, Verizon, Comcast. He's given Comcast $65 billion. $65 billion to do rural broadband, ladies and gentlemen. And you paid for it. You, the voter, the taxpayer. And so we are all on the same ship. I don't live in this district, but I live in the United States of America, and I'm sick of Congress people passing HR acts and spending trillions of dollars that we don't have annually. So if you agree with that sentiment, and then you agree with this campaign, so click that antidote link above and give $1 to $10 to $1,000 to me, for you. Go vote. Darren LaHood's reign of terror is over. Vote John Kitover. Okay, now please bring Dr. Adams back up.
I sent him an invite.
Sorry, Dr. Adams, I gotta do a commercial break. I mean, we can't do the Dr. Adams show all night long. We've only been here for 20 hours today, and 20 hours the day before, 20 hours the day before. Dr. Mojo, where do you get the energy from? I'm just trying to keep up with you on this app.
I think his secret is watermelon.
Is it the hydration aspect of watermelon? Or is it the flavor, the juiciness, the tastiness of a fresh cut watermelon?
Tastes like strawberry.
I think it's coffee.
I love coffee. I drink a lot of coffee.
I think he's answering via the PTR. I think it's coffee.
I'm sorry, Dr. Adams, but the number of questions I answered, the number of questions you asked, if it was $1 a question, you would definitely be contributing $10 to the campaign to elect John Kitover. Just click that link above right now and help support the mission. The mission is your future, Dr. Adams. How many more closings are you going to go to and have 30, 40, 50% of your income sent to the federal government and your state and local government? It's outrageous, Dr. Adams. This is a vote for yourself. Stop closing homes and giving your money away to the government through taxation. It's so ridiculous. Dr. Adams, you're such a critic. You have no policies, you've got no aim and no legitimacy. Well, I've got plenty of credibility. I've got great aim and desire in what I'm doing, and our policies are economically sound. I don't think you understand economics, Dr. Adams. I don't think you understand how to start and run a business and why this government is not running itself like a business. Well, Dr. Adams is 99% of the room when he's in the room, so there's a huge vacuum now. But how are your begonias, Bima?
Thank you for asking. I'm struggling a little bit right now with some of them, I think I'm having issue with the substrate, and because they all different begonias like different types of substrates, and I'm trying to learn them. Some like vermiculite, some like perlite, and cocoa coir. I don't know, but anyway, some like sphagnum moss, some like these little balls. I don't even know what they are. But I'm struggling with some of my more expensive ones.
We've been talking about our pink begonias all day.
And they are just so beautiful. They're pink. They're pointy. They got spikes. They got polka dots. Serendipity. I got begonias that are green with white spots and a red back. Like these things. It's called a maculata. Look it up. It is the freaking coolest plant. This thing is gonna grow up, be the entire corner of my house. Like what? This is insane. And do you know what the coolest thing is? I can make an infinite amount of them. You can have some of this wealth over in my house. I could give everybody free wealth. This is free.
Let's give away our begonias, y'all.
They would be baby begonias, but yeah, ultimately. So yeah, I'm struggling with some substrates. This one I just can't get the moisture right, and I expect to get like
You're gonna need to not say that word.
in the mouth.
I'll talk about moisture in the mouth.
If there is
John,
ever
you can have an ally. John, you can have an ally. If you support DeFi, I am down with the cause. Hey, are you into Ray Dalio at all, John?
Yeah, I see a lot of his content.
Yeah. Did you have you read what was where he talks about the 6 stages of like the death cycle and how we're like entering like the 6th stage? What book was that? What was that? You know what I'm talking about?
I mean, I don't know exactly what you're referencing, but I know he publishes a lot.
It was probably like something rules for navigating the debt crisis or something like that. But anyway,
Are you referring to the changing world order?
Yeah, well, I mean, ultimately, of course.
That's the title of his book that kicked off. He did the overarching pitch on the debt cycles, and then he wrote like 8 to 10 volumes going into detail, history, stuff like that. Sorry, I didn't mean to kill the room.
Yeah, what are you talking about? You didn't even say anything to kill the room. Do you like Lynn Alden? Yeah, oh no, I heard you, trust me.
Oh, okay.
I'm looking stuff up. Hey, do you like Lynn Alden?
Yeah.
Okay, so now you like Ray Dalio and you like Lynn Alden. Now tell me some things. Tell me some secrets, please. Who else do you like?
I like John Kitover for president.
Well, when I was in military college, I went from being a junior private to being a major in the regimental cadet corps. And so I literally went from being a private to having like all this, presence as a major. And people who knew me were just like in disbelief that I had this huge like political reversal on campus where I went from this know-nothing private to being a major. In the regimental command, I became the public relations officer, in the cadet corps, and it was kind of funny seeing people's faces like that. I'm wearing, these gold bars on my uniform now. People are just like, "What the fuck? How the hell did you become a major?" So if you put forth the effort, and they told me the only reason they gave me that job was because I made amends and I asked for forgiveness with regards to something that I said to this female cadet on campus that upset her quite a bit. But I asked for amends. I told her I was sorry, but I don't know if she graduated or not. But the point is, if you rectify, past mistakes with people and you're transparent about it, you can be rewarded, for that transparency and that adjustment. But it's possible we win, but it's possible we don't. And if we don't win, well, at least we've established more political credibility in our second campaign to try to achieve a balance to the force, because $37 trillion is not a balance in the force. That is an abuse of privilege, and they are stealing from you and ruining your future and your children's future. It's not fair, and it's outrageous. And we shouldn't be $37 trillion in debt. The war should have been managed fiscally conservatively. The COVID-19 response, in my opinion, is the biggest scam ever in human history. So there's a balance to the force coming.
That's an impressive rank, and it's impressive being part of the regimental command. So.
No, it's really not. Not in hindsight, because I have classmates who are now colonels in the military and working up, in high positions of incredible budgetary supervision at the U.S. Army Cyber Command and other places. I've got friends that are making fortunes working at Microsoft and other places. There's a lot of people. The highest annual income in the entire United States is in the Washington, D.C. area. So a lot of people are making a lot of money off of all this borrowing and spending. I'm not, unfortunately, at the present moment. I'm trying to run for Congress.
I was speaking of what you did in your schooling.
I know, but I'm just telling you that reversals happen. That, you can go from nothing to something overnight. And when it happens, it's, amazing.
So we'll see. I just looked it up, and yeah, it's two different things. I'm gonna look into that, the changing world order, but this is it looks similar, which is funny, but it's the principles for navigating the big debt crisis. It's where he just goes over the 6 stages of the debt.
Not me. Maybe he can't find it.
So he can't get back in the room. He back channeled me. He asked me to send him. I did. He said he still can't get in.
I certainly don't have lots.
Who would block Adams? I think there's a few people who might want to block Adams.
Somebody just like
Howard, you would block Adams, please.
I have no reason to. No.
who made the typo?
That's fine.
Is Pockets still awake? Pockets wouldn't block Adams, would she? I got one hand in my pocket and the other one flicking a cigarette.
I don't have Adam's block, but I'll go to the audience just because why not?
No, why? Stay.
Well, I'll take the mod off me. I don't need that stink.
What? Don't hear him call us stinky? I'm not gonna lie, a man that doesn't walk, that's kind of hot. Like, that's like the most masculine. Yeah, I like that. Come on back up, player.
Well, Dismal is here. I would love to entertain some questions from Dismal if she's available to ask the candidate Congressman John Kitover a few questions. welcome to In the Muff.
Hey, Canada, has there been any discussion or have you reached out in an attempt to debate the incumbent?
No, I have not addressed him directly on X asking him for a debate, but I'm sure we will, within the next couple weeks or months. But I do want to try to contact the Democrat candidates who are running and schedule debates with them.
You know what? Their campaigns might actually want to fund you.
Yeah, I have to try to get more, I want to try to do town halls in the top 10 cities, like digital town halls. So create like Facebook events, Eventbrite, and then redirect them back here to Clown House, or use Zoom. But I'd like to do it on maybe Clubhouse and X, probably not Zoom. But, trying to get I really want to speak with Democrats, Republicans, Libertarians, doesn't matter who we speak with, but we need to speak with people in the ground in these towns that live there, hear their complaints, hear their concerns, give them a pitch, ask them for a donation, but to get them, from an advertisement or from some social media post, whether it's Reddit even, probably Reddit. Probably should work a lot with Reddit. There's a lot of you can advertise on Reddit, which is pretty cool. And there's big threads in these districts like Chicago suburbs, even Chicago, or even all these Facebook marketplace exchanges. They could probably advertise in there too, but it's just like a lot of spam.
I think Reddit's an awesome idea because you also can more easily, more credibly influence the conversation in the subreddits too.
Yeah, I should also probably try to hire like a digital campaign marketing manager or digital campaign strategist to do a lot of these ad campaigns. I mean, I know I can do a lot of them myself, but I've worked with videographers before and content creators, and when you compare what I do to what other people do, it's always like if somebody has some more professional experience in video editing, etc. They always put out a much better product than what I put out. Welcome back, Dr. Adams.
The only person I moved was Pockets. Does Pockets have you blocked, Adams?
No, of course not. Like, listen, Roger, I'm not going to get into, like, stage dynamics. Like, that's, like, one of the most annoying things, I feel as far as, people coming onto this app. It is what it is. So, I'm not tripping.
But again, I only moved one person.
Yeah, I don't think that Pockets has spoke for me.
Sometimes when you leave a room and you're looking for the room in a hallway, you lose it. And you got to shut down the app, go back to the hallway to find it. So, there's that fear of, did I get blocked? I can't get back in the room. I can't find the room. Somebody has me blocked.
Yeah, John, I think you're onto something. It's almost like you've got to copy George Costanza's school of getting elected and do the opposite.
I don't know any other way to do it. I hate to say I'm like a gonzo politician, but I am a big fan of that movie. What is it? It's not Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, right? What is the famous writer's book with Johnny Depp in Vegas? He's the gonzo journalist.
It's on the tip of my tongue.
I can't remember what is the name of that movie. Anyways, the point is, yeah, I mean, we have to do what we can do. I mean, we have $400 in a checking account, and to try to get any press is very difficult. Most journalists don't want to touch me because, I'm harping about the debt and cutting Medicare, Medicaid, etc.
Hey, one idea, and just quickly brainstorm, so I apologize to the stage. But John, have you thought about reaching out to John Cass, the former Tribune political reporter who has a podcast who's very much anti-establishment? John Cass,
No, but I'm going to look him up on X right now, see if he has an account.
Yes, John Cass is a kid. I'll look for his podcast. I listen to it. I'll try to find the link and I'll put it in the chat.
I see it right now. John Cass News. His profile is John_Cass.
I think it's worth that. Just even reach out to him formally and since you're already filed, you're a legitimate candidate, I'm sure you take the phone call.
And what about getting posters in all of the cannabis stores?
Yeah, that would be a cool idea. Yeah, let me message this guy, John Cass. I haven't done any signs yet. The last time I ran, I purchased signs on eBay, and let me get a photo. Let me show you a photo of my last campaign sign that I created. Let me go get it from the other room. My family was kind of shocked when they saw this sign, but I think it's holding up well. I think it's going to hold the test of time. And one of the clubhouse racists on this app registered my name, johnkitover.com, and now it forwards to Queers for Palestine. But I'm sick of owning domain names. I used to own thousands, and now I'm dwindling down to like 300, and I'm slowly dropping them. But this was the sign I created when I ran for committee person. PTR, PTR. And it's my cell phone number if you want to text me directly and become a consultant on the campaign.
Well, I see where you don't win, John. That's a horrible freaking sign.
Oh, see, you don't like it, but it's holding up well, actually, in terms of prophecy.
Not the message, the color codes. You can't do all that. You got to break it up.
Oh, well,
do the highlights, different color. You know what I mean? Bold.
I drew the hearts. I drew the hearts myself, and I drew the green triangles with the all-seeing eye and the dollar bills. That was my artwork contribution. Let me read it for you. It says, vote Trump and Republicans. Stop the bullshit and scams. Fuck the Democrat clown scams. CRT, BLM, LGBTQ, DEI, Democrats. Liberate America and secure the border. End forever wars and pay the debt. Dissolve the Federal Reserve.
Change your website, make it bolder font, and change the color and the top too. You gotta break it up. That's not.
Here's the thing though, Sean. Okay, so I'm looking at this sign, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, he's conservative Republican, okay, cool. Now, you have to imagine that there are members of the LGBTQ community who are, Trump supporters or right-leaning voters,
Well, maybe, but I would just say that however you decide to orgasm, whether you're heterosexual, homosexual, or bisexual, or even trans, that's okay, or queer, that's okay. Orgasm however you want. However, when you want to cut off young men's genitalia or cut off women's breasts and have Medicare and Medicaid for it, pay for it. I just can't vote on that next HR Act that's going to fund all the prepubescent puberty blockers and mutilation to those young people's bodies when they simply have a mental health disorder. So, that's where I stand on LGBTQ.
I agree with you on that point.
You're against circumcision, John?
No, I'm not against circumcision.
Oh, not that mutilation.
John, here's a thought. It might actually get the gay and lesbian community on your side. Is call for a divorce between LGB and the rest of the alphabet soup. I think you'll get the old school gays, the ones with money on your side.
LGB without the T is a thing on Twitter. I don't know if you've seen that. LGB without the T. Follow gays against groomers, by the way, on X.
So presidential advisor, ready room, consultant, or the situation room advisor, dismal outlook, who has such a negative name. She wrote, I'd love to give him that opportunity, but he sounds like a basement clubhouse douche.
Wait, so John, wait, hold on. So John, how are you going to end the division, based on the divisive topic that Roger offered up is kind of like an alley-oop, and, you just kind of didn't take it for the basis as it was. I mean, what is your plan for correcting the divisiveness as you sought, in going to this whole election cycle? I mean, what are you doing to correct your own grievances for which you decided to run for office?
Sure, I deal with all the same issues that all other Americans deal with, which is property taxes, income taxes, and never-ending other taxes. And I want to thank Mojo for giving me an alley-oop, but this isn't a basketball game. This is a financial war that we are all enduring in this country. $37 trillion is eating your substance. That's what the Declaration of Independence deals with. The king and all these rich prick asshole royalists eating out the substance of our nation, leaving us with very little after working 5 days a week. So my problem is your problem, Dr. Adams.
I mean, my problems are definitely not your problems, and you have not addressed the aforementioned problem as far as you actually resonated with a certain ilk that can actually get you towards the aims that you're seeking to accomplish. Like, I'm not seeing where you're creating a pathway to actually, produce a successful campaign, bro. Like, I'm sorry. I want to see this.
Well, what does resonating with a certain ilk mean? What are you talking
You're
about?
not being authentic.
I'm not being authentic. This is very authentic. I'm totally transparent. I'm live streaming this whole situation right now. Let me get you the YouTube live. Please hold.
Got it. And that's part of the problem. That's part of the problem.
I don't think it's part of the problem. I think it's part of the solution. I hate to break the bad news to you, but we're just going to have to agree to disagree.
So let me ask you a question. How are you doing as far as your approval ratings against Hood?
Well, let's look at how many campaign contributions came in today and yesterday. Those are some good statistics.
Got it. So let's look at what LaHood has brought in to his campaign.
Mm-hmm. Let's take a look. This is a decentralized campaign. Can you do a couple clicks and maybe some searches or some grok queries?
I've heard to look it up.
Go ahead.
That man is wiping the floor with you.
Yeah, well, that's because we have $470 in the account. You haven't given $10 yet.
That's again.
$10 goes a long way in this campaign, Dr. Adams. You gonna put up or you gonna shut up?
Okay.
Guess who put up? Guess who put up, Dr. Adams? This is the Maury Povich show, not the bully pulpit.
The bully pulpit's going to get you.
Jay Breska gave $120 to this campaign. You just giving your lip. You're giving your lip.
Is he running for office?
No, he gave
asking to represent any
He
of us?
gave $120 to this campaign to elect John Kitover. How much have you given?
Zero.
Zero.
Good for him.
Zero.
Good for him. Absolutely.
Big talker over here. I don't see $1 yet for this campaign. A lot of criticism saying LaHood's mopping the floor with us.
Bully pulpit that I'm discussing. You're not going to bully people into endorsing your campaign.
I'm not bullying. You're critiquing. I'm critiquing you.
You have an absence in resonating with people that would otherwise vote for you the most. That's all I'm saying.
Look at Dismal. She wrote, he did. Poor investment. Nobody's contributing to you. Okay, Dismal. I bet you we can convince you to give $1 to the campaign, Dismal.
Do you want to actually have a real conversation, Edmund?
Yeah, bring Dismal up so she can ask a question. You've already asked 100 questions, Dr.
So let me ask you a question.
You're not getting any more questions answered until you give $1 to the campaign. How do you like them apples?
All right.
I've answered enough of your questions for
Well,
today.
hold on. If he gives $10, can he ask 10 more questions?
Absolutely. $1 question. Fork it up.
Shit.
Ooh, big talker then. Big talker, Dr. Adams. Money talks, bullshit walks. And I hate to tell you, we can't get to Congress unless we have your $10, Dr. Adams. I've enjoyed you for many years. I'm sure you've enjoyed me for many years. You can't give $10 to somebody that you've been talking to for many years.
I'm not going to vote for you to go into representing.
Well, you don't live in the district. You're a political activist online?
Is John for Congress?
I'm going to be quiet.
Is John for Congress your name, John number 4 Congress.com?
That's it. I know it's not impressive, but we're going to change it
I don't
soon.
see any of your. Why does it keep asking me to log? Where's all of where you stand on all the issues and stuff?
The issues. I've got 20,000 YouTube videos, 20,000 Instagrams. Go take a look.
No.
What do you even take in the title of the room?
Oh my God.
I think he was woken some. Like John likes to ask and solicit. Like he likes to solicit donations from people that otherwise are working people. You are the populist. Well, John, leading up to this has admitted that he's held no work. So again, I would respect this effort in a different light, Ernie, if you would have actually put in your work into doing the heavy lifting. Finance your own campaign. I'm sorry.
I mean, like, financing your own campaign, I'd even say, hold on a second, we could do that. But, John, you even have an issue. There's nothing. You got nothing. There's no way to mobilize anything or anybody outside of the business is a trouble.
Wait, hold on. Listen, the campaign just started. He just filed. He just set up the website. He's 2 days into this. He's less than 48 hours in. He's already raising money. Yesterday he raised over $1,000. If you count the match, so that's over $1,000 is in the campaign. And now those dollars will be used to get people to get them on the ballot. There's no filing fee required. And so really all that needs to happen is to gather a little less than 600 signatures to run as a Republican. And then once we secure the ballot access, then all of the other things that you were talking about in terms of how to whip voters to go and vote for them, figuring out how to get on a debate stage, all those kind of things. You can do those things, but you got to take baby steps. Goal number 1 is get on the ballot. What will help him to get on the ballot is to be able to pay the volunteers to get the signatures. Well, if you care about this country, if you care about reducing debt, we can take one baby step by just everybody just prayerfully considering donating money to John Kitover for Congress.
Marshall, can I ask a question? from, the House and the Senate in otherwise distracting people from getting to a certain type of aid expeditiously as they need it. Keep in mind, if you have people in North Carolina that are experiencing devastation, you have people in the Palisades that are experiencing devastation, you have people in Altadena. To me personally, and listening to this voice and having a say as far as how our federal expenditures are going to resonate to the average everyday person, people are tired of the jokiness. People are tired of the jokiness, the cartoon voice, the radio voice. People want to resonate with somebody that is going to be soluble to their aims.
Show me the end. Show me
This
the
isn't it.
Show me the
This isn't it.
Show me the evidence to what you just said. Show me the evidence to
All right, Roger. There's a certain type of ilk as far as how these people want to present themselves into these fringe spaces, which Edmund, actually mentioned himself. America is going towards a certain type of, rhetoric. This, in my opinion, is a non-traditional approach to something that is going to end up in something that's not productive. That's all I'm going to say.
I'm not gonna lie though. Listen, Jen, seriously, you could. I really like what both are saying too. You really could have something if you actually dedicate yourself. I'm looking at this. I'm not impressed at all. I mean, even if you took just a day, you could just upgrade your interface, just the general first impression of your website. Like if you there's a couple.
Listen, I've created an insane amount of websites in my life, and I use Wix because I thought I'd give them a shot, and they suck. I can create much better websites, but the truth be told is I do so much in live streaming, so much on YouTube, Instagram,
Well,
X,
you gotta realize, there's people are in rational ignorance. Okay, we learn this in economics 101. People don't have the time to go and
I get it, but Bima, you know what's important is that link above. Click that anecdote link above because that's really what's important. That's the payment platform, the payment processor. The primary campaign website.
Your voters, the people that you are going to want to vote for you.
Bima, do you want the job as the digital marketing communications strategist? You got it. You're hired. Congratulations.
Listen to me.
You're consulting yourself. Mazel tov.
Listen, these people, no one's going to go and look deeply, and it's going to be a very small percentage of people that are going to be able to do this.
You know how many people are going to my Instagram? Over 2,200 people a month. It's because of Congress.
All right, people are going to Instagram, but you're talking about like just anybody who has access to the internet. It's consolidate, make your shit, get your issues out there. Look at this fool. This guy comes up with one freaking paragraph, okay? He has 5 issues listed on his website. What a doofus. And this is government spending. Far too long, the federal government has been living within its means. Our national debt is $30 trillion and growing, and we continue a government that spends taxes and borrows too much. In Congress, I'll continue to push to rein in spending in order to tackle the national debt, ensuring that our children and grandchildren are not forced to pay for the mistakes of our generation. Period. Done. Put a loser. Okay? Like, come on, dude. The shit that you come up with, you could totally destroy it if you really want to. One, you're going to have to probably get off Clubhouse, I'm not gonna lie, and you're going to actually have to use the content that you have.
Wait, get off of Clown House? Why would I get off of this? Is a key strategic communication component of my campaign, Peter. You're fired as my digital communication strategist. I think you're giving us terrible advice for the campaign. You're fired. I'm finished listening to your consulting. Your consultancy has been terminated. Your campaign involvement is over for the night. Thank you very little.
Okay, well, if you want to do like a national, this is what I'm saying. Like, I'm really curious how serious you are about it, because if you're looking for like national target, then you're trying to, people go overseas. I can understand that, but if we're talking about like really trying to get a hold of the people that are in these areas to vote for you, then these people are on Clubhouse. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. I think you do have something. I think you have a lot of really cool
lot of stuff up, but like 90% of what you're doing is going to happen.
Well, it sounds to me like you do want to be a part of the campaign.
Yeah, you can't come out like, that's right. This is what they're the website is saying.
No, I'm totally willing to admit that the website sucks.
Just at least copy pops, I mean, at least give the.
Getting Antidote up was quite a long process. That was like a 60-day process to finally get a payment platform up and have everything synced between the bank and FEC and everything. It's a lot of work to finally be able to take campaign contributions, let alone there's a lot of work that you have to do as the treasurer, and there's filings with the IRS. It's a lot of fucking paperwork they make you do, and it's a lot of wasted time. So if you do want to join this campaign and actually help me do some stuff, as opposed to just complaining like the complaint crew at Clown House is some kind of 1-800 complaint hotline for fucking people, because that's all you people know how to do. I mean, that's why I appreciate people who read that book the other day, and especially Hakima. He actually read. Unlike a lot of people in that room, they just run away. They go, no, I don't want any of this. I just want my dopamine like a fucking clown dummy. Some people read things and they spend their time to become subject matter experts. I don't know how many economists are in the room or how many people have ever opened up a pizza shop. But until you tell me how you can run a business, or you file for Congress, I mean, your criticism and your complaints are being listened to and your priorities are being submitted. But I would suggest that if you don't give $1 or $10 and I've listened to all your fucking complaints, I'm not your therapist or your consultant, but I am running for Congress. I mean, can't I complain about the complainers? I'm having fun doing this.
Well, hold on. I just think it's interesting. We have 435 members in the House. We have 100 members in the Senate. All of these people are working together to steal money. They're borrowing and they're spending, and we're going broke. And somebody's saying, "Hey, that's a bad idea," and we're gonna spend our time criticizing that. Why can't we just say it? I think John's on the right side of history. Whether he wins this election or not, that's besides the point. Barry Goldwater didn't win the fucking election, but you know what he did? He inspired a movement. You know what came later? Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan swept 49 out of 50 states because the people finally soaked in that what Barry Goldwater was saying was probably a good idea. What if John Kitover is the Barry Goldwater for this next movement that's going to take over?
And Mojo, in the beginning, Reagan, it was persistence and resilience.
It's a very good point. Look, if we're going to say that if your likelihood of winning an election is low, that you shouldn't run, then nobody would ever oppose the big major parties. Everybody would just say, okay, well, hey, MAGA's in charge. I guess we should all take our ball and go home.
I mean, it literally takes you 15 minutes to file for Congress, and all these people post on X, and everybody's interested in politics. But when you see that no one's going to challenge this Darren LaHood or any of these other people, most people go unchallenged. It's just wild, and it only takes 15 minutes to file. And digital communication is pretty much free. You don't even need a website to run. So that's me with my sign. There you go. That's my PTR selfie.
Really, the only requirements to run is the filing fee is waived in Illinois. So you need to, as a Republican, it's 500 some odd verified signatures, and then you have to be you have to hit the minimum age requirements. Like all of this stuff is easy. The reason why people don't run is because they look at what the other people are doing and they say, how can I compete with them? They have so much money. They have all these resources. They have this team around them. They have a team that's feeding them bad ideas and that are bought and paid for by these corporations. And so if all of these things that you guys complain about, you say that you want to fix the system, somebody's saying, hey, you know what? I'll take my try at it. And he's saying he doesn't have all the answers. When you guys ask him a question and he doesn't have the answer, rather than making something up, he'll say, well, let's just see what ChatGPT or Grok has to say about it. I think this is the most honest campaign that you have seen in all of
very well-known political columnist with Chicago Tribune. He left the Tribune like last year. He's got his own podcast, his own outlet. He's very much anti-Democrat. He's anti-Republican machine. And John, if I were you, I'd do some research on him. But I would pitch even a show on his podcast to have you and Mark Rice on together, and he can interview you, and you can talk about being the underdog, the David fighting the Goliath. And something tells me he gives some air coverage on that. I could totally be wrong, but it doesn't cost you anything to reach out and try.
Yeah, I messaged him on X to see if he'll be open to communicate, so we'll see if he responds.
And I don't want to take up too much space on this stage, but I have another idea for you. So I did send you a text, and even though I dramatically, for the most part, disagree with you politically, but there's something to Mojo's point. It's just the underdog. It's time we need change, and whether or not you're successful or not, it's really breaking the paradigm, breaking the big politics, and that quote of essentially it's same corporation, different divisions. I do believe to what you were talking about before, whether it was from that movie that you referenced or the George Costanza School of Electioneering. I think it's time for a change.
Well, it's natural. I mean, the fact that we're $37 trillion in debt, it's just obvious that there's going to be contrarians who are going to come out of the woodworks and campaign against the debt. It's our tradition.
Yeah, I do believe that that's an issue, but on the other hand, I'm like, fuck, with our GDP, we can still print more money, but again, I know most people would totally disagree on that, but putting that aside, I still want to figure out how I can, in my own little way, can support the effort here, because I give you total credit, even though, I think there's some different, really different things about you that you demonstrated, but the fact that you're putting yourself out there, the fact that you're taking a risk, now people may disagree that you're not organized, you're not funded, but you are putting yourself out there, and I think a lot of credit, it's like you are not only talking the talk, you're trying to walk the walk.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the compliment. I will say, though, that even though it may appear that I'm not organized, I'm actually quite organized compared to other people who would launch a campaign. I can just I can look at what the Democrats uh, you know social media handles look like, and I got to tell you, they've got no presence at all, just like 400 followers. But some of anyways, I'm just saying, I appreciate the compliment, Howard, and I'm trying my best, but it's fun, and I like being courageous, and that's why I like a lot of people on this app. I think Brad is courageous but crazy. I want to be courageous but intelligent, and I don't want to have a road rage incident, getting all upset or angered, with people on this app. I hope everyone here will be my friend, and I say friends for life. So, if you want to come to Illinois and actually help with the campaign, Mojo says he's going to fly out and stay at a Marriott, and we're going to do some strategic training and door knocking with political activists, maybe Democrats, maybe libertarians, maybe Republicans who also don't like the debt, and they feel that they can't change the political leadership, and so maybe I'm a viable alternative. If not, this is a big communication marketing enterprise and experience, and I hope you will join us and have some fun.
There's a great roadside bar over in Pecatonica too.
We should do a bar crawl, John. We'll call it Liberty on the Rocks. We'll just do a bar crawl.
How about we do an organic food crawl?
Your voice makes my skin crawl. Sorry, I've been nice all day. I'll stop.
We have an event planned in Peoria where we're going to have a Darren Hood look-alike make a bonfire and throw $20 trillion worth of fake Amazon, prop money in it as a publicity stunt. So the people in Peoria and Rockford and all around America will get to see Darren LaHood literally torch $20 trillion in fake currency live on YouTube and see it. So he's going to dump gasoline over $20 trillion worth of fake Amazon prop money. It's going to be great. He's going to wear a suit and tie. It's going to be an amazing, troll prank, but hopefully it'll raise awareness.
We could.
Hey, John, you know what else I would do? I would hire a Pritzker lookalike and have him with that LaHood lookalike, like arm in arm, too.
So, I have a lot of YouTube videos out there. I've got over 20,000 Instagram videos out there. And recently, I read a book. I read the Constitution from start to finish. And I also read the Declaration of Independence. And those videos have thousands and thousands of views. And people in the comments are saying, thank you so much for reading this. People have forgotten this. People are not reading this. People need to hear this. So, part of this for me is educating myself and hopefully educating others, because if you are a good congressperson or a good senator and you are a leader of your people, you want your people to be educated. And if you're a good leader, you treat people the way you want to be treated. You don't road rage and scream at people and make, insane homicide ideation death threats on social audio platforms. You try to treat people with respect and kindness and have some fun. Don't be crude. Don't be vulgar. It's annoying, and it's not intelligent. So I hope to bring, professional and classy communication to the campaign and to the constituents and to the country. I mean, if you can't lead by example, and I try to, I have tenants that I live with. I live in a multi-unit apartment building that I own, and I live with people that I found off of Craigslist, and they pay me rent. I treat them with respect. They treat me with respect, and I hope it always remains that way. So I'm just saying, I know how to treat people. But I also, don't appreciate when people get angry or yell or, want to create fake conflict or are not amenable, or able to. Anyways, I'm just saying every relationship has a beginning and an end. And I hope that all of these relationships on Clown House, have no end. And I hope you also give $10 to the campaign. Thanks.
Rush, RIP, and Hannity, although maybe RIP to him too. They used to do the free pocket constitution from Hillsdale College. You guys ever get one of those? You better have.
Ron Paul used to hand out pocket constitutions at his speaking events. Dennis Kucinich does the same thing.
It was a great experience reading it. It wasn't quite the experience that I thought it would be, but I think if we read that Thomas Paine Common Sense or the Federalist Papers, or I like to do Bible flashcards. That's one of my favorite ways to run the mind through a script. But I really liked our book club, and hearing everybody really read and how we did it professionally, quickly. I mean, it was. That was the only time on Clown House where I've seen people actually work together, to create something, and it's a long script we created. It's a program we ran. So I just got to say, if Clubhouse is a microcosm and the government is the macrocosm, and it's dysfunctional here, it's the same thing throughout millions of federal employees.
Dismal, will you come up? I want to see if we can come to an understanding on some things. Would love for Dismal to come to the stage. Want to talk about the campaign. I want to get your questions, your thoughtful questions. Let us know if you can come up, Dismal. Thank you. If anybody else wants to come up, that'd be great too.
Yeah, Cindy, you should come up. Cindy.
What do you guys think of the slogan, fork it over for John Kitover?
I like the other one you had, prior title. That was a good one. That was a good slogan.
We can win over BEMA if we defund FEMA.
That was hilarious.
So if we defunded FEMA, would you donate?
Absolutely. Do you know, FEMA, see, this is the thing. I think that there's a lot of great ideas that we have. I think they just need to be, I don't know, better, more effectively and efficiently put together. And we could do that if we had more oversight. I mean, I know a lot of people will disagree, but yeah, I think we could have nice social safety nets. We don't have to necessarily get rid of them, but we could come together and put our money together. And then have, like some satisfaction with knowing that, oh yeah, I know that this is running pretty effectively. I know that my money is going to be put to a good, effective use. That there's, there's not some bullshit person that's just barely getting by and, bought and paid for crime. I mean, you know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, no, I like that. And John, I really want you to think about DeFi too. Because that's really where you're winning me over. if you can support DeFi, yeah, that'd be fun. I actually might, for the first time in a very long time, I could potentially see myself helping you.
Well, I think this campaign's coming together pretty well. Sometimes they get off to rocky starts, but this one, day one, boom, $1,000 in the bag. Yeah, I think it's coming together. I think LaHood's going to be worried, majorly worried. The Democrats that are running, though, I think they're the ones that if you just show them how radical you could be, they might fund your campaign because they would probably rather run against you than run against LaHood.
Yeah, 100% they would. I mean, he's very polished. He wears great suits. Got a great family. He's got a great life. He's got a lot of dough. And he's got a lot of connections and clout. I mean, I would just say, to me, it all seems like virtue signaling, knowing how much he's spending, and it's kind of shameless. I mean, but you can see exactly who contributes to him, and he knows them all, and he's their guy, and he keeps getting them the money year after year, quarter after quarter. And there's an interview of him talking about the what's the Privacy Rights Act with the snooping, the annual, they have to certify it every year, the National Surveillance Act. He's, his opinion on the National Surveillance Act is a widely held opinion, and they just keep funding it. And so it's anti-American, it's eavesdropping, it violates your constitutional rights, and, this guy is the swamp. He's a 10-year veteran of the swamp. And $20 trillion is a lot of money. And if he's only skimmed 10 million, but yet he's helped create 20 trillion, maybe he's got more. And his dad has been arrested by the FBI for $50,000 in cash and a bribe. And Darren LaHood's laptop has even been taken by the FBI and investigated. I mean, they have gone through his files for some type of grievance. It could have been political, and the FBI, where it was in the wrong, or there could have been some type of suspicion of some sort. There's a lot of money involved here because of China and Saudi Arabians and all these mega corporations, especially in Medicare, Medicaid. At $4 trillion, that's a lot of lobbying. And
John, when you're doing videos, you should get a laptop and just have a sign that says LaHood's laptop, and then get some crime scene tape and just keep that in the background and let people see it. I think that could work.
Yeah, that would be a good one. I guess I have to get some FBI, or I could probably print it. But see, this is why this campaign is a little artistic. I'd even like to do paintings, and sell those paintings on eBay for the campaign. So there's a lot that I can do, which is manual, and is, fun. I mean, even this sign that I'm holding in my PTR, I consider artwork at this point. And that's the way I explain most things.
Well, why not go to the local art school, whether it's at the college or even like art students at the high school, and tell them that you'd like them to participate in the election process by having an art contest to come up with the best sign.
Yeah, you know, there's a lot of these wine sip and paint places, and so I think I could like create an event where we will sponsor you to come in to do a painting of Darren LaHood burning $20 trillion in cash, and and pissing on it or something like that. That type of viral video, because this campaign can achieve viral status, maybe even national status. And there's a lot of Republican comedian activists who hopefully we can get to help join the campaign and retweet or create content with, like Primetime Stein 99, that guy. So I wanted to go to CPAC this year, and I really wish I did because that could have been a good starting point. But next year we will definitely go and create, conservative Republican comedian comedy. You can go to my X account, Republican Film. I have all these Republican comedian, Republican comedy Instagram accounts, and it's a lot of Clubhouse videos. So nobody's ever gonna watch this shit because it's just too much information. And everybody would rather choose Netflix and Amazon Prime or whatever the hell people watch. But, Clubhouse has spent tens of millions of dollars so I could sit here and use it as a recording studio for 5 years. And I'm thankful for it. I've had a great experience, and I think I've created some cool content, once in a lifetime content creation. None of this was possible prior to all these cell phones and social media, audio, Clubhouse. I mean, it's been a cool journey creating all these videos and then running for Congress. It's a big, I would call it like a giant spam operation, but it's all political and patriotic in nature. I was in the Army and I went to military college, so I've been conditioned to basically be like a patriot warrior or a knight in a way. And it's been, fun trying to get involved in politics because in the military, that's a very closed society. But when you see how politicians act, the borrowing and spending and the never-ending debt, it's so irresponsible. But people in the Army or the Navy, the Air Force, I mean, it's funded and it's paid for and it's a life and it's a career. So people just don't care about the debt. Most people want to just keep getting paid, and they want to kick the can down the road because if you start shutting things down and you start laying everybody off, people are not happy with that solution. So you really have, I think Medicare, Medicaid is where a lot of the waste is really happening. I've dealt with doctors and hospital groups as well as all of you. And if that's where $4 trillion is going for, you go to the fucking gym. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, you got to tighten the belt on that one. That's my opinion. Fucking gym.
One thing that I like to do is that I think this is a way that you can potentially get around answering good questions. That's what politicians do. When people ask you, like, well, what's your plan? Because, I mean, obviously there's a truth to, you can't just cut these programs without having something else somewhere because it will destabilize. What I like what you suggested is like coming up with a committee, like sort of like a, maybe like call like an economic or a fiscal truth committee or something like that, and just have them dedicate, like their job would be figuring out how to, like looking at the inefficiencies of the systems and where and what they could do to implement changes so we can become, what would be sustainable. I agree with like a lot of the medical, I don't know, what do you call it? Like just like the bullshit. So I saw this one video. This one guy was like, called up this, I don't know if it was a hospital or what, and he's just like, hey, look, there's a mistake because I got a bill and my original bill was like, $400 and something. But then I gave you guys my insurance because you guys didn't think I had my insurance. And so I gave you guys my insurance, and now my out-of-pocket expense is like, $3,200. Like, how did it like triple? Like, how does something like that happen? And they're all like, well, yeah, because you have insurance, so now it just goes. He's like, you understand that makes no sense. He goes, well, if you don't have insurance and you're given a sliding scale fee type thing of like a discounted price. And he said, so you tell me that if I never gave you my insurance, that my out of pocket would have only been, 400 something versus 32 something. And they're just like, well, you have the insurance. So he's like, yeah, but can I take it back? He's like, can I remove my insurance? Point is that I think the system is just, how will you put extra money with, we can afford it. It's just the inefficiencies of, and it's above my pay grade, but all of the things that are in between, like how they itemize things on the hospital bills, and they do the same things in the, just like in regular healthcare, and they pay like way too many things, and the wrong things too, which is crazy to me. But I also, what I learned was it last year, was how, have you heard of, John, the pharmacies now that are paying, like it's a flat fee, you pay just for the actual price, the market price of the pill or of the medication that you're taking, plus like a flat $10 fee on top of that, just for the service. And I forget what type of business is called, but something specific. At any rate, these particular pharmacies are saving like literal billions of dollars over, a period of, well, I don't know the period, but let me see if I can find the information. Do you know what I'm talking about? Because what happens is like, once the pharmacies can put a price on the pills, they hike up the price of the medications to crazy amounts and make it like insane. And they're the ones who get to do that. But I don't know. Let me see if I can figure this out. Adams, you still there? Mr. Adams. Dr. Adams.
What's the lawsuit, Dr. Adams? So, Ann, I gave you $1 once, I think by a Zelly Pay, or was it Cash App? Maybe Cash App. I'm just wondering if that little seed investment has grown into a $10 donation. The campaign to John Kitover. I'm just trying to be that seed growth, blessing, prosperity gospel. Hope all is well, man.
Cost Plus. John, have you heard of Cost Plus pharmacies?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there was a study that showed like a Cost Plus pharmacy. What was this? A 2022 study. 3.6 billion in savings on 90-day supplies of only 77 popular drugs, generic drugs.
Wait, let me ask you a qualified question before I reply upon that. What do you think about Mangione and the murder of the United Healthcare executive? Do you think that was murder or was there a justification?
Of course that was murder. No, it's not. No, of course not. People compartmentalize and think like it's just like this one guy's. No, it's the entire system. You know,
So it was systemic. Like that murder was a result of a systemic issue.
Yeah, of course. It wasn't one guy. That's ridiculous.
So
Can
you elaborate on how it's systemic because of the system?
Yeah, so doing ceremony, like that is incredibly problematic. Like that isn't like what happened was I think I know which right person went through her trail or
I hope it's over. I hope she blooms the room.
Decided to do something. I don't think that's reflective of the system as a whole.
I modded you this vote because in the mouth, all ladies get modded.
Well, I think you might have some really good ideas. You've got a lot of unique experience. Like, if you had to just give like one piece of advice to John, something that you would hope he would listen to and act upon, what would that be?
I think actually just trying to invest in health and like creating a healthy society, physical fitness would be like my number one. I think when you have physical fitness, people are able to start to like read this. That would be it.
Yeah, I mean, I think life is action. And if you're not moving and shaking and you haven't joined the dance, you'll never find your partner. And you'll never get the job. Or you'll never, make a good trade, I guess. So, I don't know how to represent that mathematically. Maybe delta. But anyways, it's communication, which is what's important. And I like to say that IT or, information technology, especially with regards to books, information technology and all these IT employees and all these agencies and all these big corporations, I feel like philosophy and psychology is the real information technology. And not a lot of people have that component studied well enough, and thus you hear a lot of really crazy road raging on this app. I think, personality, demeanor, composure, tone, and intelligence, is all tied up in the word and your voice. So I hope that, I can make you proud as a candidate congressman for the 16th District of Illinois.
that's like perhaps like communication. I would agree. Communication, but also as those are really like two components that you are doing something that is a disservice to her. If you're actually like wanting to run for an office, illicitly recording people.
Illicit recordings? Illicit? What?
Illicitly.
You mean to tell me that the way that I use my cell phones is illicit? Come on, dismal. You're being too dismal as usual. Your outlook is so dismal.
Yeah. It's realistic. Like they're just her facts. Sorry.
I hate to break the bad news to you, but I think, in my opinion, what I'm doing is not illicit or explicit. It's political and it's social, and you just don't like the way I use social media. So that's a you problem, not a me problem. Now I know you're in a lot of my recordings, and I don't have your consent, but that's not illicit and it's not explicit. It's political and social. Maybe you just haven't joined the campaign to like John and have some more fun in your life.
Here's another interesting point that people don't bring up. When they talk about you streaming the content from these rooms onto YouTube without consent, they're discounting the fact that you're going to go to Congress to try to take away funding for those that are spying on them all the time anyways. You're spying on them at a lot lower cost.
That is honestly hilarious. Dismal,
I
please.
don't think I actually like understood your point.
It's the electronic surveillance. It's the what is it called? The Electronic Surveillance Act. Dismal. The government is spending billions of dollars already recording this conversation, and you think my YouTube conversation it's just a duplicate, and you're a fool, maybe.
No, I think it's different. But that's okay though. You and I can disagree. And that's also okay.
Remember when Americans liked the underdog story? Like back in the 70s when the Rocky film came out, all the Americans were like, yeah, that's great. We can resonate with the underdog. Now the underdog runs and everybody's like, no, he's got no chance to win. It sounds like Adrian in the beginning of all of the Rocky films. And then she at some point comes along and they do a little montage and she sees he's working out and then all of a sudden she whispers a little more confidence. We need to go back and watch these Rocky movies so we get in the mood to support John Kitover for Congress. And you can support him with a low denomination of donation money. Simply click on the link above. Get $1. Just one. If you gave $1, it might be a
No.
Hold on.
I would
It would be a very small deal for the Dismal household, but it would be a big step for the Kitover campaign.
Yeah, not supporting Kitty. Apologies, but not supporting Kitty.
Why are you so selfish?
I'm not. I support others that people that are actually like doing good in the world.
Dismal.
Look at the return on the investment. If he could end this spending, there's $37 trillion that's being spent on your behalf. He wants to stop that. If you gave him $1, this might be the biggest investment, the greatest return that you could possibly get on $1.
Sorry, not happening.
I'll tell you what, Dismal. Right now, whatever you give, I will match.
Zero. Would be the answer.
Dismal, I'll lend you the $1. Come on, Dismal.
No.
Okay, I'll lend you $1 trillion at 4% interest. What do you say? See, what we need to do is some role playing here, is where some people play a Federal Reserve banker, some people play a BlackRock executive, some people play the congressman, some people, we got to do role playing here so people understand how dollars are created out of thin air. 2 trillion more than we collected revenue a year. So until people kind of, I think, have the perspective of what it's like doing these types of transactions, and how it's not in the best interest of the economy, or your average American. I mean, I'm not being facetious in what I'm doing. I mean, I'm not the greatest at math. I did calculus, but to me, at the end of the day, I was like, I feel like I'm submitting an art project here, and the math teacher is trying to determine, my workings here. But a lot of it is just winging it. And so, but you still passed the class, and hopefully you got a B plus to an A average. And your involvement here on Clownhouse, what I don't understand is if you're gonna sit here and just listen and be a non-active participant, I would hope in your real life you would take even more action than you would on a social audio chat app that you spend so much time on and listen to so much. I mean, without Mojo's positive vibration experience, I wouldn't be here, because Mojo is the chief primary organizer of everyone in this room right now. And if Mojo is telling you to give $1, just think about how that will enhance your positive Mojo experience. From what's the movie with, the Mojo quote from, what the hell's that Canadian's name? Austin Powers. I mean, that's where the mojo comes from. That type of attitude, that James Bond 007 spy attitude, but patriotic and fun and friendly. And $37 trillion in debt is not patriotic, and that's not fun, and that's not friendly. That's mismanagement. That's incompetency. Let me say it a little louder for you. Incompetency. That's how you create $37 trillion in debt. Does anyone here have a debt bubble that was as a result of incompetency? Anybody here?
No, John, but there could be an opportunity slogan-wise to play off your last name and the debt and the money, like grab the kitty.
I feel very misogynist, to be quite frank. I apologize for saying he is kitty.
Well, can I just pay you a compliment? Are you open with that? Can I do that publicly? Can I pay you a compliment? Are you open to that, Dizzle? I need your consent.
What compliment?
I was going to say that you're a pretty woman. What if your face was used on campaign literature? Like just a smiley face that said, Dismal for Kitover. Like an endorsement, if you will.
No. No. I didn't consent to that.
Well, because I can utilize the photograph that you have. You look very nice in your photograph. I think if we just had a quote from you, we could put that in the poster, and that could really help the campaign. I feel like the red hair and the blue eyes, the lipstick. You're very, very American. Is what I get when I look at you. I think this could help the campaign.
I think that would be incredibly irresponsible of you to do that, and
it's only
wouldn't be something that I would have consented. No.
Yeah, okay. Well, without your consent, then it wouldn't work. I'm a big believer in consent, but I just wanted to tell you that I think that would win over a lot of voters.
I think people fundamentally the issues they would support would win the day, not people.
I don't know. You have a trustworthy face. face, if your face was on the poster and it said, support John Kitover for Congress, I feel like there's a lot of people that just the look alone would convince them.
Dismal. So I just read, I had to remind myself, because it's been a while on that. So you're saying that it wasn't systemic, the Mangione thing, and I would agree. I think it was just a case of fraud by the healthcare system specifically. Yeah, I agree with that. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, I don't think that was something that would be repeated necessarily. It was like an issue of basically like a response or action related to something that I wouldn't see that be repeated.
What do you mean you don't see it being repeated? I'm not understanding what you're saying.
I wouldn't think that would be repeated.
Like it would happen again.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Do you think that other company? Yeah, I see what you're saying.
I think there was just like a fundamental breakdown. That person sort of rose to publicity because of this stunt. But I don't think that stunt would be repeated.
What do you think about these campaign slogans? John Kitover, the people's takeover. Vote Kitover, make Illinois prosper. Kitover for change, no more strange. John in Congress, ending the mess. Kitover's the pick, quick and slick. For Illinois' sake, Kitover's awake. John Kitover, discover real power. Kitover's call, justice for all. Vote John, get it done. Kitover Rover, problems over.
Kitty. I think you're a little like.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand you. What were you saying? Kitty?
Kitty. You have good ideas.
Giddy, or kitty?
Kitty. You have some good ideas, and you're unfortunately just not the right person.
Well, should I change bodies, or maybe how do we find the right person, Dismal? Because I want to find the right person too. I assume you do as well. Are you looking for somebody? I don't understand. Why does Adams think I have a cartoon voice? I mean, it's late. I don't want to disturb people who might be sleeping below me. So, I'm trying to do a little bit of a whisper. Does it sound cartoonish to you?
It does sound somewhat performative.
Like saying kitty. See, I'm glad I can get some laughs. I know this is a tough crowd.
I was asked for feedback, so I shared it. I was being quite honest. Sorry.
Ooh, what was that? Was that a kitty queef?
Insulted you.
It sounded like a kitty queef in the background.
What? Sorry.
No, I thought I heard something in the background there, but nobody knows what anybody's doing in the background here. I don't know why people are talking about Columbine. Could never happen again, too. I don't understand why you're talking about that, Mr. Howard Kaufman, but...
No, well, the point was, I respect Isabel very much, but she believes what happened to United Healthcare CEO was a one-off event. It will not happen again. My view is, it's not if, it's when.
What, when, or what, or how, or where? What are you talking about?
You're going to have, call it domestic terrorism, where some other CEO of some company is going to be at some time in one's life. I mean, it's similar to political violence. It's a form of it. That's just my view. It's my opinion. But I think it's a little naive to think it won't happen again.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, violence is going to happen again. Absolutely. But nobody knows where, when, how, or what. I mean, these are lone wolf attacks and the freak shows.
Yeah, these are, from my perspective, like, they aren't something that's, like, a repeatable offense, for example. It's not something we're necessarily going to see, like, on
Right.
an annual basis.
I was thinking, I recall in the beginning, some people said that about Columbine, that would never happen again.
Well, people said that, World War II would never happen again. But did World War I ever end? Are we still in World War III, 25 years of war, and we're still, funneling tens of billions of dollars, $50 billion worth of weapons here, $300 billion worth of weapons over there? World War III, is it now? Or is it all just an expression?
Okay, I'll give you that candidate, but there's a school in Florida called Parkland. It did happen again. There was Sandy Hook. It did happen again.
It's in Central Illinois from Rockford to Peoria.
A completely different conversation that
I'm going to restart this
we
live.
were discussing with regard to the healthcare CBO.
Gun violence is gun violence, so you can go ahead and try to.
Yeah, I think that sometimes, like, by trying to, like, do that, we end up like in a weird place where we're not able to, like, have the same discussion.
Do you know what was frustrating? What was frustrating was after it happened, you had like a split, and this is the only reason why I think, Dismal, that Howard has a point, is that this wasn't like an overwhelmingly, a decision like, okay, yeah, we're on the same page, this was murder. We had like, the country was split with trying to figure out if this guy was a hero or a murderer. That was insane to me. Like,
Definitely murdered somebody. Like, that should just be, that is something that should be identified. Like, he murdered somebody. He murdered somebody who had a family. I don't think that there was any heroic nature of this. It was criminal, first and foremost.
I mean, you and I agree, but my issue is, like I said, the only reason why I think that Howard has a point is because, like, half the country, I mean, everywhere, people were split on whether we were going to exalt this guy or condemn him. And I think that that was a point of, hey, look, wake up call, America. There are a lot of people that are unhappy with the state of the world and the state of this country and understanding the injustices that are happening at a systemic level. But the problem is just, we get so upset and we don't really care to look at and identify what the actual problem is. Like this particular problem, like you and I, we can say, yeah, this was absolutely murder because, at the most, the worst case scenario, what United Healthcare committed was fraud, right? They didn't kill his mom, right? They didn't kill even, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was a service. And
too, is like this
Like, how are we so disconnected to even understand? We can't basically to figure out like what actually happened, and then
the idea of politicizing murder, like just decreeing murder not good, right? Like that would just be like basic principle, and unfortunately, like we're now so divided that we're literally like legitimizing murder. We're saying, oh well, this is acceptable because we didn't think about politically. I think that would be a good foundational principle that we would want to inspire society to ignore.
Yeah, I agree with you. I just don't think that that's, I mean, what, it's just like factually, if we like look back, like that's just not what, like why did society come to the conclusion that you and I came to? That's my question. Why do you think, Dismal, that like half of the country did not come to the same conclusion that you and I are at?
Declaration of inability exists. He showed Senator Congress and duties of his office unless the Vice President and the majority of either the principal officers of the executive department. Such a rebellious power is made by the law of remind transmitted within 4 days to the President runs the board in the Senate. Speaker of the House.
Yeah, I think that, and maybe a gross entitlement, a gross like misunderstanding of just basic like service. I mean, yeah, this company committed fraud, right? They were absolutely stealing, and
Do you want to save the nation?
do I want to save? I want to save the world.
If you want to save the nation, we're going to ask you very kindly to make a donation.
That's good.
Have you made a donation yet?
I would make a joke.
I'm wondering if I can convince Abby.
Doctors Without Borders, like a good cause, improvement, donating funds there, not political.
Well, thank you very little, Dismal. Since this is my political campaign hour, I'm wondering if we can get Abby from Philadelphia to come up here and I can convince her to make a $10, not $11, $10, not $9 contribution to the campaign to elect John Kitover. We haven't taken APAC money yet, but we would like to. And Darren the Hood, who we're running against, has already received quite a bit of money from the APAC. So I'm just wondering if you could be my APAC sugar mama for the night, dear Abby.
I'd consider a donation. I'd need a DeFi wallet and I'll be able to donate in some crypto.
Save your shit coins, honey. Click the link above and send us $10, not $11, $10, not $9 to the campaign to elect John Kitover.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen.
Well, you don't want to save the nation and make a donation. That's because you just want to save the world. If you
want
want
to make a donation, it's up to you. It's up to you to understand what DeFi is doing for the world. And all you gotta do is accept. I'm giving it to you. It's worth as good as the $10 fiat that you and I both know lost 90% of its value since 1975. It's like, come on, like I can give you your dang fiat, no problem. But you're gonna have to cash it out, and it'll be money, yeah, no problem. Cash it out and go through Coinbase, take out your $10 in fiat, but give me your DeFi wallet address, not donate.
Do you guys realize that the American Revolution, it started in a bar, and it started with less people that are in this room right now?
Yeah.
This could be the moment for the biggest change in U.S. history. All you have to do is believe that your voice matters, that your dollars matter. Now, if you believe that your voice doesn't matter, your dollars don't matter, then just continue doing what you're doing.
Did you ever hear the theory of how like the term bar came about?
This is Sunny Marvin Show.
Wait, before you tell us about a bar, Bima, hold on, before you tell us about the bar, I did the Paul Revere tour in Boston, Massachusetts, and it was at that moment, I think we went to that, I know I went to the Cheers bar, but it was the real, if that bar is there, whatever, but I just realized that, like, they must have had, you know, they were giving rousing political speeches at these bars, and they must have been getting drunk prior to, like, going out and shooting at British soldiers. Like, I can't imagine how one doesn't go with the other, you know, because it takes a lot of courage and balls to go out there with a rifle and start hunting redcoats and forming lines and doing hits. I mean, it's pretty wild. So it is crazy to believe that, you know, the American patriots probably, you know, slugged a couple beers down before arming up and doing, you know, weapon checks and cleaning rifles and preparing for battle. It's pretty wild, you know, that there were people that would do that. But, you know, I'm a nonviolent candidate. I believe in de-escalation, peace and meditation, yoga, going to the gym, having a nice smoothie afterwards, maybe having a nice New York strip steak on a Friday night with a beautiful glass of Pinot Noir. You know, I mean, I believe in living life to the fullest, but with moderation and priorities. And I think most people in this room can admit that your government does not know a priority from a priority, their left foot from the right foot, their left hand from the right hand. They are not prioritizing dollars, and it's status quo, status quo, status quo. And we have to break the status quo and wake up the American voter electorate to take action now. And giving $1 or $10 to this campaign can help future people take action and organize. Because if Barack Hussein Obama, who worked at International Business Corporation, a CIA front group after graduating from Columbia or Harvard, not sure which one, if he is considered a community organizer and you're using this app nonstop, but you're not engaged in actual community organizing, and I am that outlet to this community organization known as Congress, you know, you're missing a big opportunity. And I think everybody who has given to this campaign, we had 2 more donations tonight. I put it in the chat. Thank you, Howard. Thank you, Ann. You angel. I want to thank all the women in the mob, because I do believe, you know, that women are, you know, the most beautiful, precious, and wonderful thing in this world. And, you know, I like women as much as I like wisdom. So those are my 2 favorite things, women and wisdom, and they both start with that.
I think we got a new slogan for the campaign up here. Break with the status quo. We'll go with the go.
So, when I was in high school, for a history project, you had to, like, get this partner, and you had to go visit some historic site and then do, like, a report. That was part of the project. And I wrote my partner's name. Her name was Caitlin. And I don't remember the name of the site that we went to, but we went to this place. It was super obviously old. I don't know, maybe 17th century. And he brought us in to this area. There was like a ferry, and they explained that when the person that would be known as the bartender or the ferry guy, right? He would be behind. There would be like a pub, so everybody would come in from outside, and they would stay at this location. They'd come across, you know, on the ferry, and the guy would have to go and pull them over with a rope, like pull the ferry over, like physically. But inside of the location, everybody would come and they would drink, and there'd be alcohol, right? Once the bell rang and he had to go out to pull over the ferry, he had to protect that alcohol that he was selling to the patrons. And so there would be these bars suspended from like the ceiling, and he would pull them down and you know, lock it so he could go out, pull the ferry over, and then he'd be able to come back in. And so it's basically, that's apparently where the term bar came from.
Well, you know what? Tip. Did you know tip is an acronym? Beam up tip. You know, you go to a restaurant and leave a tip. You know, tip is an acronym. You know what it stands for? Beam up.
I'm thinking it would have to be 3 words, TIP, right? Or is it like,
That's right.
yeah? Okay, let me think. TIP. I don't know what.
It stands for to improve performance. To improve performance.
Oh, I would have never guessed that.
So
Okay.
if you want to improve the performance of this campaign, guess what you gotta do? You gotta leave a tip, a donation to the campaign to elect John Kitover. Click that secure.antidote link above and donate $100 right now. Pray on it. Put it to your heart and say, you know what, is this guy full of shit? Or could maybe he actually distribute some very positive and intelligent communication so the American population doesn't have a dismal outlook? Your turn, Dismal.
I like some of the points, but I disagree with your method. I think your methodology is day to day, like improvement. There, maybe you could be encouraged by like a TIP.
Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Dismal, I think if you join the campaign, you'd have much more influence over these things.
It's true. You've advised presidents in a situation where you'd be a very valuable asset to this campaign, Dismal.
Not looking to join a campaign. Looking to like rid myself of politics.
Well, that's okay. We have a decentralized campaign, so feel free to join here at Funhouse at any time to offer suggestions, priorities, ideas, opinions. Your information is valuable.
I think that is like fundamentally like one of the problems. It's just like civic education in our country. Like people think that if you worked in DC or political, if you weren't.
I'm having a little hard time hearing you, Dismal. Sounds to me like education is a priority to you. And it's a priority for the campaign to elect John Kitover. Therefore, I think you should give $10 to this campaign right now. Turn that dismal outlook into a positive mojo vibration. You're here because you're dismal. We are the positivity you're looking for. Give $10 right now to the campaign to elect John Kitover.
Does he sound like a, I don't know, like a Smucker's commercial or something?
Well, honestly, it's getting late, and I have to kind of force project what I'm saying right now because I'm so exhausted with doing this. But look at my PTR. That's me when I was a fresh young second lieutenant when I got commissioned by the Citadel Military College of South Carolina after completing 4 years of intense ROTC training. That was my lieutenant commission photograph into Army intelligence. I was then given a silver coin and a little booklet there, a commemoration booklet, where I signed a piece of document swearing to uphold the Constitution of the United States, defend this country against enemies, foreign and domestic. Domestic, Dismal. Is the domestic situation dismal? I'd say 37 trillion is pretty dismal. I would say if I was a real lieutenant in the Army, I might be concerned about the debt.
Would you have been concerned about January 6th?
Who's not concerned about January 6th? Of course, chaos, violence. Who's not concerned about chaos and violence? That's anarchy.
The actual attack occurred. I'm curious,
The attack, you mean poor Ashley Babbitt, who had her head blown off by a piece of shit cop who just wanted to get a shot off? Fucking coward murderer. You mean that piece of shit, that Captain America scumbag who, if I ever get in Congress, I can't wait to do anything I can do to get that guy arrested.
You're in favor of the people that were domestic terrorists.
Yeah, that Captain America police officer is a real domestic terrorist cocksucker who blew that poor girl's head off. Ashley Babbitt, say her name, Dismal. Ashley Babbitt.
Okay, so yeah, you and I are pretty used here.
You mean to tell me you didn't see the video? You didn't see the video of that cop blowing her fucking head off? I couldn't believe it when I saw the video. Holy shit, he shot her fucking head right off. She was just trying to get through a window. She's being crushed by a crowd. Poor Ashley Babbitt had her head blown off. Boom! Bye-bye, Ashley. It's a dismal situation.
You don't look at the root cause, and that is unfortunate for you, which means that you wouldn't be a good lawmaker.
Do you think she deserved to die?
I think that anybody that is unfortunately like put into a situation like that, yeah, I mean, the unfortunate thing, I would look at the root cause, like, why did this happen? It wasn't because of it. It wasn't because, no, it wasn't.
Well, when you pull the trigger, that's how the bullet hit the face.
And the actual root cause would be more like,
Little Trump doesn't stop the bullshit.
like, why did this happen? Like, what was the upset that occurred? And the upset would have been, unfortunately, like, Trump. I hate his name.
What do you think about the idea that some people want January 6th to be a national holiday? And we call it Ashley Babbitt Day.
Are you fucking kidding me?
What do you think? Would you support that?
What do I think it's
Maybe she has a holiday and got the day off.
I think it's a relatively dismal day. And no.
What would you do if it was a day that paid off? What would you do on that day? How would you celebrate?
I wouldn't celebrate that.
It'd be a little less than a week after New Year's. January 6th, I mean, the New Year's just setting in, and here we are with a patriotic holiday called Ashley Babbitt Day.
That would be ridiculous. And I think we would need to like investigate, re-examine, like why did that what happened at that time?
She murdered.
No. There was
She's still
also
alive.
there was also a Capitol policeman that lost his life to sir.
Yeah, he was unfit. He had a heart attack.
Dismal. I'd like to change topics from January 6th to a more positive mojo vibration. I feel like it's getting late, and we should all, go to sleep with great dreams and happy thoughts, as opposed to chaos and anarchy that you like to bring up. So, Dismal, I'm just wondering, how do you find peace in your life?
I think strawberries or cherries or something. Yeah. Probably the only piece.
Man, the way I find peace, you gotta like get some more money, fuck more hoes. Shit don't stop people do.
Sir, you interrupted Dismal. They're breaking into my floor.
Also, just sure.
Yeah, I want to protect women, so he's been removed. And I think John Kitover supports protecting women. So if you want to protect women, you can give a donation by clicking above.
Yeah, protect women, especially the women on January 6th that had their head blown off by a murderous cop who should be arrested for murder.
No, that is also unreasonable. I think you have to actually like. I think this is like the fundamental breakdown is there can't be like facts that you would investigate. You would identify like who was at fault, who was not at fault, and
Can we identify the facts? Is she dead?
that arbitration would occur.
No, but she's not dead.
It's
So she's alive.
it's literally a bumper sticker.
Do you believe that her head exploding is a bumper sticker?
Your bumper sticker approach to thinking is unfortunate.
You might be, because I think that it's a shame that a young woman had her fucking head blown off. You think that that's a bumper sticker?
I think it is, yeah.
Wow.
I think it's unfortunate that you're not like investigating what was the actual situation.
I want to protect women.
Why was she there in the first place?
Dismal, can we maybe...
Then you would have to criticize
think she was there to get her head blown off?
I think she was there because she believed that the election is basically.
Okay, let's say she believed the election was stolen. Is that a reason to blow her head off?
I think that's like literally like if we are debating that is like, do you understand like why I might laugh at this? Like,
Yeah, I
this
know.
is literally like
You want to laugh?
fundamentally stupid.
You want to laugh?
Stupid conversation.
So a woman got her head blown off, and you want to laugh? This is what we're talking about.
Nope. You're also misjudging the user.
Are you not laughing?
No. What I'm
Okay, you're not laughing.
what I'm referring to is just like if you wanted to do like the deep analysis of why fundamentally did this happen, why did this event occur, you would have to go into the election.
So you want me to do a deep analysis of why cops blow women's heads off?
It only happened because Trump tried to.
Wait, you're gonna blame Donald Trump for a police officer blowing a woman's head off?
Yeah, I would definitely wait for
Well, I'll tell you what, Dismal.
creating like
Dismal, you're the first person that I'm gonna say this to. The first person I'm gonna say this to is that if you were to donate to John, I would reject those campaign funds. We don't want your money.
I don't want to contribute.
We don't want your funds. You don't believe in protecting women.
You're not at risk.
Shameful, Dismal. Shameful. I mean, I like to consider myself a gentleman. I've served as an officer in our Grand Republic of the Army, and I've met men who I would say are not necessarily gentlemen, and I've met some ladies who I would also say are not quite ladies. But Dismal, I asked you earlier how you find peace, and you said you picked strawberries. Well, Marshall, I'm just wondering if maybe you could help arbitrate. Was Ashley Babbitt murdered?
Was she murdered? She was killed. I don't know if she was murdered.
You didn't see the video of her getting her head blown off?
I did. The murder is something that you plan.
It didn't look like murder to you?
He's talking about that's for you.
You mean a patriotic American who felt that she was being cheated and went there for some political redress, who went through a window getting crushed by a crowd, and she got her head blown off by a cop who's got anxiety? You didn't think that was murder?
No, again, murder requires in the world real intent. Right? It's why one the appropriate things, right? So that's true. Do you think when he shot her, he was intending to help her?
He is raising like plaintiff against Rhea, which wasn't something that could be constituted based on the situation that had happened.
So,
I think more positive outcomes would have happened if he wouldn't have shot her in the face. Obviously.
oh, okay, good. I'm glad we can at least agree on that. I was just wondering how you define murder, but now that we know how you define murder, it makes sense to me that, Marshall, Mojo is gonna use his Marriott Bon Voyage points and put himself up in the fantastic hotels in central Illinois, probably Rockford, Peoria. We're wondering if you'd like to fly out to Illinois, paid for by the campaign, to help train door knockers and campaign volunteers for the campaign to elect John Kitover.
Yeah, it's paid for, I'll go. Sure.
Don't do it.
Don't be so dismal. We need Marshall's campaign experience. He's got a wealth of knowledge and experience to share.
I'm gonna be dismal. Sorry.
Dismal, what I'm saying is young volunteers for this campaign who are unsure of their government and the $37 trillion in debt, when they meet Marshall in that training room, they're going to feel that they're talking to a man who has 20 years of experience talking to thousands of voters and activating large audiences.
He should run in his own district, but I don't agree with like what you're proposing. And hope he doesn't join you.
That's okay, Dismal. Like he just said, if it's all paid for, he's willing to go. He's never been to Chicago before.
You know, Mojo is in Washington State, so he isn't.
Yeah, but Dismal, I live next to O'Hare Airport. I can pick up all campaign volunteers, you know, and Mojo and this campaign fund that we're generating here now has over $1,000 in it. That can buy a lot of experience for this campaign and a lot of forward momentum and activity. So Dismal, your dismal outlook is not appreciated, and thank you very little. But I would still love for you to get $10 to this campaign right now.
Very interesting quote. Very not even proper English.
Obviously, you don't know the movie Fletch with Chevy Chase, but that's okay. I don't think you know a lot, and I don't think you've ever been in a situation room and consulted presidents. But I don't know. It's just my opinion.
I need more begonias. Hey,
I don't think I'm winning friends first. So,
Well, listen.
yes, you are. We love you. We love your voice. You have such an ASMR voice, Dismal.
Dismal, listen, I guarantee there's at least one person in the audience that agrees with you that that woman deserved to get her head blown off. I'm sure you won over at least one person.
I didn't say that. That was not my intention at all. Like, I was literally stating.
Well, you gave some pushback. You gave some pushback when people were saying that she shouldn't have had her head blown off.
Investigate the root cause and see why it was bleeding out. That's what I shared. And I will stick by that. I think if you stand on principles, it's more challenging.
Okay, so here's one of the principles that I stand on. I don't believe that innocent women should be shot in the face.
I don't believe that. I would agree with that, but I also think, like, if you look at the root cause, like, why was she there in the first place? That's problematic. And so she was she was essentially, like, hustled into being there. And who would be to blame?
Well, let's say she was tricked to show up, and let's say that she was there for all the wrong reasons. You would agree with me on this. She did not deserve to get her head blown off.
I would agree, but I would also go back to, like, what was happening, what was there at the time, and I think people
At the time, there was a head on her shoulders.
I think it's important to look at why was she there in the first place, and, like, looking at the core.
Maybe she was interested in civics and she thought that the election was important and she loved her country. Who knows?
Yeah, and that's potentially like that way of it. But I think it's important to actually just investigate the root cause of her problem, rather than just expounding on or riffing on the bumper sticker and the lines.
Okay, well, listen, I have to get to bed soon. I'm probably going to stay logged in, and you guys will see my PTR, but I'm going to be going to sleep soon. I just want to see if we can get one last push to get a donation across the board. live streaming programs to YouTube. And after learning about this, he decided to follow me.
Sure.
Yeah.
We
He and I broke up for a little while after I invited him to my temper tantrum and went to chatter, but it looks like he and I are friends again.
He's followed me even though I like literally like made up from your account, and I don't think that means anything actually.
Well, no, but he
Not impressed.
Like he heard very clearly, and he's the community leader here in Clubhouse, that these rooms are being streamed. In fact, I would argue that the founders of this app have decided that they want people to share these rooms. It's because it might attract more people to the app. What do you think of that theory?
Do you want my like frank perspective on this? Like,
sure, we might disagree. I mean, we disagreed on the fact that a young woman shouldn't have had her head blown off, but maybe you'll have a different perspective here.
I literally think that we're suffering this unfortunate crisis of people just deciding that individuals is very trying to sort of gather thoughts, but I think
Dismal, do you love your country?
I do, and I think I love it more than I think I loved what it had been, and I'm seeing it now broken, and that's unfortunate from my perspective.
So John Kitover also believes it's broken, and so my question is, do you love it enough to help John save it?
I think he, I'm going to be fair. I think he expressed a couple of, really good ideas. And
so is that like $1 or $2? Is that like $2 worth of support? Or?
Not
$4?
I don't fund campaigns, as a principle. I just don't.
Oh, so you don't put your money behind the things you believe in?
I do, but I do it in charitable donations, not campaigns. Campaign financing is problematic from my perspective. I think that's where.
Well, you're not financing a campaign, Dismal.
So how is he supposed to compete with the billions of dollars that the Republican Party funds for these people that'll get into office and take taxpayer dollars, squander them, and then borrow money that adds to a debt that will never get paid off? Whose side are you on, Dismal?
Whose side? That proposes a binary.
Are you on the people's side? Because John's for the people.
But I think that proposes a binary option, and I think if you're holistic and you look at and investigate the root cause of some of the turmoil that we face, you would find yourself more in a centrist position, and that's where I am.
Okay, but what's the centrist position then, Dismal?
To not give money to things they believe in?
And not give money to political campaigns that are just going to waste the money for your advertisements, and those are shitty. Why would you want to donate that when you can donate to Doctors Without Borders and somebody can actually get medical treatment? That would be a positive donation.
See, I just want to let you know, Dismal, that I'm creating a YouTube short right now, and I will run this conversation as an advertisement in the district, and I want to thank you personally for being a part of the campaign to elect John Kitover. Even if you can't give $1 or $10 or $1,000, your voice, your personality, this conversation will be used in the campaign illicitly, according to Dismal, but I say explicitly, according according to candidate campaign John Kitover for Congress in the 16th District.
And I'm going to use this as an armor to actually attack you. Then I think it's reprehensible what you're doing.
It's a pushback on Doctors Without Borders, by the way. I put some of it in the chat, but I would never give them a fucking dime. They have absolutely the most, I mean, it's embarrassing how they claim to have neutrality, but they completely ignored anything to do with Israeli victims that were demonized. They ignored the victims. They erased the massive war crimes of Hamas. They were claiming that that a hospital was bombed when they had no evidence whatsoever. In fact, it went into a parking lot. They're literally like a completely horrible organization, and there's so much evidence
counting and
by Israel.
You're creating this.
I know exactly what I'm talking about. I read about them all the time, and I see these fake testimonies by people that they put out on social media. It's absolutely, we never ever recommend anyone to give that organization a dime. It's completely biased. There's no question how. I mean, that's not even like a gray area. It's very clear. They're completely biased.
It literally, the organization
Literally
itself
horrible.
isn't. No, and they do provide like good accounting.
For Hamas. Tell me what they've done for Israeli hostages or Israeli victims. They specifically will ignore.
They're speaking about one issue, and this is a global organization.
And this global organization that claims impartiality absolutely ignored victims, completely demonized the country after they were brutally attacked. Horrible organization.
Atrocious.
Never would support them.
Dismally despicable.
Sorry, guys.
It's a global organization.
Yeah, I'm very aware what they are. They're also completely politically biased, totally woke left biased, and in this situation,
this is like they're
ignoring victims of brutality.
Like you're talking about
ignoring what you set up the
Ladies and gentlemen, it's getting late and our dear Mojo is praying to the Lord to go to sleep. I just want to do a little positive ASMR experience for our wonderful positive Mojo vibration. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The Lord is the stronghold of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid? Be of good courage, fellow Clubhouse brothers and sisters, and he shall strengthen your heart. All you who hope in the Lord. Know that wisdom is such to your soul. If you find it, there will be a future, and your hope will not be cut off. The fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. Against such things there is no law. Do not worry about tomorrow, for tomorrow will worry about itself. My grace is sufficient for you, for my strength is made perfect in weakness. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Be happy, yes, leap for joy, for a great reward awaits you in heaven. Anything is possible if a person believes. If faith has saved you, go in peace. My Father's will is that everyone who looks to the Son and believes in him shall have eternal life. It is more blessed to give than to receive. Oh, that's the good one. That's going to be the campaign motto. Acts number 35 is more blessed to give than to receive. So I've updated my PTR to Winston Churchill, that great, wonderful warrior and courageous political leader who fought evil and darkness and sick science and insanity in Europe and Germany. Without that great man, this world would have been plunged into darkness. And I gotta say, without Donald John Trump and J.D. Vance, I think America would have also been plunged into chaotic clown world darkness. And I say root for the team that you're on, and fork it over for Kitover. Make a $10 donation to the campaign to elect John Kitover right now. Click that link above if you enjoyed that brief little ASMR reading to help put you sweet little beautiful angels to sleep. I hope you enjoyed it. Go to johnforcongress.com or click that link above. Tom Anderson says this guy is insane. Apparently he doesn't like good ASMR. Did anybody here enjoy the Bible flashcard ASMR experience? Sorry, what was that next? I didn't see who said it, but Mojo seems to be pleased. I think he enjoyed that sweet little ditty before bed. This is what it's like in the Army. This is called taps. Many of you have never stood at attention to taps, but this is what taps sounds like. But that is the memorial taps. I think there's a letter penned to it from the Confederate War, but they do that in the military. I think it's in all branches, but that's the way to say, time to go to bed. I just want to read one more thing on behalf of the campaign to elect John Kitover before we all go to bed. This is called the Declaration of Independence in Congress, July 4th, 1776. When in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them. A decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation, and the decision to vote to the campaign to elect John Kitover. In the positive mojo vibration and much appreciated donations room, your help and support for this ASMR Declaration of Independence experience is much appreciated. Click that link above right now and give $10 or $100 or $1,000 if you're enjoying this historical ASMR experience.
All right, I'm down for $1,000, but what do you do with the money?
We hold these truths to be self-evident next, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes, And accordingly all experience hath shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer, while evils are sufferable than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security. Such has been the patient sufferance of these colonies, and such is now the necessity which constrains them to alter their former systems of government. The history of the present King of Great Britain is a history of repeated injuries and usurpations, all having in direct object the establishment of an absolute tyranny over these states. To prove this, let facts be submitted to a candid clubhouse world. He has refused his assent to laws, the most wholesome and necessary for the public good. He has forbidden his governors to pass laws of immediate and pressing importance, unless suspended in their operation till his assent should be obtained. And when so suspended, he has utterly neglected to attend to them. He has refused to pass other laws for the accommodation of large districts of people, unless those people would relinquish the right of representation in the legislature, a right inestimable to them, and formidable to tyrants only. He has called together legislative bodies at places unusual, uncomfortable, and distant from the depository of their public records, for the sole purpose of fatiguing them into compliance with his measures. He has dissolved representative houses repeatedly for opposing with manly firmness his invasions on the rights of the people. He has refused for a long time, after such dissolutions, to cause others to be elected, whereby the legislative powers incapable of annihilation have returned to the people at large for their exercise, the state remaining in the meantime exposed to all the dangers of invasion from without and convulsions within. He has endeavored to prevent the population of these states, for that purpose obstructing the laws for naturalization of foreigners, refusing to pass others to encourage their migrations hither, and raising the conditions of new appropriations of lands. He has obstructed the administration of justice by refusing his assent to laws for establishing judiciary powers. He has made judges dependent on his will alone, for the tenure of their offices and the amount and payment of their salaries. He has created a multitude of new offices, and sent hither swarms of officers to harass our people and eat out their substance. He has kept among us in times of peace standing armies without the consent of our legislatures. He has affected to render the military independent of and superior to the civil power. He has combined with others to subject us to a jurisdiction foreign to our Constitution and unacknowledged by our laws, giving his assent to the acts of pretended legislation, for quartering large bodies of armed troops among us, for protecting them by a mock trial from punishment for any murders which they should commit on the inhabitants of these states, for cutting off our trade with all parts of the world, for imposing taxes on us without our consent, for depriving us in many cases of the benefits of trial by jury, for transporting us beyond seas to be tried for pretended offences, for abolishing the free system of English laws in a neighboring province, establishing therein an arbitrary government, and enlarging its boundaries so as to render it once an example and fit instrument for introducing the same absolute rule into these colonies. For taking away our charters, abolishing our most valuable laws, and altering fundamentally the forms of our governments, for suspending our own legislatures, and declaring themselves invested with power to legislate for us in all cases whatsoever. He has abdicated government here by declaring us out of his protection and waging war against us. He has plundered our seas, ravaged our coasts, burnt our towns, and destroyed the lives of our people. He is at this time transporting large armies of foreign mercenaries to complete the works of death, desolation, and tyranny, already begun with circumstances of cruelty and perfidy scarcely paralleled in the most barbarous ages, and totally unworthy the head of a civilized nation. He has constrained our fellow citizens taken captive on the high seas to bear arms against their country, to become the executioners of their friends and brethren, or to fail themselves by their hands. He has excited domestic insurrections amongst us, and has endeavored to bring on the inhabitants of our frontiers the merciless Indian savages, whose known rule of warfare is an undistinguished destruction of all ages, sexes, and conditions. In every stage of these oppressions, we have petitioned for redress in the most humble terms. Our repeated petitions in the most humble terms, our repeated petitions have been answered only by repeated injury. A prince whose charter is thus marked by every act which may define a tyrant is unfit to be the ruler of a free people. Nor have we been wanting in attentions to our British brethren. We have warned them from time to time of attempts by the legislature to extend an unwarrantable jurisdiction over us. We have reminded them of the circumstances of our emigration and settlement here. We have appealed to their native justice and magnanimity, and we have conjured them by the ties of our common kindred to disavow these usurpations, which would inevitably interrupt our connections and correspondence. They too have been deaf to the voice of justice and of consanguinity. We must, therefore, acquiesce in the necessity which denounces our separation, and hold them as we hold the rest of mankind, enemies in war, in peace friends. We, therefore, the representatives of the United States of Congress and General Congress, assembled appealing to the Supreme Judge of the world for the rectitude of our intentions, do in the name and by authority of the good people of these colonies solemnly publish and declare that these united colonies are, and of right ought to be free and independent states, that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is and ought to be totally dissolved, and that as free and independent states, they have full power to levy war, conclude peace, contract alliances, establish commerce, and to do all other acts and things which independent states may of right do. And for the support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. Okay, I hope you enjoyed that reading, the Declaration of Independence. It's a pretty intense document. Um, if you enjoyed that reading, consider giving $10 to the campaign.
I've never heard that before. That was, it was.
Oh wow, that's interesting. Thanks for sharing that. What did you think about it?
Well, I thought how beautifully it was written. And it sounded like you sounded like a British person reciting it actually, and the use of the language obviously influences at the time. But you'd have to reread it a couple of times to actually get the full understanding, because obviously we're not used to that language now, are we?
Well, it must have sounded like that when they wrote it, right?
Yeah, no, for sure. But it's not what we're hearing now. It's from a completely different era. But yeah, it's beautiful. Thanks for reading it out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I see a lot of people say that's unconstitutional or anti-constitutional. It's like there's a lot of things you could say that are anti-Declaration of Independence. I mean, it seems like they're violating the way that the government acts now. It seems like they're violating a lot of the reasons why they declared independence in the first place. So I think the quote is why.
Well, that is something that you does spring to mind. I mean, I don't know enough about it because obviously I'm from the UK, but
I mean, I can ask Grok, to tell me, anyways, to ask for the contradictions. Ask for the contradictions.
I think one of the things is obviously is that was done at a certain period of time, and it's what principles that is trying to encapsulate and secure as a basis of government that are no longer applicable. And that's the thing with having a constitution that's so clearly written out and has amendments and all the things that you guys hold so dear. Yeah, because it's hard, but by definition amendment would indicate some degree of flexibility, and obviously we haven't got a constitution like that. We have a common law, we have legislation, and we have common law, which defines how you interpret legislation or what have you. There's more flexibility in that, but I'm not having a go. I'm not having a go because I'm not saying which is right and which is wrong. But yeah. You guys are still going. I was here in the God knows what time. I'm just.
I know, it's wild. I'm taking a break tomorrow from this app and shutting down my production studio here in my bedroom. And I want to thank Mojo for all these positive Mojo vibration experiences that I've been recording and live streaming. My YouTube account, my primary one, is just like unbelievable how many videos I've been recording over the past couple weeks. And, a lot of great conversations, a lot of great crash outs, typical Clubhouse stuff, going on 5 years recording Clownhouse.
Yeah, I see you're John Kitover, you're the John who is going to stand for election.
Yeah, in the 16th District of Illinois.
Okay. Are you standing as an independent, or are you standing?
No, Republican.
Like Republicans have done.
Republican, yeah. This is Abraham Lincoln territory. If you don't run as a Republican in Illinois, you just don't understand Illinois history.
Okay, so you can forget it. Yeah. Forgive my ignorance. Are you standing for like the House of Representatives or the Senate or?
Yeah, representatives, congressman, federal congressman, 16th district.
Have you got much chance?
Actually, I remember now because just before I left earlier on, you're standing against obviously a Republican candidate who's been elected by the party, and how does that work then?
It goes through in March. There's a primary. They decide at the primary who.
Right. So you're standing against the other guy in the primary, and then go from there.
Yeah, we're working on signatures and organizing for that. A laborious task. What's interesting about the Declaration is, there is something in there. I wanted to call it out that they make it overly burdensome with papers and traditional and all this stuff. It's very much the same way with ballot access here in this country, as Marshall, I'm sure, can tell you about crazy ballot access stories and how difficult it is for independents or people from outside the clique to get the required signatures, let alone go through an unscrupulous process of disqualifying signatures and then follow-up court examinations. My Chicago political experience was amazing. I met characters. I met all kinds of people who you would never meet in your entire life unless you ran for office and, basically did it all from home, mom and pop or grassroots. It's a wild experience meeting people who work and control and manipulate politics. And there's a lot of ego and a lot of wasted time and stupid people who don't know how to grow organizations, or they want to control organizations, that's the one thing that amazes me about life is I think, oh man, I want to maximize the growth of this business or organization. But not a lot of people think that way.
No. And then they get in the way because, hang on a second, no. It doesn't work like that. It works this way for us, and we don't want to change also, isn't it? But we have the same in the UK. If I wanted to stand for a party, I'd have to go in front of the local committee for that party, and they've probably been in that position as committee members for God knows how many years, and I come along and I want to make change. Oh no, that's not easy. Not at all.
Okay, so I want to propose that we do a hard out. I'm going to hard out of here in 17 minutes. Thank you all for any remaining conversation. We're at 16 minutes till I leave the campaign, and the positive mojo vibrations with everybody else here is you can chill and stay. I think Mojo said he's going to sleep. But, it's been a lot of fun here on Clubhouse today. I feel like it was another rock out, baseball game day, and maximize the day of campaigning here on Clubhouse and across multiple media platforms. Okay, Simon, I wanted to share with you a campaign poem inspired by this great man in my photo.
Okay.
This is called Vote John Kitover, and click the link above. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 and 1 and 1 and 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs, enhance, hour after hour thy vigilance. Intense and keen, turned inward, miss no atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame, straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act? Last all these things in one overpowered time that the midnight blossom flowered, the oneness is. Yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness, pierce to the heart. I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere. Thy radiance that rolls afar, O brothers of the clubhouse star.
He was a wordsmith. What a man.
Sorry, what did you say, Simon?
What a man. What a linguist. Wordsmith.
It's kind of funny. Think about his name, Wins Tongue. Wins a ton of times. It's a great memorable linguistic program. Wins Tongue.
What made you read that down?
I don't know, it's just a poem I like. If you like that poem, consider sending $10.11, $10.9 to the campaign to elect John Kitover and enhance your positive mojo experience. And thanks for listening. It's been a long day here in Funhouse. Look at how many comments there are in this room. Don't you? I'm saying, look at that. 1.8 thousand people have left comments in this room. Like, it's a shame that's not on replay. It would be great if it was on replay. There's a lot of content here that just burns up in the clubhouse ether.
You see how many comments came in from my account? Because we're in chat. Well, not really matters, but
It's in the lower left-hand corner. If you can't see it, then you just can't see it.
yeah, I don't think I can see it because I've got an old phone. That's why I couldn't vote. Because I couldn't update my hand. Because my phone was too old. Who won the poll? Was it the tourism or was the political correctness apparently?
I don't know the Alto Rocker. I think in the month probably won.
Yeah, in Montmartre. Anyway, good luck, my friend. I hope you. How much have you raised so far?
$550 now, and I'm gonna match $550, so we're at $1,100.
Very cool.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good for momentum. I was trying to get into this X space today where there are people who are involved in local politics and do have connections. People do look at their accounts, but they would not bring me up on their stage today. But they did feature another person running for office, so they may be curating their space. But there's a lot of people that carry grudges, and if you are connected, associated, or attached, or perceived as being, connected with people that they really do not like or hate, um, you know, it is a little click. And people want to control their dopamine experience. So, this is kind of an artistic campaign, and hopefully we can have some, social media virality and large impressions on some, content. Um, I'm not, I'm not. I like to be controversial, but I also, do not want. I don't know. I mean, I think talk about $37 trillion is controversial enough. I don't know how much more controversial you need to get than just talk about the national debt. So, but it's gonna be fun, and it's August now, so I've got a couple more months to get all these signatures.
Well, you've got a hot topic in which you're standing on, as it is. Like, we're all the West countries are in ridiculous debt, but I don't actually know how much ours is. But it might not be quite, it won't be as much as yours, but relative to our size as a nation and our GDP, yeah, we're all in the shit, really. But my politics is I'm green, but I'm the Green Party not because so much of the environmental, but it's the only party in the UK that believes in taxing wealth and not labour. So I'm for, and I've got my own business, and I'm relatively successful, and financially in a good place, but I think we need to tax the wealth because we're now.
They also don't know what a woman is.
Oh, I do. I've had a few.
Well, apparently the Green Party doesn't, so go figure.
Oh, well, you've got idiots in every party, to be honest. So I don't,
Well, they had a shit show in Scotland, so I mean, definitely not a party I would subscribe to.
Yeah, well, as I said, there are no parties got like the monopoly on good policies and the right thinking. So you have to sort through all the shit and idiocy that every party shows and has, and work through what you think is the most important thing for the world and for our country to go forward. For me, bearing in mind I built my wealth on capitalism, I think is fundamentally flawed and rigged. And I think that the difference between the rich and the poor is as big as it's ever been, and it's not sustainable.
I agree with you, but redistribution is a different matter. It's got nothing to do with all the bullshit of gender identity that the Green Party is pushing forward in its agenda. So, I mean,
I agree, and that's why I think all parties shoot themselves in the foot. Yeah, because stereotypes of the gender identity.
I'm telling you, I'm really concerned about UK. I mean, I'm not British, I'm Italian, but I lived in UK for a long time, and I was married to a British person, and two of my children are living in the UK. And I'm seriously concerned about UK at the moment. It seems
and steering votes from the Labour, so allowing probably Conservative or Reform Party to win. And I think that is like shitting your foot, basically.
Yeah, well, I at this stage, I don't take Jeremy Corbyn into. I think he's a fabulous parliamentarian. So he obviously was excluded from the Labour Party, but still won his seat in Islington, and that's because he has a another thing about the UK, the imbalance between north and south. So I'm probably situated in the north. That's my home.
I should tell from your accent.
So yeah, and so I went down like everybody does after you to look to get your job, you're the house lawyer, that's all right. I just can't see it otherwise. Whereas if where I'm now, mentioned main district just outside Derbyshire, you have a chance. So you can't see how long continue as it is. I'm not well. There's a personal tax. And then these large organisations, go and park themselves in Ireland, or it's just not acceptable to me. So that's part of it, and the other part is the wealthier too. And because the argument is, you don't disincentivize the entrepreneur because he's the person who creates the jobs and the wealth of the nation. So don't disincentivize him by taxing him too much. this to us. So you can talk, but that's it. That's it. Mute.
Right, I'm listening.
So, economic situation, where they can determine the stability of the society. This is an historical fact, and so this is quite a tricky moment for all of us, considering that also we have two more. Although we're not personally involved, directly involved, we're still involved, and this is causing a lot of economic problems within our countries. I don't know. I mean, I'm not so optimistic as you are, Simon. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, that's probably more a reflection of my nature than reality. But hey, yeah, I don't know.
I will ask asylum to
Well, and you know what?
Australia.
Well, underlying that historically, and there's no guarantee that this will be in the future, but the British tend to be quite pragmatic. So what I mean by that is that there is less. So when it gets really shitty and horrible, okay, then there is like, right, well, enough of this, we need to sort it out. Now, the problem with it is now is that we haven't, because it still needs a government, it still needs someone to come together and with the leadership and with policies that are actually going to make the changes required. Yeah. And where my argument is about being positive is weak is that I can't actually see who that would be. And as you say, I'm going, I'm a Green Party supporter. You know, the Greens have got fucking, sorry, but four members of Parliament. So, but it's within their policy act. I agree with them for change. But then you get all the other rubbish, political correctness and all that kind of stuff.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's
So
also another problem with the British system, in my opinion. You might disagree with me, but I'm a supporter of representative, proportional representation. I think that in countries like the United Kingdom, the majority system is not representing the majority of people, and I think that will change in order to be more representative. Because, well, I think that having a system like in Italy, for example, or in Germany, it doesn't guarantee the stability of a government. I know, I'm perfectly aware of that, but it gives more voice to more people.
Yeah, well, that has always been. I think it's almost like a cultural thing that we just want certainty of government. Yeah, so even if that government is not, I don't think this current government represents the majority of the people voted. In fact, I actually think that they had the same number of votes, almost, maybe a bit more, but not much more, than they did when they lost to Boris Johnson. The difference this time is a huge chunk of the Conservative vote went to Reform. So the Labour didn't actually increase their vote.
China. How?
Well, for a start, for a start, you don't have the 5 years plan, which was the most stupid idea on the planet. You don't have an economy based on cycles that do not exist, and they only exist in the mind of the government, basically, or the party, whatever it is. So you allow the market to dictate the production. You don't fix it yourself, which is one of the main points. China never allowed, a system similar to the 5 years plan that was in the Soviet Union that disrupted completely the market. And this is why you had overabundance of certain goods that nobody wanted to buy, and a lack of goods that nobody could find unless they imported that illegally. So this was one of the things. And second, you have a very centralized and controlled government that basically plans out not the economy itself, but the way things are shaped. I mean, I suppose there is a lot of red tape in China, but not the same amount of red tape that an enterprise in Europe or United States has to face. Probably not in the United States, but definitely in Europe. I mean,
Well, I mean, that's where I understand what you're saying, but this is where I'm trying to get my head around the fact that
is there anybody there? Anybody awake in the United States? What should I do now? Am I leaving the room? Mojo? Marshall, come to my rescue, please.
I'm here. What's up?
Well, Simon somehow left. Maybe his phone went down. I don't know. So I don't know what I'm gonna do. Am I gonna talk on my own?
I'm watching a show called Numbers.
Sorry?
I said I'm watching a show called Numbers.
Oh, what's the time over there?
It is 3:37 in the morning.
society itself. Not really.
Yeah, but somebody has to vote at Parliament in order for this change to be, legalized. So you need somebody that has a vision, or at least that listens to somebody that knows something about it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But also, I think, well, Great Britain's time, was just before the Industrial Revolution, where we had a lot of innovation. Yeah, and that meant that we were at the forefront of the Industrial Revolution. Great. Then that lasted, and that happened, I think, between the wars and subsequently after the wars, where America became the economic powerhouse, and that was again innovation, mass production, and yeah, they were the leaders of the industrialized world. Yeah.
But we have a lot of factors.
I actually think that they may have had their time.
Yeah, I was coming to your conclusion. We have also other factors going against us. One of them is biological. These Western societies are older. The average age is 45. We have less input of young minds in our societies, and this is due to many factors. We don't need to analyze them this morning, but it's obviously contributing to a declining society, I would say. The United States is not as bad as us, but especially Italy. Italy has a dramatic situation as far as age is concerned. We have less and less children, but it's also due to very stupid policies. We know that we could revert that if we had a more equal society, a society that encourages women to go to work. For example, in Italy, in the south of Italy, we have, I think, something like 50% of female unemployment, which is ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. This is a lot, but it's also because there is no encouragement when you don't have kindergartens. If you go back to work, who's going to look after your kids if you don't have a mother or a mother-in-law or a father-in-law or whoever you can leave your children to? So you're forced to stop working, and we had to stop. It was stopped So now they have a population where they have a disparity, a gender disparity, which is also creating a lot of imbalances and problems. And so now a lot of Chinese men find themselves without the possibility of having their own family. So any input by the state as far as family planning is concerned is wrong.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, humanity is not like, God given ability to